Assalamu alaikum.
Power off. Power on. Easy mode.
हेलो हेलो नजम भाई आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी हेलो
अस्सलाम वालेकुम डॉक्टर साहब।
बहुत कम आवाज आ रही है
मेरा वो माइक दूर था। अब आप ठीक आ रही है?
अभी भी कम आ रही है आपकी आवाज हमेशा ही कम आती है
जी सर, आप अस्सलाम वालेकुम। Yes, Dr. Sharik.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम yes I can hear you
Oh, actually, I was speaking on the mobile phone with someone else.
okay वालेकुम अस्सलाम yes I can hear Good morning and Assalamu alaikum to everyone. I will be hosting this session on behalf of the College of Engineering and the organizing committee. Yes, I just like to check everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, everyone. On behalf of the organizing team, it is my pleasure to welcome all of them and the speakers, guests, researchers, students to this first international conference on smart innovation in science and engineering, hosted by the College of Engineering, Dhofar University. SISE 2021 is a two-day event that provides platform to the educators, researchers, scientists, and students from more than 20 countries to share their smart and innovative ideas through which they are stretching the boundaries of their working area and thereby society to progress. This conference includes 5 main tracks that covers the topic and advances in electrical, mechanical, computer, civil, and architectural engineering. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Syed Ahsan Jamil, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dhofar University, to kickstart this conference with some words of appreciation and encouragement. Dr. Syed Ahsan Jamil.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Sharah. Thank you, all the organizers. On behalf of the Dhofar University Board of Trustees, the Vice Chancellor of the Dhofar University, and the entire esteemed faculty members of the Dhofar University, I welcome all colleagues to the first international conference on smart technology in science and engineering. It has been a great effort whenever you try to bring some of the erudite faculty members, researchers, people with keen interest to be able to see and ensure that the humanity really develops in the best of the manner possible. Once we talk about research, research is nothing trying to rethink what has been done before. It is that power of rethinking of what you have done, trying to again analyze and reflect back on what is the best way out. Therefore, you basically come across something new, something creative, something innovative. The power of creativity and the power of innovation is one of those important traits that all humanity has been bestowed by the Almighty, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is because of this aspect of creativity and innovation has humankind started to progress and is able to challenge whatever comes in its way in trying to basically harm it, trying to degrade it, trying to make the whole living difficult. From time immemorial, my dear colleagues, this has been the passion. It is not that creativity and innovation is something which is absolutely new. It is something which has been there in yesteryears too. A very good example of the things are that way back 500 BC and in 80s, researchers continuously during their own time kept on finding out what are those ways by which we could be able to mitigate or eradicate any kind of issues, problems, concerns which basically hamper or endanger the entire engagement of the humanity. So we have people from Aristotle up till now who have been continuously making that unrelentless effort to ensure that we get on with the best of the possibility. Today's first international conference, I'm really very pleased to tell you, is about how in the present times, once we are facing another very big challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has installed the entire globe, subjugated many of us into lockdowns, the economy is suffering, has come up with this kind of a challenge once again to be able to think more proactivity, find something which is more creative, go in for something new and innovate in the ways and the means by which we are actually living because it threatens our very existence. Remember, my dear friends, the best way to predict the future, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And this is where the importance of rethinking of what we have been doing comes very, very important. It becomes of paramount importance in the sense that it is something which is going to help us understand how are we going to meet those challenges. And remember, the greatest danger in times of turbulence like COVID-19 is to act with yesterday's logic. If we are going to use yesterday's logic in trying to find solutions which basically are for the challenges that we face as of now, we basically will never be able to come out of the challenges that faces us. My dear friends, this conference is nothing but trying to bring together one of the best of the people possible, researchers who have the potential to rethink, who have the potential to be able to create, who have the potential to be able to suggest innovative ideas through science and engineering, to be able to leave a mark on how human beings, that is all of us, could be able to live happily. I'm really delighted that the College of Engineering, led by its Dean, Dr. Israel Hassan, and its esteemed faculty members who are the hallmark as far as Dhofar University's research steps and initiatives are concerned, have organized this topic on this conference, which is very, very relevant as of today. I, on behalf of everybody, would like to once again stress on the fact that today creativity and innovation is the buzzword. The government of Oman has also recognized the effort of the creativity and innovation, and that is why even the Ministry of Higher Education has been renamed as the Ministry of Higher Education, Innovation and Research and Innovations. This is where the things aspect are. The Oman Vision 2040 also speaks about that we have to work on how we can break things in creativity and do innovation. The entire idea is only one, that creativity and innovation, my dear friend, should have an impact which touch life, an impact which basically ameliorate the kind of sustenance, the living standards of people, the kind of aspects that can further strengthen the faith in humanity. The progress of the humanity is one thing that is just the core as far as the creativity and innovations are concerned. Ladies and gents, thank you very much for giving me this time. I welcome all of you on behalf of the Dhofar University administration to this first international conference. And I'm looking forward to the fact that there will be some very, very good paper presentations talking about really creative and innovative ideas that will be presented through those 5 tracks of engineering and sciences, coming from most of the researchers from the universities all across the world. And I congratulate the entire committee who has taken pains in organizing this conference, the first of it here. Thank you so much for doing this. I'm sure that at the end of the day, the results of the conference would actually have a lot of value to all those people who are going to attend it. So once again, thank you, ladies and gents. Thank you, everybody, and my good luck to all of you. Let's just jump into the interesting, paper presentations, the new ideas. Let's share them, see them, and look at them and appreciate them. So once again, thank you very, very much to all for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Syed Hassan Jamil. Your words of encouragement, I'm sure, will put together an engaging program. Thank you very much. So now it's time for invite Engineer Abdullah Al-Wahibi. He's the Energy Director of Al-Shawamiq Oil Services, and he's going to speak about his experiences as an engineer. Yes, Engineer Abdullah Al-Wahibi.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Yes, good morning, all of you. And I would like to thank Dhofar University for this invitation. And I'll make it very brief, despite we are waiting for many interesting topics. So I'll be sharing my screen first. Dr. Mohammed, I need to share my screen. Just a second. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, now we can see. Yes, please go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome to all students and faculty from the Dhofar University. My name is Abdullah Al-Wahibi. I'm a graduate from Sultan Qaboos University in Electrical and Power Engineering, and also I completed my studies in Master's Engineering in same Electrical and Computer Engineering, specialized in power. So engineering in industry. I'll give very brief introduction about the company. So Al-Shawamiq Oil Services is a joint stock shareholding company, Super LCC. It's an Omani company working in the services in the concession areas, established in 2010 by a royal decree directed from the government. And we are serving the locals and having shareholders from the locals. So most of the shareholders of our company are Omanis and are from both concession areas, Bahla and Adam. So again, what is engineering? Engineering in basics is the application of science and math to solve problems, and we engineers figure out how things work and find practical uses for scientific discoveries. Both scientists and inventors often get the credit of innovation and advance of humankind, but engineers were instrumental in making these innovations available. So we engineers are always...
Yes, Engineer Abdullah, your voice is dropping.
Sorry. We engineers are designing, evaluating, developing, testing, modifying, installing, inspecting, and maintaining a wide variety of products and systems. We're also having a specify materials and processes and supervise manufacturing. So we are playing a very big role in the industry from all aspects. What is the departments of engineering that is there in the industry? I mean, architectural engineering, petroleum, chemical, civil, architecture, electrical and computer, mechanical engineering, mechatronics, industry and engineering. I hope my voice is okay, Dr. Mohammed?
It is dropping.
Okay.
Yes.
Surprised.
Perhaps I should turn off my video, and if you can also do that.
Yeah, I'll turn off
just in
my
case
video.
if we are consuming a lot of bandwidth.
Just a second.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. I'm sorry we could not hear from Engineer Abdullah. He's disconnected. So let's just wait for a few minutes.
Can you hear me now? Dr. Muhammad, are you there? Dr. Muhammad, assalamu alaikum. Dr. Muhammad Sheikh?
Yes, we can hear. We can hear you now.
Okay, clearly. Okay, great. I'll just reshare again the slides.
If you would like, I can share your presentation. I have it with me.
I already shared it, so.
Okay.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, now we can see. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So I'll continue from engineering. So engineering are in all the industry, starting from architecture, civil, then going to petroleum, chemical and process architecture, electrical and computer engineering, mechanical, mechatronics, and industrial engineering. So where is engineering in the energy sector? Actually, I picked this picture just to show that all engineers and scientists, I mean, the students who are working into energy, engineering, are part of this huge system, especially in oil and gas. So we can see the engineering starting from the structure of this oil and gas refinery, going into the civil where we will build up all these refineries, then going to the electricity and automation, which is coming into the electrical and computer engineering, going to the processes where the chemical engineering and petroleum engineering are part of this. And then wherever the process is going on, where the industrial engineering are part of that as well. So engineering in energy sector and in all other sectors are way beyond the expectation, because we are as engineers are part of the system and the projects in all aspects. So despite this is like a one picture, but the thing is all collectively efforts by engineers and other departments, supporting departments and economical, are working all together to make every project happen. Since I'm coming from the electricity sector, so I thought that I would share something to the students regarding the electrical sector in Oman. In Oman, we are having mainly 3 levels. We generate electricity, and then we transmit the electricity, and then we distribute it to the consumers and the clients. So in the generation level, we usually have different voltage levels, which is varying from 15 to 20 kV. Going into transmission levels where you can see the red and white towers across the road. And we are having different levels starting from 132 going to 220 and 400 kV. And it goes also into a transmission distribution level where 33 kV, where we can see the wooden poles in our places or near our houses. And then we go to the smaller stations where near the houses where the 415 volts. What is happening here in the industry, especially in the oil and gas industry, where they put it in a general firm as a energy sector, the renewable projects, or somehow called it as an alternative energy sector. So we are having many projects here in Oman heading into a very promising targets for Oman by reaching 11% by 2023, 11% of our generation. So these are an insights of some renewable projects which are coming here in Oman. Already started with a main project for PDO, and Ibri also 500 megawatts. OQ is going into a big project coming in Sohar, and we are having two major projects coming in Manah. We call it Solar IPP to 2022 and 2023. And there is another third one, but it is still in the pipeline of designing. In wind, Dhofar is coming as or started already. Dhofar 1, which is near Thamret, a 50 megawatt. PDO is starting very soon. A wind project coming, and there is another government project which is Wind IPP 2023, and followed by another one. Because of the current of the wind in this area is huge, so that we can utilize it. Also, the Sultanate of Oman is going into many other renewable projects like clean coal IPP and waste to energy, which started with BIA. And currently, Salala Sanitary Drainage Services is doing some biogas and solar projects. And also, it is really interesting to say that many aspects and many companies and universities are going into the solar. That means that they are aligning with both the national strategy plus also the international forecast. I try to make it in a very short and quick, and this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, Engineer Abdullah Al-Wahibi. Thank you very much for your insight. Yeah, thanks again. Now, I would like to invite the Dean of College of Engineering, Dr. Israrul Hassan, for some words of encouragement. And yes, Dr. Israrul Hassan.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the College of Engineering at Dhofar University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you all to the first International Conference on Smart Innovation in Science and Engineering. I am thankful to our Deputy Vice Chancellor, who's always giving us words of wisdom and encouraging us to better ourselves. And of course, our invited speaker from industry, Mr. Abdullah Al-Wahibi, for the excellent speeches at the opening ceremony. This is a two-day conference, and I hope that this conference can achieve its objectives of providing an effective forum for academics, researchers, and practitioners to advance knowledge, research, and technology for humanity. It is pleasing to note that this conference agenda covers a wide range of interesting topics related to all theoretical and practical aspects, including but not limited to the various sciences such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and computer science, along with the various engineering disciplines. Having a glance at the conference program reveals the amazing diversity of the applications of these fields, ranging from healthcare to the renewable energy sector in alignment with Oman's Vision 2040. This conference includes 5 main tracks with more than 50 speakers from various parts of the world, including Oman, South Korea, UAE, Australia, Canada, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and many more. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank our Board of Trustees and our Vice Chancellor, Professor Hassan Kashoub, for their tremendous support for this conference. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation for their ongoing support. Last but not least, my deepest gratitude goes to the Department of Research, University Research Committee, Steering Committee, Organizing Committee, Scientific Committee, and of course, the volunteers who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this conference. I wish you a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussions with fruitful exchange of knowledge, so that together we can anticipate a future of groundbreaking innovation, creativity, research, and technology for Oman and beyond. I will conclude by wishing you the best of health, stay safe, and I hope you all enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Israr. And yes, now we will move on to our first track, advances in the field of chemical engineering. It will start from 9:30. And before that, I would like to briefly talk about Dhofar University. Dhofar University was established in 2004. And since then, we are serving the community through exemplary education, research, and community outreach. Dhofar University is the first university in Oman to be accredited nationally by OAAA, internationally by ASICS, rated 5-star by QS, and ranked 121 by QS Arab World Ranking. Our researchers have been ranked among the top 2% scientists by Stanford. Dhofar University is currently ranked second in research among all private universities in Oman based on its ResearchGate score. Moreover, Dhofar University is recently ranked first private university in Oman by Webometrics. So we have more than 1,500 publications in recognized journals indexed in prestigious database. So this is some statistics in brief about the Dhofar University, and they reflect that we are doing okay, and we are progressing towards the positive direction under the able supervision of our board of trustees, our vice chancellor, deputy vice chancellor, and of course the dean college of engineering. So yes, now I would like to give some time to bring this news that we are going to have a next session in the fields of chemical engineering. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum assalam. Yes, Dr. Manzar, we can hear.
Thank you so much for the introductory talks from DVC and our invited industrial colleague, and then our Dean of College of Engineering. So as already discussed, that the main reason for this conference is to bring young researchers and experienced researchers together on the same platform to address the currently focused advanced area of research. So here we are going with our first session. It is about advances in chemical engineering. We will be discussing various recent research activities, research areas which are published by the research work which has been done by various researchers inside Oman and from international institutes. They will be sharing their ideas, their outcomes, which will be indeed beneficial for our young researchers, and they will know how to collaborate, how to establish their research work and seek future opportunities of higher studies. The session will be at the end. We will have a keynote speaker, Dr. Ravi Shukla, and that will be really important to listen. He will be talking about various opportunities for our young researchers and in the field of chemical engineering, plus how they can get collaborations with other institutes, how can get chances, opportunities to get higher education in other institutes, like in foreign institute. Plus, he will be briefing about his research outcomes in nanocomposite and nanomaterial fields. So that will be really interesting, and we will have that at the end of our session. Right now, in current session, we have total 10 presenters, and they are from diversified field of chemical engineering. And not only from the foreign university, but we have presenters from Oman and other countries and other institutes. Just taking an opportunity to just quickly brief about chemical engineering department. Our chemical engineering department of the Far University, it is one of the most prominent department of university, considering its research outputs. All the faculties of chemical engineering is actively involved in research activities, having projects, funded projects, and publishing research work in quality journals with high citations. And they are bringing about some innovative ideas which have been recognized at various local forum and national forums, and they have received awards at different platforms. Our researchers are working in water purification, nanomaterial synthesis, biofuels, biopolymers, waste treatments, adsorption, and so many other fields. And the young researchers, the BS students in their final year projects, they take good interest in those projects, and they are involved in scientific activities which have been published. I mean, our young researchers in BS projects, they are able to do such research work that is published in reputable journals. So really that is currently, considering the newly established university and department, it's really a good achievement, and hope that all the faculties, with the help of our dean and higher administration, they will continue their efforts to further increase the research outcomes of chemical engineering. We will come towards our current first session. So in the session, every presenter will have total of 15 minutes, out of which 10 minutes talk and then 5 minutes question and answer session. We would like that all question and answer will be at the end of the talk, and it will be great if all presenters take care of the timing and they stick to the rules. Then at the end of session, all these talks, presentation, it will be evaluated by a departmental committee, and one best presentation will be awarded as a best presentation award will be given at the closing ceremony of the conference tomorrow. In the audience, all the audience, they can put their questions in the chat box. So at the end of presentation, we will convey those. Then there will be a session of question and answer, and all those questions will be asked from the presenter, depending upon the available time span. So we have some time still, so it will be great. We can start our session now. So we'll have a little more time, and if some sessions are some speakers got little extra time, so we can cover them in the available session time. So now, as I can see, all the presenters, they are available. So we will start with the first presentation. So let me invite our first presenter, Dr. Atiya Fatima from Dhofar University. She's working as a research associate, and she is going to present about gadolinium nanomaterials as magnetic resonance image contrast agent. Dr. Atiya, please proceed with the presentation.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Moza. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll share my screen now. So is my screen visible, Dr. Moza?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to honored guests, respective committee members, and my fellow participants. In the last 1.5 years, all of us have been living in the era of Corona pandemic, and our minds have been completely engulfed by this disease. So the focus of scientific community has somewhat shifted towards COVID-19, although there are several other diseases which are deadly enough and they need our attention. Cancer is one such disease, and its proper diagnosis remains a major concern in medical field. So topic of my discussion or presentation today is related to tumor imaging, and it is entitled as gadolinium nanoparticles as MRI contrast agents. So before going on to the detailed study, just have a look what's the role of these contrast agents in MRI scans and role of gadolinium nanoparticles as well. So here we can see this is a pictorial representation of the gadolinium nanoparticle, and it is entrapped by certain ligands. These contrast agents simply enhance and improve the visibility of internal body scans, which are obtained through these MRI scans. And these contrast agents, they work by shortening the T1 relaxation time of the protons, which are present inside the water molecules of the tissues, and thus they increase the MR signal intensity, and simultaneously we get very good scans. So coming to this picture, as I've already stated, this is a pictorial representation of an ideal gadolinium contrast agent, and we can see there are these circles. These blue circles are the water molecules which have proton nuclei in a lower energy state, while the red ones indicate water molecules having proton nuclei in a higher energy state. So when these water molecules having proton nuclei in higher energy state come in the vicinity of gadolinium nanoparticle, they feel the effect, paramagnetic effect of this gadolinium nanoparticle. Upon doing so, they are flipped back to the lower energy state, and thus their T1 relaxation time are reduced, and which simultaneously increases the signal intensity, and therefore we have a clear image. As we can see in the next picture, this is scan images of this before and after gadolinium injection. So as we can see very well that we cannot visualize the tumorous tissues prior to gadolinium injection. While after gadolinium injection, we see this brighter side, and this corresponds to the presence of tumorous tissues. So that is the role of gadolinium nanoparticles or gadolinium-based contrast agents in tumor imaging. So now question arises, why gadolinium? So there are several other nanoparticles such as iron oxide and manganese oxide nanoparticles. They have been explored enough, but gadolinium oxide nanoparticles remains to be the most commonly investigated one. Till date, there are 9 gadolinium-based contrast agents which have been approved for human use. Now there are certain parameters which are to be assessed while designing any contrast agent, and also these parameters open a portal for development of a better contrast agent or new contrast agents. So coming to them one by one, first one and foremost, the most important one is the high relaxivity. This gadolinium ion has the highest spin magnetic moment among the whole periodic table. Thus, it is very efficient in changing the longitudinal relaxation of water protons. Coming to the second parameter, that is high stability. This high stability is stated in terms of the chelated complex. Gadolinium element is very toxic, and the least thing we want for gadolinium is to roam freely inside the body. So these gadolinium ions, they bound tightly to the chelating agents and they form a stable complex. Somewhat this phenomena reduce the toxicity of the metal ion. Another important parameter which is associated with gadolinium is they deliver a positive contrast image. Positive contrast image means the area of interest appears brighter. So these gadolinium-based contrast agents deliver a positive contrast image, delivering an image which has a brighter part. However, this iron nanoparticles, they offer this negative contrast image, that is the concerned area appears darker. So this is a very important parameter associated with gadolinium. Coming to this low status toxicity, so it is already understood this is a very good effect. It has been found that cyclic ionic gadolinium compounds, they tightly bound the gadolinium ion, and hence they are considered to be one of the safest contrast agents. Last but not the least is the particle size control. This gadolinium ion, they offer better control over the molecular size and easier functionalization. Now coming to the current study, the rationale of the study was to design this contrast agent which should be selective and they should have this affinity towards the tumorous tissues. So from the recent studies, it was found that the tripeptide, which contains of arginine, glycine, and aspartic acid, these conjugated nanosystems have ability to deliver the chemotherapeutic drugs and nucleic acids towards the tumors. They do so because they have affinity to bind to cell surface receptors, which are overexpressed on the tumor sites. So what will happen if we coat these cyclic RGDs onto these nanoparticles, and once they are injected inside the body, they will rush towards the tissue and they will selectively target the tumorous cells. So for this, we employed these 5 types of cyclic RGDs, which are commercially available to code the ultra small GNPs. Apart from general characterization, water proton relaxivity and cellular toxicities were measured. Also, tumor targeting studies were performed through in vivo yielding T1 MRI images to get the desired outcomes from the study. Coming to the synthesis part, as we already know that this synthesis was targeted in 2 steps. First was the synthesis of nanoparticles, and another one was to coat these nanoparticles with the cyclic RGDs. To synthesize nanoparticles, gadolinium chloride was taken as precursor, and sodium hydroxide was utilized as a reducing agent. After getting these GNPs, it was coated by stirring them with a solution of CRGDs in triethylene glycol. The subsequent washing and drying, the product was obtained as powdered sample. Okay, these here we can see these are the five commercial RGDs which are employed in this study. This picture just represents how coating is done. So here we can see this is one of the RGD, and this is gadolinium nanoparticle. We know that these nanoparticles are positively charged, and there are certain groups which are present, which like amine and this amine group and carboxylic acid group, which have lone pair of electron. So these carboxylic acid group will form a coordination bond to this gadolinium particle, and here we can see it becomes a claw-like structure, and it will entrap the gadolinium nanoparticle. So this is the phenomena how coating is done onto the nanoparticles. Now coming to the general characterization, first and foremost important thing was to just analyze the particle size of the synthesized samples, and also to confirm that they were successfully coated with CRGDs. So for this, this high resolution TEM and TG analysis was done. So from these 2 images, we will formulate the table, and also so coming to the table, this is average diameter of the particles, and this we obtained from this HRTEM images. This is average hydrodynamic diameter, which we were able to get this from the DLS pattern, but unfortunately we could not incorporate this data into the slide. This is percentage coating, and this was obtained from this mass drop in TJ curves. Now we are particularly interested in this unit. This is sigma, that is grafting density, and it corresponds to the average number of CRGDs that are coated onto the nanoparticles. And from these values that varies from 0.95 to 3, it could be said that these nanoparticles have sufficient coating of these CRGDs onto them. Now this coating is very important to deliver water solubility and biocompatibility to these synthesized samples for in vivo studies. To further confirm the coating of these nanoparticles, this FTIR analysis was done, and here there are 5 FTIR spectra which correspond to the 5 samples. And as we will go to the first one, we can see there are 7 bands available in this spectra, and these bands correspond to this OH stretching, NH stretching, and CH stretching, while this is for carbonyl stretching, and these 3 are for the amide bending vibrations. So these particular functional groups are present onto the CRGDs. So here we can say that these CRGDs are successfully coated onto the nanoparticles. Further, we have done XPS XRD analysis, but due to time constraint, I was not able to incorporate these results, and they confirmed that these nanoparticles were formed and they were successfully coated. Coming to the application part, first study was water proton relaxivity measurement. For this, tumorous cells were incubated with the aqueous sample solutions, and then MRI scan was done. In this first picture, we see this inverse longitudinal relaxation time is plotted as concentration of against concentration of gadolinium, and inverse longitudinal inverse transverse relaxation time is plotted as function of concentration of gadolinium. From these 2 slopes, we were able to obtain the relaxivity values. This is denoted as R1 and R2 respectively. In this figure, we can see that these 2 are the commercial gadolinium contrast agents, and it is clearly visible from these units. Thus, all the 5 samples have quite high relaxivity as compared to the commercial ones, and this is due to the fact that the CRGD which is coated onto the nanoparticles are hydrophilic in nature, so they allow easier access of water molecules towards the gadolinium nanoparticles, and thus ultimately these R1 values are increased. Also, it was found that gadolinium nanoparticles are present in high density on the synthesized GNPs. Another important factor which is considered while making any contrast agent is R2 by R1 ratio, and this should be equal to 1 or greater than 1. So here, as we can see that all the 5 samples have values greater than 1. Now, one of the major factors while designing any medicinal important compound is to evaluate its cytotoxicity, because we don't want to harm the normal tissues. So determine the cytotoxicity of our samples, in vitro analysis was done, and we got the results to cell viability assays. From the results, it was found that all the 5 samples were non-toxic in the given gadolinium concentration range. Finally, to get with this effective tumor imaging, internalization of a contrast agent is a very important factor. Internalization is simply the incorporation of a contrast agent inside the tumorous tissues. To analyze this, in vitro TEM analysis was done, and here we can see in first picture, this is picture A, and this is prior to the this is optical microscope image of the tumorous tissues, and this is prior to the incubation of samples. While picture B, this is after the incubation of the sample, and evidently this is quite evident that surface morphology is changed, and this is due to the accumulation of CRGD GNPs inside the tumorous tissues. To further verify the presence of CRGD GNPs inside the tumorous tissues, the STEM images were taken of the same. So in figure D, we can see that this CRGD GNPs are accumulated inside the tumorous tissues, while these are absent prior to the incubation. To further confirm the presence of CRGD GNPs inside this tumorous tissues, elemental analysis was done, and figure E represents the EDS spectra of the same, and it was found that gadolinium present in significant quantity than in these tumorous tissues. So coming to our final analysis, that was in vivo T1MR image analysis. Again, the MRI scan was done after the incubation of samples. For this, in vivo studies were done, and this gadolinium was injected into the tail of the mice having liver tumor in 0.1 millimole gadolinium concentration per kg. So after the incubation, this T1MR images was taken. So here we can see prior to the incubation, we cannot see this tumorous tissues. While only after 5 minutes, this positive contrast image appears. This is because these contrast agents reach to the site, and this image disappears after 24 hours, and this is due to the excretion of this synthesized nanoparticles out of the body. Now, to get a very clear image, this color map was taken of this particular area, and here these bright areas represent the presence of tumorous tissues, and it is clearly seen that this tumor is quite widespread in the liver. To further get this accumulation or percentage of this gadolinium based CRGD coated GNPs inside this the tissue, a signal to noise ratio was plotted as a function of time. Here there are 3 regions of interest. First is the normal tissue, which is depicted by squares, and other is the tumorous part, which is indicated by these circles, and third is the necrosis part. Now, necrosis is a phenomena which occurs in cancer, and it is unnatural cell death. So as it can be seen from the graph that signal to noise, this SNR values significantly increase in case of tumorous cells, and this is due to the accumulation of CRGD GNPs inside the tumorous tissues, and this value significantly decreases up to 24 hours, and this is because of the excretion of these GNPs outside the body. While there is a low amount of increase in case of this normal tissues, and this is because of the lower accumulation of these CRGD GNPs inside the normal part, and there is negligible increase in necrosis part because these CRGD GNPs were not accumulated inside these dead tissues. To further get the relative percentage of these CRGD GNPs inside this 3 regions of interest, SNR percentage was plotted as a function of time. And from this graph, we found that this CRGD GNPs were found is 3 times more values than the normal tissues. So this whole study can be concluded into following points: that we successfully synthesized CRGD coated ultra small GNPs, and they were having diameters in the range of 1 to 2.5 nanometer in a one-pot synthesis approach. These samples showed R1 values of 14 to 19, which are quite higher than those of commercial GD chelates. In vitro analysis and EDS spectra clearly indicated the internalization of CRGD GNPs inside the tumorous tissues. Also, a clear increase in the T1 contrast enhancement was observed in the in vivo studies, and this was due to the accumulation of CRGD GNPs inside the tumorous region. So, altogether, all these results suggest that the synthesized CRGD GNPs are potential tumor targeting T1 MRI contrast agents. So that was all I wanted to share with you today. Thank you, And finally, we would like to acknowledge the Research Council of Oman for funding this study. We are also grateful to Professor Lee from South Korea for help with characterization and MRI studies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atia, for your nice presentation. Okay, now the floor is open for question. If there is any question, please, you can ask. Okay, there is one question in the chat box that what sampling technique you used in sampling process?
Sorry?
A question is there.
Aqueous, they were made in aqueous, aqueous samples were made.
Yeah, from Mr. Zahir Khan. He is asking that what sampling techniques you used in sampling process?
They were dissolved in water, and as I already stated, they were in for in vivo studies. They were given as 0.1 millimole gadolinium per kg concentration. For all the studies, they were dissolved in water.
Okay, so all these nanoparticles, they were dissolved in water.
All the samples,
yes,
aqueous sample solutions.
Okay, and I have one question.
Yes, sure.
What is the importance of that coating material you used for gadolinium coating? Why it was used?
Actually, to designing any compound, we want this to use in very less quantity. So if we design any medicinal important compound, like we are designing this for tumorous tissues for say cancer chemotherapy or targeting or imaging. So if we make them selective, and so they will reach to the site selectively. So that's these CRGDs, they have affinity towards certain cell surface receptors, and they are present in abundance over the tumorous tissues rather than the normal tissue. So if we coat them with this nanoparticles, so two things will happen. Firstly, they will mitigate the toxicity of this free metal ion. Secondly, since they have affinity towards this cell surface receptors, they will rush towards the tissue. But because they have affinity for the tumorous tissues or particular these receptors, they will bind to them. So we will need, instead of larger quantity, we will need a smaller quantity of these samples or these contrast agents.
Okay. Okay. So basically, they are reducing the toxicity. Okay.
Yeah. And giving selectivity.
Yeah. Is one more question that what type of chemical reaction was there? Just can you show the slide that how the particles were coated?
This one. This one.
I see.
Actually, this CRGD, we can see these gadolinium nanoparticles are positively charged. Now, from the these CRGDs, they have this amine and COH group. From literature, it is found that this amine group or phenol or this OH group or carboxylic acid group, they have lone pair of electron. So they will form coordination bond to this gadolinium. Gadolinium on this all together has 9 coordination sites. So at a time, it can form this coordination bond with 9. But normally this 9th one is left open for the water molecules to interact. So here we see that in this particular RGD, we have carboxylic acid group as well as we have amine group. Okay, so from literature it is found that this carboxylic acid have the greatest affinity to bind to this particular nanoparticle. So this carboxylic acid will come and it will form coordination bond. So it is like chelating. So it will form claw-like structure and it will entrap this gadolinium nanoparticle. I think it's clear.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is there any other question? We can take one more question.
I can ask please, Dr. Mazhar.
Yes, brother, I took your question already. Okay.
Yes, I would like to ask about the mechanism of reaction. Very active representation and very hard work. Just I need to know the mechanism of reaction. Is it a serious chemical reaction, parallel chemical reaction, the activation of energy of reaction? Can explain to me? Thank you very much.
Sorry, which reaction, Dr. Ahmed, you're talking about, or you are talking about these reactions?
Yes, doctor. There's a chemical reaction sometimes. There's types we said this is a serious chemical reaction. Depends on because you specify temperature, and if there is change in the temperature, there is change in the activation of energy of reaction. So this I ask about it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't clearly get you, but I'll try to explain it as much as possible. So coming to this, I see this is gadolinium chloride. Okay, this we have taken as precursor to generate the nanoparticle. For this gadolinium chloride to generate this gadolinium nanoparticle, we need to reduce it. So for this, and first it should be dissolved in some kind of solvent. Okay, and now we know that we have through our experience or through working in labs, we know that the ambient temperature to perform this reaction is 60-degree here. Okay, so first we need complete dissolution of gadolinium chloride. So it will dissolve in tritene glycol, and also the solvent is a hit and trial. We will just try in ethanol, methanol, or something like that, and then we found that tritene glycol is the best solvent to dissolve this. So until when this is dissolved, and we took sodium hydroxide. Now this sodium hydroxide is acting as a reducing agent to formulate these GNPs. Okay, so now this is also normally we take the same solution for dissolving these two, and when these were dissolved, they were put on magnetic string, and also it was found through our studies, through our work from that this we need to give 180 degrees centigrade of temperature and time also through this. So once this GNP are synthesized, now we need to coat. So this coating already I have explained in the previous discussion with Dr. Mazhar that this CRGDs, where again we have to take the same kind of solution, solvent, sorry, and this CRGDs, they were dissolved in triethylene glycol, and when we stir this CRGDs with GNPs, they will form coordination bond with the nanoparticles which are present inside this mixture, and then we will do washing, and drying will yield this CRGD GNPs. I hope it's clear.
Thank you very much.
Sorry
Thanks, Elu.
if
Thank
I'm-
you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
Akil, for the nice presentation. So now we will move to our second presenter, is Ms. Nabila Tabassum from Aligarh Muslim University, India. And she will be presenting her work, Conversion of Ethanol to Olefins in a Fixed Bed Reactor over Zirconia Catalyst. So Ms. Nabila, over to you. Ms. Nabila, can you hear me?
I cannot see her name in the list. I think
Yes.
she dropped from the link.
Okay. So then we can move to our next presenter, and we will give her chance later when she joined back. She was there, so maybe dropped out because of some problem. So she will join back. So now we can move to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Yassine Enarisi from Ducal University, Morocco. And he'll be presenting his work, efficiency, economic and environmental of the phosphogypsum conversion by potassium compound. Over to you, doctor. Can you hear me? Yes, Dr. Yassine. You can start now. Dr. Yassine, can you hear me? Dr. Yassine, can you hear me? Yes, Dr. Yasin, can you hear me? Maybe some problem. Dr. Yasin, you can start your presentation. Dr. Yasin Nasiri, you can start your presentation.
Assalamualaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, you can please start your presentation.
Yes.
Please share your screen. Dr. Nasiri, you can start your presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, please share your screen. I think there is some technical problem with Dr. Yasin. So
Yes.
he will be present. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you share your screen?
Yes. Mistake. Yes, you can.
I think there is some technical issues with Dr. Yasin.
Yes.
So we will figure out that. So right now we will proceed with our next presenter. And meanwhile, you can send your, is it working?
Yes.
Arif, you can just send your presentation here. We will
Yes.
share it from our screen. Okay, then meanwhile we will go with our next presenter. Once the problem of Dr. Yassine is resolved, then he will be presenting later. So our next presenter, it's a student from Department of Chemical Engineering, Ms. Alia Tabouk. She will be presenting her research work, optimization of the composition of multi-bio waste applying for wastewater treatment. Yes, Ms. Alia, you can proceed.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. You can share your screen.
Okay. It's clear or not?
Yes, yes, it's clear.
Okay. Hello, good morning. My name is Alia Tabouk. Today, inshallah, I will present for you about optimization of the composition multi-bio waste playing for wastewater treatment. Which is present or done by me and Mazur Rashid, Noor Mohammed Qahor, and my supervisor, Dr. Ahmed Al-Saadi. This is the topic which I will discuss with you, inshallah. Introduction, types of wastewater, palm front and coconut, mechanical treatment, chemical treatment, physical treatment, methodology and optimization, equipment and tools which is used in our project, reference in the conclusion. One of the biggest problem affecting in the whole world is pollution. So there is pollution of land and air and water. And one of the most important issue in the world is the issue of water pollution, because water is the lifeline. There is wastewater that affected by human, used through domestic, industrial, or business activity, agriculture, and others. There are many characters of wastewater that differ according to organ. Types of wastewater, including to flow. The first one, domestic wastewater from homes or municipal wastewater from ponds or wastewater can contain physical, chemical, and biological pollution. Second characters is the homes generally produce the wastewater from toilets, dishwashers, skin, and bathtubs. Third, the characters that often in developed countries, especially in the rural area with the low population density, wastewater is treated through the virus on the set network and not transferred into the source. Fourth, the factory and the storage water contaminated with heavy metals and chemicals. That coconut are produced in 92 countries in the world, and it is considered that coconut waste has applied to produce electricity and heat, as well as a production paper bills, as well as organic fertilizer. And it's also one of the most important activity carbon made from coconut shell, and it's very effective in removing impurities in the water treatment process. The pollutant is are one of the most important elements that can be treated chemically and purify water from impurities and their frequent present in the Sultanate of Oman. And this is the reason which we chose the pollutant to treat wastewater in our project. The first treatment is the physical treatment. It is the bearing process in which a sample of palm front and a sample of coconut and burned to obtain the modified active powder. The goal of the physical treatment is the use to increase the percentage of the carbon to increase the rate of absorption of metals of wastewater. The step of physical treatments. In the first, we cut the dry palm leaves from palm form and out shell of coconut. After that, we take both of them and we put inside the black. After that, we turned on the oven in 500 Celsius. After that, we put both of them in the oven in 3 hours or more. As we see here in the picture, you can see this is the palm front we cut it, and this is the modified carbon of palm front. Also, this is the coconut which we use it. The second one is the mechanical treatment. The bio-waste of coconut shells and palm front are mechanically treated by grinding to increase the rate of the absorption due to increase the surface area. And for this, we use it in our project, the grinding machine, to grind the oxide palm front and coconut. As we show in this video, we put the coconut and the palm front inside the grinding machine or blender to make it the palm front and coconut as a powder. After the physical and mechanical treatment, it's coming chemical treatment in the last stage. And chemical treatment, as we know, is a method treating the materials with a certain chemical, which using to make more pores and holes in the modified active carbon of coconut and palm front, which increase the absorption capacity and withdraws the heavy substance in the wastewater. In our project, we use three solvent. The first one, the polar solvent, which is present by methanol, and the aprotic solvent, which is present by acetone. And the last is anaprotic solvent, which is present by benzene. The step of chemical treatment, as we see here, we take a sample of coconut and palm front, and we put it above of them the solvent, like we see here, this step. We mix it together, as we see here, to make it this mixture, as we see in this video. This is the coconut with the solvent. After that, we cover it with the aluminum cover and put it to 24 hours. After 24 hours, I'm sorry. After 24 hours, we put it in the oven in, also, I'm sorry. In oven in 500 Celsius, because we want to filterize the solvent. And with this step, we use it for all solvent one by one. After that, we take it 5 samples from palm front and coconut. The first one, we want to make it 100% from coconut. Second one, 100% from palm front. That is which is 10 grams from coconut and 10 grams from palm front. The third one is 50-50, 50% from coconut and 50% from palm front. And the fourth one is 75 from palm front and 25% from coconut. Last one, 90% from 90% from palm front and 10% from coconut. As we see here in the balance, we take it 2.5, that is 25%. In our methodology of our project, the methodology of our project, we take the waste coconut and waste palm front. We make it a physical mechanical treatment, also chemical treatments for both of them. After that, we make it simulated wastewater. After that, we have this step for multi-layered bed of adsorption. In the end, we have optimization. The optimization is a study represent find of optimized condition of mass percentage of modified active carbon of palm front and the coconut based on the linear program graph method of for minimizing TDS and electrical conductivity values. As see here, the objective function as a present like this 5 function. And for this graph, we use it, this function, because we want to see how much will become x1 and x2, the value of x1, x2. In the first and second, already we have the value of x1 and x2. For 3, 4, 5 function, we calculate as take it x1 as a 0 and see how will be much x2, and also if we want to see how much the x1, how be the value, we make it the x2 is a 0, and we see in this graph we drawing by points. After that, we match the points with the line when x1 and x2, and see how much point intersection of line. As we see here, we have 4 points and 4 value for x1 and x2. We can see in this table, and we see in this function the z equal to 2x1 plus x2. x1 present by barn front and x2 by coconut. Why we take 2x1? Because we use the barn front double the coconut, and if we put x1 and x2 value, can we see this is the value of all function? Because we use the minimum optimization, we take the minimum value as this. And we see how much will be x1. We take it the x1 and divide it by sum of x1 and x2, and coming this value of x1 and x2. To make it the value is more clear, we see after the theoretical, we use it as experimental, and we see here the TDC and electrical conductivity coming as this value, as we see here. This is the standard value of TDS for water, and this one for electrical conductivity for water also. This is the value of TDS before and after the experimental experiment, as we see here. Before coming 1266 ppm, after that coming to 339 0.1 ppm. Also electrical conductivity from 2531 to 798.2. Through the project, we concluded that the modified active carbon from palm leaves has a high performance for absorbing material waste and reducing the TDS and electrical conductivity. Also, the modified active of carbon from a coconut has a high performance for absorbing metal waste. Also, the reduce the TDS and electrical conductivity. Merge between two types of modified active carbon produce high quality of outcomes due to active interaction between two types of modified active carbon of palm front and the coconut. And the last, the optimization technique represent an active interaction to produce high outcomes. Thank you for listening to me, and sorry if I have any mistake in my language, and I hope you like our project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alia, for your nice presentation. So now the floor is open for any questions.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes,
Dr. Najm or Dr. Mazhar, I would like to ask one question. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Alia Tabouk, for this nice presentation.
Welcome.
Yes, I would like to just ask, you created activated charcoal with palm fronds and by burning it in the furnace, right? So some energy is input into the system to make it activated charcoal, but I could not see this input energy that you needed to create charcoal anywhere in the calculation. So, I mean, that would be great if you can also use this energy involvement and give us some idea how much energies involved in making this activated charcoal that can reduce the TDS and electrical conductivity of polluted water. Yes.
Maybe as in the first, the physical treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Can I share the screen? The first treatment is the physical treatment,
Mm-hmm.
as we see here, and I put there. There is 500 Celsius. We take the heat.
Yes, it is the temperature. It is the temperature at which you burn this coconut shell to create activated charcoal. So my point is, you input some energy into the system, right?
Yeah.
You put some energy. So if you can also mention somewhere that this much amount of energy is input into the system to get this thing, so we can have some idea about the operating cost of this whole process. That's what I mean.
Yes, Dr. Shark, just I would like to explain. This will be considered for the future, because you know the time is very limited to us. We make this about less than 1 month. We make this experiment. So
that was
in
my
the
suggestion.
future, we will consider this, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is one more question from
Kumar.
One of the listeners. He said that what is the optimum parameter value for the maximum metal removal? You removed metal, adsorbed. So what were the optimum parameters for that?
Sorry?
What were the optimum parameters values for removal of metals? I mean, for what was the highest adsorption? For highest adsorption, removal of metals, what were the optimum values? It's a question from Tirmula Kumar. Sorry, Tirmulai Kumar. There's one of the audience. He's asking this question. Ali, can you hear me?
Okay, Dr. Bazar, can I answer?
Yes, please.
We depends on the chemical, the mole fraction composition for the waste of palm frond and waste of coconut. So we use optimization to find the best percent can absorb the waste of metal. Waste of metal describes by TDS. We describe all the waste by TDS. We cannot specify each element because of the time. So we make total, overall total for the heavy metals. So from this, we make it as a function. When we can reduce it more, the TDS value, by using optimization technique, we reach to it to reduce the TDS as good as possible. TDS term represent all elements for us.
Thank you so much. There is one question from Dr. Shams. This will be last question. That have you tried any other parameters other than TDS and EC?
Dr. Mahad, generally, this experiment, we hope to make more extra things. But because of the hard condition of COVID-19, the permission for us just about 1 month, we make the experiment. Yes, we can make more and more, but because of the hard condition, medical hard condition, we just depends on electric conductivity and TDS.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have just one comment, not just a comment, not a question. I saw the video, and it was visible that one of the researchers were mixing that some chemicals with hands. So if it was they were mixing some chemicals, it is very toxic and can burn their hands. So we should follow the proper protocols for that. In the video I saw, chemical it was benzene, so it's very toxic. You cannot use by our hands with that.
Yes, okay, this we consider this because, as said, the time is very limiting to us. We can
use some other way,
but we clean our hand directly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Alia. Okay, now we will move to our next presenter. Dr. Yasin, can you try now?
Yes, no.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share. You can share your screen. So Dr. Yasin will present to us.
Yes, I have a mistake. Yes, a mistake. This box.
Dr. Yasin, I think there is some problem of sharing. So can you please send us your presentation? We will share it here. Now I will proceed to the next presenter. And meanwhile, you send your presentation here, and we will share from our screens. Okay. So please, meanwhile, you send that, and I will go for our next presenter. Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Rakesh Namditi from Salala College of Technology. And he'll be presenting bioabsorption of methylene blue from aqueous solution using banana leaves powder optimization by RSM. Over to you, Dr. Rakesh. Dr. Rakesh, are you here? Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, please. You start your presentation. Dr. Rakesh, can you hear me? I think still there's some technical problem with him also. Okay. Yes, please, Dr. Rakesh, please proceed. Please proceed.
Can I share my slides, sir?
Yes,
you are
yes,
able to hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
please. Yes, please.
Are you able to see my slides, sir?
Yes, that's clear. Please.
Yeah. Respected session chair and judges and my dear audience, a very good morning to all of you. I'm Dr. Rakesh, working as lecturer for Department of Chemistry, Salala College of Technology. So today I'm here to present my research work on bioabsorption of methylene blue from aqueous solution using banana leaves powder and its optimization by using response surface methodology. So here, these are the outlines I am going through. I am going to explain the motivation behind this research and followed by the introduction, literature, methodology, and the results and discussion, conclusions, and the references. So mainly, if you see throughout the worldwide, the rapid industrialization is taking place nowadays, and there is an urgent, or you can say it is a compulsory process which is required for the treatment of the effluents. So we know that the industrial effluents have a complex nature of pollutants, and they include various types of organic and inorganic substances like pharmaceutical residues, dyes, and also metals, requiring the treatment process before discharge into the wastewater streams. If we directly dump them as an untreated waste into the nearby rivers or the seas or the lakes, it results in the accumulation of toxic substances in the food chain to the plants and animals that feed on it. So there is a need or compulsory, we need to find the various types of treatment techniques before releasing into the environment with the acceptable limits, and also to find an economical and environmental friendly technique. So that is the most important, and which made me to find or to search an technique to process these various types of effluent materials. So in this present research, I have taken an experimental work on biosorption of this methylene blue effluent by using a biosorbent, which is called as a banana leaf powder, which is abundantly available in our Dofa region. So basically, we know that the methylene blue is an heterocyclic aromatic compound. It is a chemical compound with the molecular formula of like C16H18N3, sulfur and chlorine compound is there. And at room temperature, it is like a solid and waterless, and it will give a blue color solution when you dissolve in the water. And it is basically the basic dye. It will be widely used in coloring of paper, temporary like a hair colorant, and coating for the paper stock, and for the dyeing purpose, and the printing cotton and the tannin, and also for the dyeing of the leather, and also sometimes it will be also used as a medicinal purposes. When this effluent released into the nearby water bodies, it causes a lot of damage in the food chain system. Especially, it will have a lot of impact on the aquatic animals present in the water bodies. So we need to treat them. We need to treat this effluent before discharge into the nearby water bodies or into the environment. So the main aim and objectives of my research work is to study what are the various parameters that will affect on this biosorption of methylene blue by this banana leaf powder and its optimization, and also to study the optimization of this banana leaf by using the response surface methodology, which is an optimization tool, and to study the central composite design, which helps in optimizing the effective parameters with a minimum number of experiments. So these are the objectives of my experiment. So we have commercially various types of techniques already available presently in the industries, like which comes under preliminary and primary treatment, which will be taken as a physical treatment and chemical treatment, like sedimentation, screening, flotation and skimming, ozonation, chlorination, coagulation, adsorption, and ion exchange. There are various types of processes are available nowadays in the market and also in various types of industries. So by seeing the advantages and disadvantages of all these processes, I extensively reviewed all the types of techniques, and I found that the biosorption is an efficient and economical method for the removing of the dyes from industrial effluents. So in this process of biosorption, a substance like, for example, a dye, any type of dye from the liquid phase or the wastewater is transferred to the surface of the solid, which is a highly porous material, which is called as a biosorbent, to which this liquid material, the soluble dye material, will be bind physically or chemically onto this solid material. These biosorbents used, it may be like in batch studies or in the dynamic condition also, it can be like a natural occurring materials like wood, peat or coal, or we can say biomass or the clays. And also we can use various types of agricultural wastes also, like in the form of a fly ash or red mud, blast, furnace, and some sludges and sawdust, like various types of waste and different types of hazelnut shells, olive stones, seashells, various types of waste which is coming from the industries, and also the agricultural waste, we can use them as the biosorbent materials. What are the advantages of this biosorption and what factors majorly it will affect on this biosorption processes? The main advantages are it is very low cost, and of course it is an efficient process, and it will minimize the chemical and biological sludge, and there is no additional treatment of any nutrient is required when you do this biosorption, and the possibility is there for the regeneration of biosorbent, and also at the same time we can also recover the adsorbate like metal or any type of dye also we can recover. The major factors that affect these biosorption processes, mainly the time of contact, how much time the contact of the adsorbate or the biosorbent will be in contact, and the size of the biosorbent, and also what is the concentration of the biosorbent, that is, you can say biosorbent dosage, and then the pH of the solution, at what pH we are doing, and what is the temperature of the complete process, and what is the pollutant concentration, what is the dye concentration. These are the factors that will affect on this biosorption process. The materials I have used in my experimentation is, I have taken the banana leaves near the Salalah in the Dhofar region, and that leaves were completely washed with the deionized water to remove the complete dirt particles. Then these dried leaves are dried in the sunlight and powdered by using the domestic grinder to a size of like 75 micrometers by the screening process, and which were used as a directly, I have used without any pre-treatment for the biosorption of the methylene blue. And then I have prepared the methylene blue solution by using the chemical of methylene blue by dissolving in the distilled water with different concentrations, like from 20 to 100 ppm. And then for the analysis of the final concentration of the methylene blue, I have used an operator's UV spectrophotometer to analyze the concentration of the methylene blue, and some of the balances like and the pH meter. I have used the synchronous Shimaju electronic digital balance, and also the pH meter I have used. So here, to find the procedure, so the effect of hesitation time, first we need to find out to get the optimum contact time and the optimum parameters of the pH, optimum dosage of the adsorbent. So just I have taken the sample of methylene blue, 30 ml of sample I have taken, and I have contacted with the 0.1 grams of the banana leaf powder, and I have shaken in an orbital shaker for about various types of times. And then finally, at the each interval of the time, I have centrifuged the solution, separated the biosorbent and separated the adsorbate or the biosorbate, and then find out the final concentration of the methylene blue in the solution by using the UV spectrophotometer. So here, finally, to measure the percentage biosorption and the dye uptake, I have used these equations like initial concentration minus final concentration divided by initial concentration into 100, and for the dye uptake, the difference of concentrations multiplied by the volume divided by the weight of the dosage. I have used these equations to measure the quantities of percentage biosorption and the dye uptake. So now mainly here, my main objective is to optimize the parameters of this biosorption process by using response surface methodology. So in order to obtain the optimum condition for percentage of methylene blue remover, 4 independent parameters were selected. I have selected the 4 independent parameters like temperature, biosorbent dose, and initial dye concentration, and the pH. But for doing the optimization by using this response surface methodology. What is this response surface methodology is? It is a statistical method that uses the quantitative data from the related experiment to determine any regression model and to optimize the response, that is the output variable. Here my response is the percentage adsorption, which is influenced by the several independent variables. That those are the input variables. Like the input variables here are temperature, pH, biosorbent dose, and the initial dye concentration. So the range of study of for these different parameters I have taken it as temperature, pH, and dose, and the initial dye concentration. And the relationship between these parameters and the response, that is the response is percentage biosorption, were determined using the central composite design. Using the central composite design under the response surface methodology of an design expert software. I have used a software which is design expert software to do this optimization process. So why I have selected this CCD, that is central composite design processes, which is an efficient and flexible and robust process for the optimization. Basically, this CCD was applied as an optimization tool of RSM, that is the response surface methodology, to explore the impact of independent variables on the sorption process. So to explore what are the impact of these independent variables on the sorption, that is biosorption process, I have used this central composite design. The parameters presented here I have taken as a 4 levels, which are coded as -2, -1, 0, +1, and +2 respectively. So totally I have conducted 30 experiments were conducted with 8 star points, that is alpha is 2, and the 6 replicates I have taken to do this CCD design. And for the each experiment, I have calculated the percentage biosorption by using the given equation. So the regression analysis and the graphical analysis of variance, that is ANOVA. Okay, variance also I have found out using the design expert software, and the proportion of variance obtained for the each experiment explained by the multiple coefficient of determination, that is R square value. So in this present study, in my present study of this methylene blue by using the banana leaf powder, the methylene blue removal fitted well with this particular quadratic model. The quadratic equation, if you see here, I have given the quadratic equation. It was fitted well with this particular model, which is obtained from the CCD design, central composite design, in terms of a coded factors, where X1 is the temperature, X2 is pH, X3 is the dose of biosorbent, and X4 is the initial concentration respectively. So if you see in this particular table, it represents the variations in the corresponding coded values of 4 parameters and the response based on the experimental runs. The response is percentage biosorption. On the experimental different types of runs I did and compared with the predicted values by CCD design. So I have conducted 30 experiments, I have observed the values, and I have taken the predicted value by using the CCD design, and the percentage of the methylene blue removal from the aqueous solution by using this response value was in the range of between 49.12 to 75.82%. And if you see this graph, the predicted values and the observed values are almost the same, with less than 0.05 percentage of error. So it shows that the CCD design is on the quadratic equation, whatever we generated, it is suitable for the process of this biosorption of methylene blue by using banana leaf powder. In this ANOVA table, this model was very significant. From this table, we can identify that it was very significant with a model F value of 718.5. And in this study, the determination coefficient was 0.9985, while the rest, that is the error, we can say 0.15%, is explained as the residues. The error obtained in the for this model is 0.168, and the non-significance error explained that the quadratic model was valid for the present work when it was more than 0.05. In this particular table, it shows that the values of T value and the P values. So here it shows that the first order effects of temperature, pH, biosorbent dose, and the initial dye concentration, and also the second order effects are highly significant by the given model by the CCD. So you can observe the P values are almost less than 0.05 only in the 2 cases at the point of x1 multiplied by x2 and the x1 multiplied by x2, and one more is x2 multiplied by x3. The values are more than that, but other than that, all the P values are showing less than 0.05. So from the table of optimizing values which were taken from the CCD design, it shows that 75.86% of methylene blue removal is taken place at a optimum temperature of 39 degrees centigrade with the pH of 5.8 and 0.27 grams of biosorbent dosage with an initial concentration of 53.07 milligram per liter respectively. So these are the optimum values we have taken from the CCD design. Now, coming to the interaction effects of all these 4 parameters on the methylene blue removal. So for representing the methylene blue removal for the bioabsorption capacities, I have taken here some of the surface plots and the contour plots. So if you see here, these plots were represented as a function of two factors at a time by holding the other parameters at the fixed level. So all the surface plots revealed that the low and the high levels of the variables, the capacity of the bioabsorbent was very, very minimal. However, it was noted that there existed a region where neither an increasing nor decreasing trend in the bioabsorption capacity was observed. So this phenomena confirms that there was an existence of optimum for the bioabsorption variables in order to maximize the methylene blue bioabsorption capacity. The interactions were also obtained by the fact that the interaction between them were very significant. I can say the p-value is less than 0.05 and was found solely responsible for the achieving a relatively high dye uptake. We can say the high removal of bioabsorption will take place by using these contour plots. And in these contour plots, the curved contour lines showed that there was an interaction between the temperature and the bioabsorbent dosage, and also there is an interaction between the pH and initial concentration and the bioabsorbent dose and the initial concentration. And the curves shows here the moderate interaction was also found between the temperature and pH. We have the moderate difference or the relation interaction between the temperature and pH graphs, and also between the bioabsorbent dose and the temperature, and again bioabsorbent dosage and the pH. So from these bioabsorption experiments, the performed experiments, it was showed that the optimized process conditions, and it was found that the experimental data obtained was well represented by the present model equation given in the before slide. So I can conclude my experimental work or the research work as the bioabsorption process for the removal of methylene blue by using the banana leaf powder as bioabsorbent is worked well, and it can be an efficient and eco-friendly process. And the significant interaction was observed in the methylene blue removal with the combination of effects of temperature, pH, dose, and the initial methylene blue concentration. And as I explained before, the optimum conditions I achieved are 75% and 5.53 mg per liter of methylene blue. And the banana leaves are at pH of 5.8 and 39.4 degrees centigrade. And the dosage of the adsorbent is 0.27 grams of bioabsorbent dosage. So this is how I can show that the bioabsorption process works well for the removal of any type of effluent by using any type of waste material which is available, and also by using the response surface methodology, which is an optimization tool we can use for the reducing the number of experiments and to get the optimum values. So these are the different references I have taken for doing my PowerPoint presentation and my research work. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh, for a very nice presentation. We just have time for 2 questions. So already I received 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
Question 1 is why you opted for response surface methodology? There are other optimization techniques which are more robust than RSM. So what was the reason you went for RSM?
Yes, sir. Basically, we have one more method also, like Ganucci method is also there, sir, for doing the optimization, Taguchi method. So the main reason for selecting this response surface methodology is it is a function of different control factors, and it can clearly be visualized through the 3D response surfaces in RSM, sir. So by using the 3D response surfaces, we can analyze how effectively we can do the optimization, and we can get the optimization we can see. Whereas, for example, if you say that Taguchi technology, it provides only the average value of response for a particular level of control factors. We cannot get the 3D response by using the Taguchi method.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One other question: what wavelength of UV was used for methylene blue absorption using banana leaf? So, what UV wavelength is selected?
You mean for the methylene blue analysis? So what is the wavelength?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Actually, we did the calibration curve for finding out the wavelength at different concentrations. We found that around 240 nanometers, the wavelength we have used for analyzing the methylene blue by using a UV spectrophotometer.
Thank you so much, brother, for your very nice talk.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much. Okay, now we will move to our next presenter. Let's see. I hope that now it is working with Dr. Yasin, so
yes.
he can
Yes,
start.
Yes, Mr. Coordinator. Thank you and forgive me for this mistake and error connected to the connection.
Yes, it's visible. You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President and Coordinator. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. Good morning and welcome to my presentation. My name is Yasin Al-Nasiri and I am doctor in material science at Shuaib Dukkali University at Jeddah, Morocco. The topic of my presentation is efficiency, economic and environmental of the phosphogypsum conversion by potassium compounds. My presentation is divided into three main parts. Firstly, I will talk about the phosphogypsum characterization. Secondly, I will look at the conversion of the phosphogypsum. And finally, I will focus on the economical and environmental interests of the phosphogypsum conversion. Let's start with a brief introduction about the phosphogypsum. Phosphogypsum is an acidic byproduct obtained during the phosphoric acid production from the phosphate rock by the weight process. For 1 ton of phosphoric acid produced, about 3 to 5 of tons of phosphogypsum are generated. And the worldwide phosphogypsum generation is estimated to be more than 200 million tons per year. A small part of these byproducts is used in the industry, and the rest is stored in the open air or dumped into water bodies. Moreover, the presence of the impurities and hazardous elements in phosphogypsum waste may cause several environmental problems in a long term. Numerous researchers in the world interested to apply the phosphogypsum in the different domains. At present, phosphogypsum can be used in the agriculture, cement, and plaster industry. Moving on to the results obtained from the phosphogypsum characterization. As you can see in this figure, the XRD diffractogram of the phosphogypsum sample shows clearly that the phosphogypsum is composed by gypsum, mainly of gypsum, with a low quantity of quartz. The next figure shows the infrared spectrum of phosphogypsum sample compared to that of the pure gypsum. It indicates the presence of all bonds of characteristic of gypsum except a bond at 837 centimeter, which correspond to HPO syncrystallized with gypsum. The vibration bond frequencies and assignments for phosphogypsum are listed in the following table. For the morphological structure of phosphogypsum sample, it was observed by same technique. We observed that the crystal forms is tabular with size grading from 5 to 30 micron. This morphology can be explained by the process of alkaline and HPO syncrystallized agents. Now, I will focus on the chemical composition of phosphogypsum. In the light of this analysis, we can notice clearly that the composition of phosphogypsum are dominated by calcium, sulfur, and water, accompanied by the major impurities like silica and phosphorus. Usually, the variation of this percentage of these dominant elements is due to the substitution of calcium or sulfur by other chemical elements having the same charge and similar size during the digestion of phosphate rock by sulfuric acid. Our phosphogypsum samples contains also the toxic and heavy metal such as lead and cadmium, which are considered as dangerous elements for the environment and for human health, especially when their concentration exceed the standards. Moving on to the phosphogypsum conversion process. The first process consists preparing potassium sulfate from the phosphogypsum dissolution in potassium chloride as indicate this reaction. Generally, several disadvantages intersect the production of the potassium sulfate by this process, such as high energy consumption, high chloride content in potassium sulfate salt, and the difficulty of separating this salt from the others. It occurs and other phase is occurs, which require the addition of the other solvents, such ammonia, or alcohol. The next, the proposed process the proposed consists, which realized in our laboratory, consists preparing calcium carbonate and calcium hydroxide and potassium sulfate from the dissolution of the phosphogypsum in the stoichiometric potassium carbonate and potassium hydroxide respectively at room temperature under constant stirring as indicate this figure. The reaction 3 and 4 move to the direction to the formation of the formation of the potassium sulfate and the precipitation of calcium carbonate and calcium hydroxide, because these latter are less soluble than gypsum. Let's look at the XRD characterization of the obtained products. For the firstly, for the precipitate. The diffractogram of the precipitate P1 is shown in this figure. The obtained result display clearly that the formation of a single phase which corresponds to calcium carbonate. In addition, a small amount of silica was also appeared. The XRD diffractogram of the precipitate P2 indicates the presence of a major phase corresponds to the calcium hydroxide. Also, allow intensity peaks are detected, which can be attributed to the calcium carbonate. The presence of these latter are explained by the absorption of the atmospheric carbon dioxide by calcium hydroxide to form calcium carbonate. For the salt, as you can see in this figure, the diffractogram of the salt recovered from the filter F1 and F2 show that it is mostly formed by the potassium sulfate. Let's look at the chemical composition of the obtained products for the precipitate and the salt. The obtained precipitate P1 and P2 contains about 96 and 95% of calcium carbonate and calcium hydroxide respectively. This rational percentage is normal, taken account the insoluble impurities which are almost taken account the insoluble impurities which contain in the phosphogypsum, which are almost doubled when the phosphogypsum is converted to these calcium compounds. The obtained salts are characterized by high contents of sulfur and potassium. The presence of impurities in these salts are due to the calcium compounds, fine particles, which move to the salts during the filtration. For more information about the physical chemical properties of the obtained products, we can see the previous work realized in our laboratory. Let's turn now to the final parts. In the order to judge the feasibility of this proposed phosphogypsum conversion process, a simple study was achieved to estimate the cost of the different reagents and products. For 15 million tons of phosphogypsum generated annually by the filtration industry of the Morocco, this approach could be very economical, and indeed is permitting Morocco to benefit from 8,071 million dollars per year, which could cover largely the cost of the transport, the energy, and the water used during this process. And the environmental side, the process for remains environmentally sustainable for the management of phosphogypsum. It's reduced the quantity of phosphogypsum by half and contributed to reduce the carbon dioxide emission when you using the obtained calcium hydroxide as absorbent of dioxide of carbon dioxide. Now for the process 3, the conversion by carbonate potassium carbonate, it can benefit Morocco about 4,679 million per year, dollar per year. In addition, the environmental interest of this process is reducing the quantity of phosphogypsum rejected, and obtained calcium carbonate can be considered as a resource. Also, a significant amount of this obtained calcium carbonate could be used by the phosphate industry for remediation of the acid mean drainage, our use in the environmental cycle. Calcium carbonate and calcium oxide, like as absorbent of carbon dioxide. To conclude this part, I'd like to say the nature and the physical-chemical properties of the Moroccan phosphogypsum studied in this work are similar to those of other phosphogypsum of sedimentary origin in the world. From an environmental point of view, it's clear that the impurities contained in the phosphogypsum sample remains low, but they present a risk of environmental impact, especially when they are concentrated in a large quantity and moved by leaching or erosion. The conversion of phosphogypsum by potassium carbonate and potassium hydroxide takes place in pure aqueous solution at room temperature and atmospheric pressure. The result of the analysis carried out on the final products show clearly that the precipitates are formed a single phase which correspond to calcium carbonate and calcium hydroxide with a high purity degrees. The recovered potassium sulfate salts are pure and non-toxic because the most of insoluble impurities are passing into the precipitate. In addition, the proposed phosphogypsum conversion by potassium carbonate and potassium sulfate are environmentally sustainable for phosphogypsum management. And the economical side, the phosphogypsum conversion by potassium carbonate and potassium hydroxide are economical feasible. In the other hand, the phosphogypsum conversion by potassium chloride rest generally economical inapplicable. And thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yassin. It was a really nice and interesting presentation. We have just one time for a simple one question, if there is any question.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't receive any question comment. Just quickly one comment, because you said that it is usually this phosphogypsum, it is dumped, which is causing a lot of environmental issue. Was there any other approach before your current studies that beside dumping we can convert it to some products? This was the novel first time you have worked on that? Instead of wasting that, was there any other approach to convert it to some suitable products or other products, beneficiary product, or first time you have tried this work?
Yes, yes, it's existed. The other approach for valorization or conversion, the Moroccan phosphogypsum, such as conversion by fluoride, by acid fluoric and ammonia to produce bicarbonate, to produce to produce the sodium hydrogen sulfate monohydrate, such as example, and exist that other conversion of the Moroccan phosphogypsum in the such as the conversion by conversion by
it means that there are some other possibilities of its conversion. Some other things are also going on, but you can convert them to the products which you already sold with KOH, NaOH, etc. You can reuse them or you can get valuable components of that phosphogypsum. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much for your very nice presentation.
Yes, for other
discuss more, but we are running out of time. So, okay, we will go for our next presentation now. Our next presenter is.
For other the tie our the question, you can be send to email for contact and at email yasin@gmail.com.
Sure.
You can ask me and to give the response because
sure. All your details are with us, so we can interact more through email, inshallah. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Khidir from the Far University. He will be presenting design of defective binary photonic crystals for sensing application. Dr. Khidir, over to you. Dr. Khidir, can you listen to me?
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. Do you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me switch my cam as well. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I hope you hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. If you can share your screen, please.
Can you switch on my cam as well, the video? Because I'm stopped by the host.
Maybe some other screen is open.
Yeah, start my video. Yeah, I think now it's okay. And I'm going to share this one. Share. Is it okay now?
Oh, yes, it's clear.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. And good morning, everybody. I would like first to thank Dr. Mazhar al-Islam, the chair of this session, as well as the session judges, Dr. Wasi and Dr. Muhammad Khan. Do you hear me? Just to confirm the sound that is.
Yes, we can hear. Dr. Khidir, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm here to present my finding in this recent research. So the title of my presentation is Design of Defective Binary Photonic Crystals for Sensing Application. I'm from the mathematics department, mathematics and science department at Dhofar University. So as an introduction, researchers have been working on designing and fabricating photonic crystals, or shortly PCs, since 1987. PCs are used in different applications, such as biomedicine, environmental biotechnology and biosensing, optical communication, and optoelectronics. PC is an artificial structure that consists of multiple unit cells. Each of them comprises alternating layers of different materials, having different refractive indices. So the incident radiation on the surface of the PC suffers multiple reflections or transmissions on the surfaces of the adjacent layers. The main attracting feature of the PC is its photonic bandgap, or shortly PBG, which develops in the transmittance or reflectance spectrums in some range of wavelength. In this work, we theoretically propose a design of the fictive PC consists of 10 unit cells. Each unit cell consists of silicon dioxide or silicon dioxide layers. A defect layer that will contain the analyte to be sensed is introduced in the middle of the structure. The structural parameters used in this design are the thickness of a silicon layer is 35 nanometer. The thickness of silicon dioxide layer is 91 nanometer, and the thickness of the defect layer is 1 micrometer. If you refer to this graph, this shows the, let me just enlarge it. This shows the proposed structure, where the blue-colored region refers to the silicon material. The yellow-colored region refers to the silicon dioxide material. So these two layers together will form what we call the unit cell. In the middle here, you can see the red-colored region, which refers to the defect. The defect is a gap between the two between the two halves of the photonic crystal. And this gap will be used for sensing. It means the analyte to be sensed should put inside the gap for sensing. So in this structure, we have 5 unit cells to the left of this gap, and another 5 unit cells to the right of this gap. So in total, we have 10 unit cells plus the defective region. Now, when the incident light hits the surface of the crystal here at an angle, let's say theta 0, then part of the light will be reflected back in vacuum, and the other part will be transmitted in the crystal. However, this transmitted light will again be reflected and transmitted at each surface between 2 adjacent layers. Ultimately, the light will exit from the crystal, and this light, we call it the transmitted light from the crystal. So at the end, we will have the output or the radiation, the output radiation here. So in this work, what we are doing is we are finding the transmittance of the transmitted light as a function of the wavelength of the incident light. And based on that, we can see the variation of the intensity of the transmitted light. So the results obtained here are shown in this figure. So we used the well-known method, which is called the transfer matrix method, to calculate the transmittance of the proposed structure. So this figure shows actually two curves, the red-colored one and the blue-colored one. So the red-colored one is obtained when there is no defect layer in the middle of the structure. Means we have only normal photonic crystal without the red region, without a defective layer. The transmission here, or the transmittance spectrum, shows a photonic band gap. Photonic band gap means, sorry, the transmittance is almost 0. So when the intensity of the transmitted light is almost zero, then we will have what we call the photonic band gap. You can see here on the y-axis, we have the transmittance. It starts from 0 up to 1. And on the x-axis, we have the wavelength in nanometer. So the width of this band gap is around 300 nanometers, starts from 450 nanometer to the 750 nanometer. So this band gap actually is a very wide band gap, and it cannot be used for sensing application. Therefore, we have to modify the structure of our PC in such a way to be suitable for sensing applications. So what we did is we introduced in the middle of the structure the defect layer. So when the defect layer is filled with just mere air, and we did the transmittance spectrum again, we found this very sharp peak in the blue color. We call it the resonant peak that developed at 700 nanometer. And this peak actually developed within the photonic band gap. So there is a photonic band gap in the blue colored one. And inside this photonic band gap, we have the resonant peak. Now, the key feature of this design is this resonant wavelength, or the resonant peak. Why? Because the spectral location of this resonant peak depends on the refractive index of the analyte that is filling the defect layer. Now, in this graph, we used only air, and the refractive index of air is around 1.0, and we got this resonant peak. So what we did next is we used different types of cancerous blood cells in the defect region, or in defect layer. We started first with the normal blood cell, where the refractive index of the blood cells is 1.35, and we obtained the transmittance spectrum, which you can see here in the graph to the right, the blue colored one. So it shows a resonant peak at a wavelength of about 705 nanometer or so. So the next we used another type of blood cells. Actually, it's called JURCAT. It's one type of cancerous blood cells with a refractive index of 1.39. And we did the simulation again, and we got another spectrum, or another resonant peak at different spectral location. And then we used the new type, or the other type of cancerous blood cells, which called HeLa, followed by PC112 or PC12, MDA, MCF7. All these are different types of cancerous blood cells. And at each time we simulated we obtained the transmittance spectrum, and we found resonant peak at a new or a different resonant wavelength. So which means that this design can be used to sense the different types of cancer blood cells, as the refractive indices of these cancerous blood cells are different from one to another. The beauty of this design is it can sense a very tiny change in the refractive index. If you notice here, the difference in refractive index between JURCAT and HeLa is around 0.002, which is a very tiny change in refractive index. However, the transmittance spectrum shows there is a variation in the resonant peak. And that's why this design is considered as a good sensor for this type of blood cells. And now, next, we wanted to know the relation between the resonant wavelength and the refractive index. And it was, actually, the relation was linear relation. You can see here the resonant wavelength versus the refractive index. And these blue colored dots are the values obtained from the simulation. And the red colored line is a fitted line. So it shows that the relation between the resonant wavelength and the refractive index is a linear relation. And actually, this is in consistency with the published work in the literature for different designs and for different materials. Now, this figure resembles what we have seen earlier in figure 4, but we call it density colored plot. And this plot is mapping the variation of the transmittance of the proposed BC structure with the wavelength for different refractive indices. You can see here in the x-axis, we have the wavelength. In the y-axis, we have the refractive index. And we have some colors here. So the colors here refers to the intensity of the transmitted light. So the red colored region here refers to the minimum transmittance, while the blue colored region refers to the maximum transmittance. So the blue colored line here confirms the linear relation between the refractive index and the resonant wavelength. You can see here the transmittance along this line will be maximum, while in the other region will be a minimum value of transmittance. Now to study the efficiency of the yes.
Sorry for interruption. Can we go a little faster? The time is running.
Yeah, okay, just 2 minutes. So to confirm the sensitivity of the structure, we calculated some characteristic parameters of the proposed structure. You can see in this table here, we have the blood cell types, refractive index, S is the sensitivity, and Q is the quality factor, FOM is the figure of merit, and load is the limit of detection. All these parameters can be calculated using the equations which you see in the left side. And these are the values obtained. The values of these parameters indicate that the proposed structure is very efficient. So as a conclusion here, we have successfully designed a novel binary photonic crystal that can be used as a biosensor to detect the cancerous blood cells. The characteristic parameters of the proposed structure indicate that the sensor is very efficient. Here we have some references. Okay, thank you very much. This is the time for Q&A if you have any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khidr, for a very, very nice and interesting presentation. And now we have a time for 1 or 2 questions. You can put in the chat or you can ask directly. Okay, so I don't have, there's no question. Just one quick question. It's because for my interest, it's a biological application of your work. If you can slightly more elaborate that, its application on biological side or chemical side.
Yes, yes. This photonic crystal can be used in different applications, as I mentioned earlier, including the chemical and biochemical application. Recently, we did publish an article about about actually detecting the fat volume in the commercial milk. It's photonic crystal as well. And also we are working, or we submitted an article which is about to be published very soon about detecting the what we call the nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles in dielectric materials. So the diameter and the volume concentration, we call it the filling factor, can be sensed by that photonic crystal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Khidr.
Well, thank you.
Nice.
Bye. Bye.
Now we will move towards our next presenter. Our next presenter is Miss Fatima Hafid. She was the former student of College of Engineering in the Chemical Engineering, and she is working as a young researcher in Department of Chemical Engineering. She will be explaining the work synthesis of bacteriocellulose from expired juices. So Miss Fatima, over to you.
Yes. Do you hear me, doctor?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My name is Fatima Hafid Ba'bood. First of all, I would like to thank SISE for giving us the chance to present our research in this pleasant meeting. My presentation will be about synthesis of bacterial cellulose from expired juices, which is an object that I have been working on since my BA studies, and I would like to continue my work on this project until it sees the light in their nearest future, for it has a significant impact on our dear environment. Loss of food items and other edible materials has grasped immense interest around the world. This loss not only causes economic losses, reduction of food reservoirs, but also add a lot to the increasing pollution issue. Most of the lost expired food items are discarded, the result in environmental pollution, including both water and air pollution. Reusability of these food items and expired materials can bring impressive benefits to both economical and environmental sectors. So first of all, waste. Let's start with the definition of waste. Waste is unwanted materials that no longer has a use or purpose and need to be disposed. Environmental impacts and can cause serious problems. The waste has three types. The first is liquid waste, second is solid waste, and the third one is gaseous waste. It is unfortunate phenomena that happens in almost every part of the world, and this picture are an example for it. So now I will move to the second point, which is the impact. One of the impacts that food waste causes economic loss. That's why we will talk about the economic losses of food waste in Oman. There are an example of that. First, the estimate household food waste in Oman is 95 kilogram per capita in 2019. Second, 27% of municipal waste in Oman consists of food items worth 57 Riyal Omani million a year. And 205 Riyal Omani is average spend on food for Omani family per month. Out of 850 grams from their food, 184 gram is waste. How to manage food waste? We have two solutions by which we can manage food waste. First, reduction of food waste. This picture shows some solution to reduce the food waste. Second, which is main focus and the topic of our studies, and how to convert waste materials, in our case expired juice and fruit waste, into viable bioproducts. This I will talk deeply in my presentation today. Bacteria cellulose is an organic compound produced by a specific type of bacteria, and the bacteria cellulose has similar chemical structure of plant cellulose, but more purities. And also to produce cellulose, a lot of glucose molecule join end to end to form cellulose. And this is the picture for bacterial cellulose. This kind of bacteria apply in many uses. There are an example of that many uses. You can find in cosmetic, in industrial materials, in food waste, and medicine. We can produce BC sheet from different sources here in Oman, like expired juices, sugar cane, coconut water, industrial waste, and fruit or vegetable waste. This research this research work was aimed to develop some methodologies of converting raw waste material into viable bioproduct. Expired juice of local industries were selected as a raw source of preparing important biopolymer BC. So this study to produce money from waste. We wish to improve the economy in Oman by using unexpired juice to produce the BC rather than throwing it away and not taking advantage of it and contributing to pollution of the environment. So we will preserve the environment and contribute to lifting of the Omani economy and the contribution, even if a little, to the state that give us a lot. Now I will start to talk about what we have achieved for so far. First of all, from our static cultivation strategy, a BC sheet was prepared from expired juices. Then, after finishing of some process like pre-culture and culture media, then kept in a static incubator around 1 week. Next we observed that BC will start appear with the thin sheet. Then the thickness will increase with passing time. And this is a process for small scale. Beside of expired juice, we use waste fruit for a large scale. After we get the result which require and the bacteria was grown, we collect them in a flask and wash and separate each of sheet from each juice and put it in autoclave to remove the dust and get the completely clean BC sheet. To check the quality of our BC sheet, we did some analysis like SEM analysis. It is structural analysis to see the morphology of BC and for BC fiber structure are similar to control BC sheet. And we did also for atomic absorption analysis to know the ability of BC for absorbing of heavy metals, and this was the result. For zinc we got 80.04, and for copper 61.27%, for iron 38.31, and for copper around 26. Desorption analysis to know the ability of BC to keep what's already absorbed of heavy metals or to remove heavy metals from water. And this table shows the result for this analysis. The last analysis was water holding capacity. In this process, the pure nature of the cellulose sheet allow it to hold a large amount of water. So we will collect the following data to show the high water holding capacity of cellulose sheet. This slide manifests the harvest of the hard work we saw. This picture are proof that BC sheet that we produce from waste can be turned into commercial product as you see in this picture that we have done in our lab, like wallets from BC sheet, t-shirt, dress of doll, handbag, facial mask, flag from BC sheet, and also flower from BC sheet. and which means that we have achieved our objective as an engineer to reduce pollution and enhance economy. In conclusion, BC was synthesized from different waste sources, and produced BC sheet indicate excellent physical, mechanical, and biological properties. Different commercial items were developed from BC sheet. Use of cheaply developed BC sheet is important for both sector, economical and environmental. For our project outcomes, we got Best Paper Award in 9th Symposium on Engineering Final Year Project in Nezwa University. And we got second prize in the Royal Army Science Club competition for the best innovation among universities and engineering college in the Sultanate of Oman in 2019. For acknowledgement, this project was sponsored by TRC. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima, for your nice presentation. The floor is open for any question. Okay, there is a question. Which waste source was the best in obtaining high quality of BC sheets?
Actually, the melon was the best one.
Melon, okay. This
Yeah,
question
for
from
melon.
Student,
Yellow melon, in specific.
Melon. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, just I want to ask you one thing. You said that it has high capabilities of metal absorption. So what is its link with application? If it can absorb heavy metal, okay. But what is the link with application?
And absorption. Analysis. Again, doctor, sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't hear you.
Showed slides that BC can absorb heavy metals. Okay, it can absorb, but what is application of BC? Can we apply
application
this
of BC sheet?
property of BC?
Any properties? If
this property of BC of absorbing heavy metals.
Property of BC sheet. Okay. Actually, the property it have high water absorption.
Okay, high metal.
Yeah. For heavy metals, also release the heavy metals, so it can be pure.
Okay, so you studied that heavy metal absorption from water. So I mean, it can be used for water purification. Yes, you have to work on that. How can you apply it practically for water purification as a filter membrane or other? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation.
You're welcome, doctor.
Fatima, you can remove your slides.
Is it okay now?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Dr. Ayaz, you can start now.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. So, assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you to organizing committee of this conference. And today, I am going to share my review article, Carbon Dioxide Sequestration on Biomass Type Biochar. Is it okay? My voice is okay? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So in this presentation, I am going to cover about the introduction and overview regarding biochar and carbon dioxide sequestration.
Dr. Ayaz, can you share your screen?
I did not share. Okay, sorry.
Okay, it's fine.
So today I am going to share my experience in field of biochar and carbon dioxide sequestration. Here I will cover the introduction and overview regarding the application of biochar and how to remove or reduce the concentration of carbon dioxide, classification and modules of technologies for capturing CO2 from the air, overview of biochar properties and its application, particular applications in carbon dioxide sequestration, and conclusion. As we all aware about that, the biomass is a major problem in the whole wide world. So, and this is the best way to reduce the biomass, as well as we can use that biomass. We can convert that biomass in a biochar, and that can be utilized for enhancement the soil fertility and enhancement the water holding capacity of soil and carbon dioxide sequestration as well. So the science of biochar is maturing and marketplace in developing around proven crop response. Climate disruptions is driving many applications where the status quo is just not working anymore. In this conference or in this lecture, I will cover the need to know how to assess the need and fill the knowledge gaps, analyze the technology readiness, and confirm result and prepare for the success in biochar. This section summarizes the core phenomena that make the biochar unique as a material and possible solution to climate changes. As we are aware about the greenhouse gases, so carbon dioxide is a major component of that, and carbon dioxide is also responsible for the global warming. So before pre-industrial time, the concentration of carbon dioxide was 255 to 280 ppm approximately, but it is quickly increased after the industrialization, or we can say present time, the concentration of carbon dioxide reached up to 409 ppm. By the end of this 21st century, it is expected, as per the data published in different journals and research findings, it's expected that the carbon dioxide concentration will reach up to 700 ppm. And as we know, as the temperature of carbon dioxide concentration will increase, it directly linked to the global warming. So it is also expected the temperature will be increased 1.5 to 6.4 degrees centigrade. And we are the witness of this as well. Therefore, the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions, especially from the industrial activities, has become the prime concern for environmental sustainability. And this work is going on, and this work needs more improvement to apply or to make the technology available for everyone. Sorry. In order to lessen the greenhouse effect, carbon dioxide capture and storage is an effective countermeasure to reduce the anthropogenic CO2 emission into the atmosphere. From the fuel burning point of view, three different methods can be employed for the mitigation of CO2 emission. They include pre-combustion, post-combustion, and oxy-combustion. Furthermore, 4 main routes have been developed for the purpose of capturing CO2: absorption, adsorption, membrane diffusion, and cryogenic separation. Many solutions have been developed in regards to absorption technique. Commonly adopted media for CO2 absorption includes Selexol for pre-combustion capture, and the solution of sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, and many more can be used for the removal of or absorption of carbon dioxide. The techniques or modules which can be used for the carbon dioxide capturing from the air. The air capture of CO2 involves the separation of a gases at or at a low partial pressure from a mixture of inert or not to so inert gases. Separation of gases in general can be conducted using one of only a few methodologies. Here we can say that three methodologies which can be applied for the removal of carbon dioxide or capturing of carbon dioxide: membrane separation, selective condensation, and chemical scrubbing. Many more study has been done and we have more techniques, but the common techniques which we had covered in this review that are listed here. The first two methods needs more amount or large amount of atmospheric air to be precise, and it can be considered as uneconomic, means more funding is required, more work is required. So chemical scrubbing is the best way to reduce or to capture the carbon dioxide. As a result, many alkali scrubbing agents can reduce the residual partial pressure of CO2 in a gas stream to very low level. Chemical scrubbing is a vile air capture methodology, which could be used directly or indirectly. All proposed air capture methods rely on the chemical scrubbing of some kind. This may be using simple scrubbing agents such as sodium hydroxide in a scrubbing tubber, or calcium hydroxide dissolved in seawater, and many more techniques are available. So here, basically, we must know, and as we are aware about the biosorbent and so on, so biochar also can be used as a biosorbent. So biochar such as wood, charcoal, and crop residual dried char refer to the carbon-rich residue from pyrolysis or incomplete combustion of biomass. Agriculture-based residual, including the corn cob, elephant grass, and rapeseed oil cake, are widely available low-cost raw material to produce the biochar, as well as bio-oil and gases. Increasingly recognized as a multifunctional material, biochar has been explored for agriculture and environmental application. Biochar amendment can improve the soil fertility for crop production by enhancing the retention of fertilizer and encouraging the host of beneficial microorganisms. Due to its capability of carbon storage and reducing or suppressing the carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide production in the soil, biochar may contribute to the atmosphere greenhouse gases reduction. Furthermore, biochar is recognized as high efficient and cost-effective solvent for different kind of pollutant removal. For example, the pine needle derived biochar, which sorbs the naphthalene, nitrobenzene, metadinitrobenzene effectively, can be used as an environmental engineered solvent for aqueous organic contaminant removal and soil immobilization. Straw waste biochar was recognized as a substitute of activated carbon to remove the reactive brilliant blue or rhodamine B. Dairy manure biochar could effectively remove the lead and atrazine simultaneously. So it can be used as a sorbent or biosorbent. Biochar is produced by the combustion of biomass in a low zero oxygen environment called pyrolysis. The product of this is solid fraction known as char, a liquid fraction like known as bio oil, and a gaseous fraction. The later two products can be used to generate the energy, and the char can be land filled or used to enrich the agricultural land, where it has been known to enhance the crop yield. Biochar could allow the CO2 to be removed from the air if the carbon is effectively locked into the soil. The process technology involved in producing biochar is considered to be a small scale and non-capital intensive, so the process lends itself to the farmer. A small landowner and local authorities in developed nations could assist in rural diversification and poverty alleviation in the developing nations. The scalability of biochar as a CO2 mitigation option will depend on the number of factors, including available biomass, feedstocks, scalability of pyrolysis process technology, and logistic consideration for the large-scale biomass feedstock supply chain. There are also substantial uncertainties with the pyrolysis process technology. Present projections are based on the small-scale system and the impact of scaling up processes. Improvement from learning by doing and agronomic yield benefit of adding biochar to the soil make the economic of biochar production at the commercial level. Additionally, further work is required to improve understanding of the influence of pyrolysis process, conditions, and feedstock on biochar yield. The stability of carbon in the char, its interaction in different conditions, storage capacity of char in the soil, and effect on yield in different climates. Priming potential of biochar products. Biochar can be utilized or can be utilized as a magnetic. Biochar have the magnetic property. We can prepare the biochar like a magnetic material, and the effect of biochar application to the soil fertility. Based on this study, we have found that 3 noble magnetic biochar, MOP 250, MOP 400, and MOP 700, which is prepared or pyrolyzed under the different temperature, 250, 400, and 700 degrees centigrade with the iron oxide magnetic formation. Introducing the magnetic medium by chemical co-precipitation is an efficient method to enable the solvent to be effectively separated by the magnetic separating techniques.
Dr. Effect, can you please slightly go quickly?
Okay. Effect of biochar application to the soil fertility. Biochar, based on the study in different fields, especially in Terra Preta in the Amazon basin, it's represented that that have higher soil fertility and carbon content than the neighboring natural soils. So based on all studies, it's clear that biochar, if we use the biochar in the soil, they will increase the soil fertility. They have the economic trade-off between the biochar and bio-oil, and how much biochar should be added to the soil and how long the biochar will be last. So based on the study of Yader et al., they have examined that the economic trade-off in the joint production of biochar and bio-oil from the cellulose biomass. The pyrolysis process can be performed at a different final temperature and a different heating rates. So different product will be formed based on the heating rate. Based on the study, it's showing that the Amazon dark earth, that is known as Terra Preta, and Indian black earth, they have the which contain approximately 3 times more soil organic matter, nitrogen, phosphorus, as compared to the adjacent soil, and they have the twice fertility or productivity, productive soil. The concentration, as per the study, 250 milligrams in Terra Preta in the upper layer of 30 centimeter, and as compared to the 100 milligram in normal soil. If you consider that the layer up 1 meter, the approximate amount of biochar is available is 500 milligram. Lemon et al. In 2000 concluded that the crop respond positively to the biochar addition up to 50 milligram carbon per hectare. So biochar will, based on.
Can we move towards the conclusion side?
Yeah,
we have just 10 minutes and we have other presenters.
Okay, thank you. Biochar can be exist for long time based on the study. And conclusion for this, this article presents the results from the critical review of literature assessing the various characteristic and application of biochar for capturing of CO2 or sequestration of CO2 and other factors, the soil fertility. It will improve the soil fertility and it can be used these techniques to improve the fertility of the soil. And this is essential if these technology are going to be available in the time scale that may be needed to make a meaningful contribution to the limiting cumulative CO2 emission to the atmosphere. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayaz. It would be great if we can further interact with you, but unfortunately running out of time.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Doctor.
Welcome.
Okay. It would be great if we could have interacted with you, but because of we don't have much time now, so we will move to our next presenter.
No, it's
Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Dr. Siri Maha. He will be from Niswa University. He will be presenting an electrochemical route for synthesis of porous TI biomedical alloys. Dr. Siri, if I can request you if you can sum up in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes. Please proceed.
Okay. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present my work. Okay. So basically, I would like to discuss an electrochemical route for the synthesis of porous titanium biomedical alloys. The work for this project has been carried out mostly at University of Cambridge, and we have collaborations from University of Niswa and University of VIT University from India. So first of all, what we are going to discuss about within this talk is that I'll be discussing about biomedical alloys and biological safety of metals, and what are the other methods for the production of biomedical alloys, and what is new in this particular method. We are going to use a new method called free forging Cambridge process for the production of titanium-based biomedical alloys. And after the introducing about this technique, we will be discussing about various titanium-based alloys which were produced in our laboratory and how we have characterized that phase, microstructure, corrosion properties, mechanical properties, all those things, how we have evaluated. We'll be discussing about that. And towards the end, we will be concluding from what we have understood from this process. So first of all, biomedical alloys. So these are body compatible alloys. So they are used for replacement of damaged heart tissue organs within human beings. So if a person is met with an accident and if his bone, if it is beyond a repairable stage, then that bone will be replaced with a biomedical alloy. So if we see the structure of a bone, we have the outer part and the inner part. The outer part is called cortical bone and the inner part is called the cancellous bone. So the inner part of the bone is porous in nature, as you are seeing here. 200 micrometer pores will be there within the inner part of the bone. And both outer part as well as inner part, they will have a compound called hydroxyapatite. So that is nothing but a kind of calcium phosphate. So that will be there. That is the structural material for both outer and inner parts of the bone. And if you see the diagram here, we can use biomedical alloys for replacement of bones at different places, like knee replacement, like bone fixation, hip replacement. Damaged hip is there, means we can replace that with biomedical alloys like that. Now, if you see, there are different kinds of metals. We have got S block, D block, like the different kinds of metals are there. This is a graph which shows the growth of the cells, which metals support the growth of the cells. So, just a minute. Okay. So if you see this graph, we can see that titanium, zirconium, all these metals, tin, all these metals, they will support the growth of the cells. So if we prepare alloys with cobalt or chromium or vanadium and all, they are poisonous to the cells. They will not allow the cells to grow. But if you prepare the alloys with titanium, tin, and other kinds of metals, they are very helpful for the growth of the cells. And second thing, what we will be seeing is excuse me. My PowerPoint has got stuck, it seems. Okay. So another thing what we will be discussing is the cytotoxicity of different metals. So here the metals which are supportive to the cell growth, those are titanium, tin, zirconium, all these things. Another one is biocompatibility of different metals. So titanium, niobium, tin, all these metals are very much biocompatible. Okay. So you can see here, titanium, niobium, zirconium, all these metals are very much biocompatible. So how can I minimize this? Okay. And then another factor which is very important for us is the mechanical compatibility of the biomedical alloys. So if you see, there are two very important properties which are very useful for us. One is called the elastic modulus and the hardness of the alloys. So generally, normal bone that will be having an elastic modulus of around 0.1 to 30 gigapascal. So the hard part of the bone will be having around 30 gigapascal or 10 to 30 gigapascal elastic modulus, whereas the soft part, it will be having lower elastic modulus. And similarly, the hardness also is very important for us. So because if the alloy is very much hard, then it becomes brittle and it may break. So what is the importance of this elastic modulus is, if the elastic modulus of the biomedical alloy is not comparable with that of the human bone, then that alloy or then that implant will be getting loosened from the body. So that means after doing a surgery, after some time, the implant will be getting loosened from the body and we need a revision surgery. So to avoid that, we need to have biomedical alloys with elastic modulus whose values are comparable with that of the human bone. So now what process we have used? We have used a process called Frey-Farthing-Chen-Cambridge process. This process was discovered at University of Cambridge. In this process, what we do is a mixed oxide. That means if you want to prepare titanium, niobium, tin alloy, we will take a mixed oxide precursor. That means titanium oxide, niobium oxide, tin oxide mixture we will press that one into the form of a pellet and we will heat treat at high temperatures. That is, we will do sintering at around 900-950 degrees centigrade. Then we will evaluate the porosity of that disc. Then we will electro-deoxidize in molten salts, high temperature molten salts. During electro-deoxidation, what will happen is, we will use a graphite as the anode, a metal oxide as the cathode, and from the metal oxide or mixed oxide, the oxygen ions, they will be expelled away from this cathode. So after expelling oxygen ions from this cathode, the remaining mass what we get is the alloy. So like that, we will be able to prepare so many kinds of titanium-based biomedical alloys. So what is the thermodynamic base for this method? We can see here titanium oxide, niobium oxide, tin oxide. For decomposing titanium oxide into titanium, niobium oxide into niobium, like that tin oxide into tin, the amount or the voltage or the potential what is required is 1.8, 1.4, 0.8 like that. Whereas the calcium chloride, which is used as the electrolyte for decomposing that, we need to apply around 3.2 volt. So within this potential window, we will be able to deoxidize all these metal oxides to form the respective alloys. And this is the first set of experiments which we have done for production of titanium niobium alloys. So titanium oxide, niobium oxide discs were sintered at higher temperature, 950 degrees centigrade. You can see after sintering, we are only seeing titanium oxide phase and titanium niobate phase. So all the niobium oxide which was used for preparation of these pellets has been converted into titanium niobate. So this is due to a chemical reaction between titanium oxide and niobium oxide. In all these cases, like we try to prepare three different compositions: titanium 24 niobium, titanium 35 niobium, and titanium 42 niobium. In all these cases, the mixed oxides, they contain only titanium oxide, rutile phase, and titanium niobate phase. And after preparing this, we have characterized the cross sections of the sintered pellets. We can see here, as the niobium oxide content within the pellets increased, we can see here that the size of the particles, it is decreasing, and it is the EDX spectrum of the cross section of these pellets. You can see here titanium, niobium, and oxygen are there. So after that, we have subjected these discs, mixed oxide discs, to the electrode deoxidation. These are typical current time curves, and initially the current during the electrochemical deoxidation was very high, and towards the end the current decreased. This is due to the effective mass or effective surface area of the mixed oxide discs. As the discs were reduced to the corresponding alloys, the effective reaction surface area decreased. As a result, the current also decreased. So you can see here the initial disc was white in color, and after production of the alloy, it was earlier on the surface some carbon coating was there, and after cleaning the alloy, we can see a shining surface of the metals here. And these are the how potentials of these electrodes are changing with time. That also is given here. So from a white mixed oxide precursor to a shining metal or shining alloy, we are able to produce by using electrodeoxidation method or FFC Cambridge process. So we can see here, this is the phase characterization. By XRD, we have characterized the phase. The alloy that was containing titanium 24 niobium, it was having both alpha phase as well as beta phase, hexagonal structure as well as cubic structure was there in case of titanium 24 niobium. Whereas in case of titanium 35 niobium and titanium 42 niobium, the entire phase was converted into beta titanium niobium alloy. So in the case of the alloy with lower niobium content only, we are seeing both alpha and beta phases. For this, we can calculate the beta stabilization constant. So depending on the content of the niobium is a beta stabilizer. Depending on its concentration, the beta phase can be achieved within these titanium niobium alloys. So beta phase will be having better mechanical properties, low elastic modulus when compared to the alpha phase. So here the data regarding its lattice parameter and the phases, alpha beta phase in case of titanium 24 niobium, only beta phase in case of titanium 35 and 42 niobium are given here. Apart from that, all these three alloys which are produced, they have significant porosity, which is very useful for the tissue in growth, and it is very much essential for the use of an alloy as biomedical implant. So this is the microstructures of these alloys, titanium 24, 35, and 42 niobium. As the niobium content increased, the particle size of the resulting alloys decreased. You can see this is the initial mixed oxide, and after electrodeoxidation, the particle size increased drastically. So if you compare this diagram with the cross section of the alloys after electrodeoxidation, you can see how much particle size is increasing. And you can see the alloys which were produced, they have the targeted compositions. Like titanium 24 niobium means we have got titanium 23.37 niobium, like that. So all the targeted alloys have been produced. And then if you see the polished surface of these alloys, we can see niobium and titanium, they are homogeneously distributed throughout. Similarly, we have produced titanium niobium thin alloys also. So the precursor was taken was titanium oxide, niobium oxide, tin oxide, mixed oxide, and then after electrolysis we got these shining alloys, and these alloys have been tested for their phase and microstructural characterization. You can see here again, here we are seeing titanium oxide and titanium niobium oxide in case of the mixed oxide discs, which were centered at 950 degrees centigrade, but we are not seeing tin oxide. So tin oxide has got a good solubility in titanium oxide. That's why we are not able to see a tin oxide here. Similarly, if we see alloys after electrodeoxidation, we have alpha phase in case of alloys with lower niobium content. Like in case of 24 niobium 7.9 SN and 24 niobium 4 SN, we have alpha phase along with beta phase. But in all other cases, we have only beta phase. So if we see the microstructural characterizations.
Sorry, we are running out of time. So can we go towards concluding remarks?
Yeah. Okay. So we can see how the microstructure has changed after electrode deoxidation. So these are the elemental maps. Again, we are seeing there is a homogeneous distribution of all these metals within the alloy structure. And we can see how the composition of the resulting alloys, they are very much close to the targeted compositions. And these are the main differences between the electrode deoxidation method and the conventional melting method. In this electrode deoxidation method, we don't have any melting steps. We can directly produce the alloys from the metal oxides, mixed oxides, and not from the metals. So this is a very energy efficient process, and porous alloys, which can be used as biomedical alloys, we can produce by making use of this. So these are some of the tests we have done in simulated body fluid solutions, and these tests showed that all the alloys, they are exhibiting very good corrosion resistance. You can see the corrosion currents which are within below 10 microampere per centimeter square. So like that, other alloys like titanium niobate tin alloys also, they have showed uniform composition, homogeneous composition throughout. And after immersing them in simulated body fluid, we observed the formation of hydroxyapatite on their surface. So we have characterized the surfaces using XPS also. They showed that hydroxyapatite is there on the surface of these alloys after immersion in the simulated body fluids. So like that, we have also characterized these alloys for their mechanical properties. So we tried to evaluate the elastic modulus. The elastic modulus of these alloys was within this range. So 10 to 30 or below 30 gigapascal. So which is very useful for their use as biomedical alloys. And hardness also within acceptable range. It was observed that the hardness was within the acceptable levels. So like that, we have arrived or evaluated the mechanical properties even after heat treatment. And even after heat treatment, their properties were very desirable for their use as biomedical alloys. So these are some of the mechanical properties where we try to evaluate the hardness. As the niobium content increased, the hardness of the alloys decreased. That was very interesting observation. And this is the data which is related to the elastic modulus and hardness and open porosity of these alloys.
And Dr. Siri, can you go to the last? Okay.
Yes. We have prepared titanium-based biomedical alloys using electrode deoxidation technique. Depending on the niobium content, the phase of the alloys was different. For example, niobium content is low, means we have alpha beta phase. When niobium content was high, it is purely a pure beta phase was observed. And all these alloys, they showed very good corrosion resistance. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siri, for a very nice and detailed presentation. Unfortunately, because of short of time, we will not be able to ask you some questions. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Dr. Mazhar, your microphone is mute. Could you please unmute your microphone?
Sorry. Okay. Now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Ravi Shukla. He will be giving his talk as keynote speaker. He is working as an associate professor, Department of Bioscience and Food Technology, RMIT University, Melbourne, Australia. His title of his talk is Harnessing Nano-Bio Interface for Biomedicine Application. Dr. Shukla, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes. Good afternoon from the Australia. Thank you, the organizers, for providing me an opportunity to talk to you about my what the fascinating work we are doing in our group. So just because we are time poor, I will go. So I'm an associate professor in the RMIT University, and then okay. So overview of today's presentation would be like a little bit because the organizers ask about talk about the university and then giving the brief introduction to the nanobiotechnology because I understand there are many students also attending this symposium. And then I will go with the current nanobiotechnology interest and research activity in my group. And I must congratulate to earlier speaker because I was hearing them what a fantastic talk and work they are doing. So it's just building up on the previous talks, and then I'll go from here. So my university is a global university of technology, design, and enterprise, and it is in the heart of Melbourne, so which is a major city in Australia. So you can see in this is the aerial view of central business district of Melbourne, and you can see university is somewhere here. And if people can identify, there are some special. So this is the Melbourne cricket ground for the people who are interested in cricket, and this is the tennis where Australian Open tennis area, which is around in 2 kilometer walk zone. And this is a football ground over here. So this is all in the CBD. So this university is Australia's largest tertiary teaching university institution. We have more than 94,000 students enrolled, and it is supported by annual operating budget of approximately 1.5 billion. So RMIT provides world-class research and education of the high caliber. By the numbers, so this data is a little bit old because we have not gotten our annual report done because that was due in March, but it is data from 2019. So we have 94,000, more than 94,000 students enrolled. And the importance here is 30% of these are international students, which are out of which 21% are studying in Australia. They are visiting, so they were busy. And then 9% of studying outside Australia offshore. This number has been changed actually because of the COVID-19 last year. So we yet to see in 2020 report what we have gotten. But this is, we have 3 campuses in Melbourne, which is called City. And then there are 2 in suburbs like Brunswick and Bandura. We have 2 campuses in Vietnam, in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. Then we have a hub so we have presence in Europe also, so Barcelona, Spain. And then we are having partnership with the 14 plus organizations in all over the world. We work with closely Germany, Austria, China, Netherlands, in Italy, India, Spain. So in India, we have a center with the CSIR, which is a Council of Scientific Industrial Research. So we work closely with all 40 labs in India. Opportunities for, because you asked, so these are, there are ample opportunities for the students, international students who want to pursue undergraduate or postgraduate programs. So RMIT offers a range of scholarships for the international students across all field of researches. The students who are highly motivated, enthusiastic, and they are doing good in their academic programs, they can come through Australian awards scholarship, which are offered through RMIT, and then RMIT funded scholarship. So, and there are external scholarship also. If you have, like many of the students, they come, they get full funded scholarship from their home college. So they also. Infrastructure-wise, we are one of the topmost university in Australia. So you can see this is a 1,200 square meter of 35 million facility, which is called micro nano research facility, which have all PC2 lab, which are physical containment level 2 biological, as well as material science and chemistry labs within a clean environment. So where we do, and there are multiple fabrication tool and characterization facilities. And this second is a microscopy and microanalysis laboratory, where you can see we have range of equipment and multiple for the detailed characterizations of materials, which we routinely do. A high emphasis is in our teaching program, because our undergraduate students, they have an opportunity. If they are taking a research project, they can come and they can work on these all these equipment and then get trained. So a great emphasis on skill development among the students. That is very helpful. So with this glimpse of my RMIT University, I will just move and then give you a little bit brief introduction about the biotechnology, and then we will move on to the my current research interest. So when I talk nanobiotechnology, I'm talking about the scale on which we are working on, right? So if you see in this particular picture, you can observe that this is a range in which I work, which is around like 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer. And within this range, many important biomolecules play. For example, our proteins are somewhere 8 to 10 nanometer, which are antibodies in the body, and the viruses, which are around 100 nanometers in size. Polio virus is smaller, but tuberculosis is around somewhere here, 100 nanometer size. Similarly, coronavirus is somewhere here. And if you take a human, a bacteria, which will be 10 times larger than this size, and the nucleus of the mammalian cell, which is the human cells, would be 40 times larger than this. And the smallest cell in the body, which are red blood cells, are around 70 times larger than this. So why working nano domain? Because if you have to talk to this particular biomolecule, macromolecule, you have to come in their size domain, right? So when you come to their level, then only you can talk. So that's why nanotechnology is making a progress in developing in its application in biomedicine, biotechnology. So why size is very important? If you see this particular diagram, you can see this is a block of, and if you count, then total number of atoms are somewhere here, which are 4,000 plus. And then the number of surface atoms, you can see these are. So if we keep on dividing these blocks, you can see while the total number of atoms don't change, but these surface atoms keep changing drastically. And so that's why there's a high surface area on which you can do multiple kind of application. You can use them. For example, so when it happens, what happens? The fundamental properties of the matter changes at this scale when you start working into nanoscale. The properties of atoms and molecules are not governed by the same physical laws and larger objects, even the larger particles. The physical and chemical properties of nanoparticles can therefore be quite different from those larger particles of the same substance. I'll give you one or two examples because the time is, I'm down to here. I have to be rushing. So all these properties may be, they may be color, solubility changes, material strengths, what we were discussing. Because of these changes, their biological activity and chemical reactivity also changes. And then they can be exploited for potential application, include diagnostics, imaging, drug delivery, therapy, and sensor and whatnot. So one good example is what happens in how the optical properties of the material changes at the nanoscale. So these are the gold nanoparticles. You might have seen bulk gold is gold and yellow color but when these particles are being into nano domain, you can see as the size changes, you can see there's a fantastic change into the optical properties. And these are different kind of cadmium selenide quantum dots, which are from the other groups MIT. You can see as the particle size changes, so from left to right, the particle size keeps on increasing, and then you can see drastic changes into their optical properties. These changes can be employed for multiple applications. One good example I'll give you from my own research, where we have synthesized nanoparticles of gold using green tea. Green tea has lots of catechin, which are the main antioxidant into the tea. So if you take these and put gold salt, it's a aqueous reaction that will convert into nanoparticles, which is electron micrograph over here. These nanoparticles will have, so in this particular case, we use the catechin, which is EGCG, which is called epigallocatechin gallate. I will come later on because this is a very interesting molecule. And these materials, if you see the size domain, these are ranging from 30 to 60 nanometers size in electron microscopy, and they have a particular peak due to surface Plasma resonance property of this. So this is around 520 to 550, so that we know that these nanoparticles. So take a gold salt and add this catechin in the aqueous solution, you will see the color changes to, it will be red in color. But in this case, these are two different batches of the materials. So that means even if a slight difference into the synthetic protocol, you can see these products are different in the change in the optical properties. So based on this, an undergraduate student in the group, they take the green tea leaves, dissolve in water, and then add the salt and then the color. If you can read the colors, then you will find that these are changes in the color and in optical property of the material. So you can see that these are the sizes, and you can see, so this can be a good biosensor for checking the antioxidant property of the green tea. So this is what undergraduate in the lab has done. It's a simple biosensor, but it can give a great idea about which tea is good, which tea is bad. There have been many different synthetic protocols used in literature. So they include physical, chemical, biological. Physical are usually ball milling and thermal evaporation, lithographic techniques where you can take, Yep, and the chemical methods are usually cell gel processing, solution-based method. You can synthesize in water or a non-polar or polar organic solvent. Biological methods include in bacteria, using fungi, plants, or using plant extracts. So our interest has been like developing biocompatible material. And a previous speaker has also spoke about like the importance of biocompatibility if you want to use them for a biomedicine. So we can synthesize, we have exploited this route for our nanomaterials and biomedicine applications. So then there are many tools of characterization which are available in our university. They give different information, and this is not an exhaustive list. These are some of the available tools in our labs, which we routinely use for studying different properties of the materials developed into the lab. So I have been working for, now I'm switching there to my own research. So I have been working in the area of prostate cancer for past 15 years or so. Why this is? Because one of the interesting fact, probably you might not know that more men die of prostate cancer each year than the women do of breast cancer. And a new case occurs every 2.3 minutes. This is the most common internal cancer in Australian men. I have been working in this area for past 15 years or so. The goal in my lab or in our group is like, first thing is you have to generate compatible material. This should be aqueous if you can synthesize an aqueous medium. They should not be immunogenic, so that they are here. Now we know that humanized proteins, nucleic acid, and small molecules can be used. If we could do a less or no byproduct greener methods for synthesis, that would be great. And if you can convert it into the clinical friendly environment, so that if you can convert into readily injectable kit formulation, clinician friendly, and without the need of new equipment for the clinical evaluation of these materials. Low cost is not an issue in the developed country, but yes, it is in the developing country. And then,
Professor,
if it's,
you are not
yes.
audible.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. Please.
So something is going on?
It's fine. Maybe some problem. It's fine.
Okay. So if you could do the ease of specific radioactive manipulation, that would be great. So this is something like this, like if you have one agent, which is multifunctional, it can do imaging, diagnosis, therapy, all in one kind of environment, then this is, so I have been working on this aspect for quite a long time. What we have done, so we have tested various metal oxides, metal organic frameworks, macromolecules and polymers and drugs to synthesize these materials, which are nanomaterials in size. One good example is, which is in a first in a human clinical trial in Australia in Peter MacCallum Cancer Hospital, which is a material which has a core, it's iron oxide, and then there is a, on the top of this is a radioactive copper or zirconium on that. And this whole assembly is enclosed within a SiO2 nanoparticle to render the biocompatibility. So this kind of capability, and this whole assembly is less than 30 nanometer. This particular agent, I cannot speak more about it, but this is under clinical trials with our Australian labs. So what we can do, we can synthesize these core materials and make them biocompatible by adding ligands for fabulous surface chemistry can be exploited, or we can encapsulate materials also in this kind of. But depending upon the applications, we can work out these chemistries, and then you can do a combination of both also is possible, where you can use it for some delivery of the material, and then you can take on a surface functionalization, which will take it to the target site, so you can employ targeting. Obviously, they have multiple applications. For example, a range of applications we have used in the group. So our group is quite a large, 30 of us are working in the group. So what I cannot cover everything, but I would try to cover 2 examples quickly. So these are the materials which we have synthesized over the years for multiple different applications. So these all materials tells different kind of a story every time. And then working on to the ligand surface chemistry, so we have used a range of ligands to make them biocompatible or to target them to the cancer sites. So they have been changed, and obviously they have resulted in multiple different publication and patents, which are, so I'm not going to cover all because these are the links. Actually, this is kind of master slide. I can take you to all and they will tell you a story. So I'm not, because of time, we cannot go in this. So research quest, same in our lab is also, can we regulate cellular responses through materials? So we have used and developed for past 15 years or so many different kind of models, which are in vitro as well as in vivo models, which can do multiple kind of studies. And I'll give you one example. In applications, all applications are targeted through the nanomedicine or biomedicine side. So this is an example where I can show you, hopefully this video works. So in this, what we have created is an in vitro model for assessing the interaction of materials with blood cells, and then how they move. So for example, in the left-hand side, these were treated with a chemical compound, which is the VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, which will promote cell migration, and cell will move in these artificial created bones. So you can see how this will move. You can see the cells are moving in and they're closing the gap, and you can do cell migration study. Similarly, if you have an inhibitor, you can block the movement also. So you can see here, if when they use curcumin, this doesn't move in. So nanoparticles, if we want to study, we can apply on different scenario, and we can study this kind of using these kind of tools. So we can see that whether this material can be suitable for a wound healing application or the cancer anti-angiogenesis application. So area 1, which I'm quickly jumping on, which is in our group, is cancer imaging and theranostics. Theranostic is a complex word which is made of 2 words, therapy and diagnostics. Same kind of material will do therapy. So there are 2 materials which are under clinical development. So this I have talked to you, and I cannot speak much more about that, but I'll give you this one. It's my postdoctoral work from the USA, and then we are still working on, this is currently in the client owned docs. models, large animal trials, because the dogs are the only other animals which will have spontaneous prostate cancer. That's why we started. So this is in the School of Medicine, Vet Medicine in Missouri University. So this is very simple material, which I told you again, we use green tea polyphenols, and this polyphenol, because of their antioxidant activity, in water, they will reduce the gold salt, and this, when the gold salt is reduced, you can see these are in nanoparticulate form. These materials are quite stable. You can see they don't aggregate. When agglomeration happens, you can see this peak will disappear or widen. So you can see these are pretty stable materials in range of like biological fluids and the salt stress. You can see these stay intact. These nanoparticles, because of the high atomic number of gold, they produce a great contrast under the CT, clinical CT scanner. And you can see that change in the Hounsfield unit, which is a measure of the clinical contrast. So our biophysicists say this is the great contrast. You can see this because when these cells are loaded with these materials, they produce contrast that can be scanned by CT imager. Now we wanted to make them theranostic. So I was fortunate to have in the university where we had a research reactor. So now we know that if you bombard a gold foil with the neutrons, these neutrons will convert, because the high energy neutrons, they will convert this gold foil into the radioactive gold. Which radioactive gold you can dissolve in aquaresia, you will find a gold solution, and you have a non-radioactive carrier solution. If you can mix, so you can manipulate the radioactivity, and if you put in this catechin, you will in 2 minutes you will synthesize these materials, which are gold nanoparticles. So these patent is pending, but these are the kit component. This radioactive material, because of this catechin, we know now that this catechin locks onto the cancer cells, specifically because cancer cells have a receptor, which is a 67 Dalton protein, which is called laminin 67 receptor. They will dock, and selectively prostate cancer will take this material. Once you inject into the tumor, so normally the radiopharmaceuticals suffer from a drawback when these radiopharmaceuticals, traditional radiopharmaceuticals are injected into the tumor or somewhere, they migrate because cells tend to vomit them. They will vomit them and they will come out and they will migrate to different sites which are away from the tumor, and this is not good. So these materials, when they are loaded into the tumor, over 90% of the dose remains in the tumor. It doesn't go even after 24 hours. This is the tumors created. So it's an intra-tumor interaction. There were 2 tumors, and you can see most of the dose remains into the tumors. It doesn't leach out of the tumor. One single injection is sufficient to keep the tumor reduced stage. And these are the controls where we use non-radioactive material as well as the saline control. You can see we had to sacrifice this tumor because of the tumor burden, but the animals which were injected with the single dose of radioactive gold, which is the green tea gold, they kept the tumor did not grow further. So this is a 40 days studies, which will be we had to, because we had to sacrifice our tumor, we had to stop this. And the blood parameters after injecting these remain normal, comparable to these controls. So summary of this work was like what we attempt, like green tea and EGCG serve as a reducing and coating agent for gold nanoparticles. EGCG coated gold are biocompatible and stable in biological fluids. These are readily taken up by the cancer cells, and through the apologies, I could not show you data. The goal is not showing you too much data loading with the data. It's just giving you a brief overview of what we have been doing. And these laminin system receptors mediated selective uptake of biocompatible EGCG nanoparticles, make them prospective imaging and therapy agents for clinical management. And then we wanted to move forward. Actually, when I joined in Australia, we wanted to move, remove that need of radioactivity. So we started using X-ray radiation in Australian synchrotron, and hoping that because of the gold, when they take, because of the other electron, this X-ray radiation would induce a reactive oxygen species from the gold, and that will lead to apoptosis. So this is another video where we put X-ray dose, and you can see after two, these are the cells which are being treated with X-ray radiation. You can see when the X-ray falls, the flask turns blue. So you can see flask is turning blue with time. So this is falling X-ray from the synchrotron X-ray dose. I can see after some time. So because of the X-ray film, so cells are going behind this screen, and then these are taking the X-ray. What we see actually when we use green tea gold, these cells are killed as compared to the control, which is a non-targeted gold nanoparticle as well as no nanoparticles. So these results are promising. We are moving in these directions. So far, if you have any query, and how much time I have, Professor Islam, can I go to next one or should I stop here? Okay, probably I have a liberty of moving forward. So another area which we are working for past 5 years or so is the gene therapy for prostate cancer, where normal human cell bacteria can take DNA, but normal human cells cannot take DNA. They are not meant for taking up DNA. So you need a carrier, which is a gene therapy vehicle. So if you could deliver gene into the cells, then halfway is done. So gene therapy is actually three things: delivery, delivery, delivery of the cargo into the cells. So in this, we use metal organic frameworks, because metal organic frameworks have come up as a highly porous materials. They are traditionally used for the range of application, for example, gas absorption and catalysis. So we started asking whether there is a compatible metal organic framework can be created. And then because of their highly porous structure, you can take load with them many different type of diagnostic imaging and therapeutic agents. And with this, we started doing asking question marks. Is it possible to develop metal organic frameworks that can successfully encapsulate nucleic acid from very small, which is microRNA in the blood, to the very large, which has a whole gene setup, gene editing machinery like CRISPR. And all these are these nanomorphs, which will be conjugate. They are physiologically stable or biodegradable. Can these be conjugated, be taken up by the cells in vitro and release the intact DNA on demand when you want them? And then can these conjugate be surface coated to facilitate active targeting to the cancer cells? With these questions, we started working past 5 years. So we did a range of morphs were tested, which are reported in literature, biocompatible. So we started working on, and then we found, okay, best one was the GIF8, which is because of you can synthesize them at room temperature in aqueous media. So you can do this chemistry in aqueous solutions. And then although they were toxic, but we selected, they were a bit more toxic than the other counterparts, which are known UIO and MIL MOFs. But we selected them because the amount which we were using, it is not going to be toxic for the gene delivery. So, and the synthesis is quite simple. You can take a precursor, which is the zinc ion precursor. You can take a 2-methyl-imidazole and put your DNA of interest in water, incubate, centrifuge, and wash. You can see your most of the DNA is within the MOF frameworks. So these are some characterizations which we have done. So this is how they look under the electron microscope. You can see B is empty MOFs, which are standard GF8, and then these are the MOF loaded with DNA. And you can see that both are, because DNA would still have its own crystalline pattern, but you can see this pattern is matching, so that you can see mostly on the surface is your zinc MOF. Synthetic scheme. Okay, so, and then we developed the protocols to measure how much amount of DNA in, whether it is encapsulated or it is outside of the MOFs. So using electrophoresis and the fluorescence spectroscopy, we can say over 90% of the DNA is remains into the MOF, and because we use a DNA treatment which will chop off anything outside which is sticking on outside the MOF. So these were like a normalized DNA, over 95% DNA remains encapsulated into the MOF. DNA street, and then we tried using that, whether these are, because this DNA was a plasmid, so which if transfected into the cell, it will show a green fluorescence. You can see when the plasmid was released and then checked onto the using a standard transfection agent, you can see it is comparable. So you can see when DNA was encapsulated within the MOF, it remains intact and it is functionally active. Then we did detailed studies where we use these MOFs to incubate with cells, and what we can see, these MOFs are taken up by the cells. They remain into the cytoplasm, or some of them are into the lysosomes, which will evade. And then this is the cryo-electron microscopy, where we have done that these nanoparticles are in the cytoplasm, as well as they are into the vacuoles. And these materials are non-toxic at the concentration which were at which they were tested. So we gave some mechanism of the action. This is work under progress. And then we made the targeted MOFs by encapsulating this MOFs with the DNA, and then on surface coating with the same green tea polyphenol, because we know that it takes it to the cancer cells. Doing that, there we could see some eroding effect of the EGCG, and then we could load the siRNA and CRISPR delivery for a gene which is RPSA, which is responsible for laminase 67 protein. So what we see, their morphologies are different, and we are working on to understand how it happens, what are the mechanism, why we see different kind of morphologies here. But the story is that we know the possible mechanism, and we are trying to trace within the cells how they are behaving. So in past 2 years or so, we have been publishing this work, and if you have interest, I would love to talk more about that, because the time is limited here. I could not talk many of the biosensing project which we are in. We have. So conclusion, we can say that we can develop target-specific MOFs which will take the cargo and which can be used for delivering CRISPR as well as siRNAs. So we are very well funded in terms of like funding. It's a decent number. Funding is not enough, but we are decently funded, and these projects have been supported by the philanthropy as well as Australian government. And this is my team of the group. The work which I showed about the MOF are these two ladies, Arpita and Sunila. Sunila is now in final year of PhD. Arpita has just graduated. And the biosensing work, Anupriya, which I could not show. The gold work, which was past student Dedrick and Jared, they did contribute to this project. Thanks for listening. And now I would be very happy to take your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi Shukla, for very nice presentation. And it's really kind of you that you spared some time. We know that you were traveling, and out of that, you joined us and gave us that important talk, which is definitely important for the researchers and the young students who listen to you. And several faculties in our university, they are working with nanomaterials, so definitely they will be getting more guidance from you. Now I'll open if anyone has some question, you can put 2-3 quick questions. We have a few minutes.
Good afternoon. Is my voice audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, great presentation, Dr. Shakula. I am Mohammed Tabouk. I am a student of Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering. And I am graduating by this summer, inshallah. My question is there any opportunity for me to continue my graduating study in Australia?
Yes, what I can do, I can send the information to the organizers, Professor Ahmad and Professor Islam. So these links there are opportunities if you have been doing academically great. So you should be, there are multiple opportunities visiting Australia, and you can work in RMIT or in other universities. So for information relevant to RMIT, I will provide Professor Islam as well as Professor Ahmad. So I will send these links to both of them so that they can convey to the methods how you can approach to RMIT. Does that answers your query or not?
Yeah, that will be great. Yes, because many other students, they're also asking similar question through chat. So yes, we will share with those information, the requirement, and then after that they can seek opportunities. We have time for 1 or 2 more questions if anyone is need to ask something. Just like as a new university, some of our faculty, they are trying best in their research activities, but because still we need more time and little more structures. So like what you discussed, various methods of synthesizing those nanoparticles, chemical, physical, biological way. We can try those to some extent here, but after that we are facing a big problem in their characterization or application side. So I hope after your talk, maybe the faculties might approach you privately also or through proper way. If we can get some help regarding those characterization by any collaborative efforts, if it is possible, then it will be great. We will be
sure, we can work it out, definitely. I would look forward to hearing from you guys and then how we can proceed in a better way. That will fine. So characterization, yep, we can do all sorts of material characterization. That's why I gave a table on the presentation also if they need. So those kind of we do routinely. Is just we need some students to be working because these all works have been done. So these are collaborative kind of projects where we recruit a joint PhD student or master student where they can work on the project so that these characterizations are easily taking. This is the best way I think I have found working forward because of our administrative loadings, we are not able to go, and though I love to go into the lab, but it is whenever there is a enthusiastic student, those things can be very easily performed and then all data can be achieved. So this is, yep, all collaborations are most welcome and most valued actually, Professor Islam. So I will look forward to all these opportunities in future.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope we will have your talks in future also. And individually faculties will also contact you, inshallah.
Yes, sorry, I feel rushed because the time, but yep, there are many things which I could not discuss. If any one of you have interest or students wanted to know more detail about, so we do work in the biosensing, we do work in the 2D materials, we do work into the, so So there are many. If you see my recent publication, there are many opportunities for working. And if you need more detail, always write me. I will try to answer your queries. Thank you so much for inviting me. And then I must congratulate the organizing committee for running such a wonderful program, because I could attend 3 presentations before, and they all are very high quality and very great details of the work have been done. So we also do some titanium, tantalum work, which for the same kind of work which my previous speaker was telling. So we use a different approach. We use a 3D printing approach, where we print all these materials and all these metal, titanium, tantalum implants. So this is also the most important thing, is also integration, how the cells will integrate with the materials. That's most important thing. Like we will learn how to manipulate the porosity and all those things. So there's many things which we can discuss, but thank you. I really enjoyed the presentation, and hopefully you also enjoyed the presentation, what I could do in the rest environment.
Yeah,
thank you
so much. Really, it was really encouraging, and hope inshallah we will be in contact with you. Dr. Wasi, you want to ask something?
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank on the behalf of organizing committee to Professor Shukla, and we are glad to hear you. I have some, actually, it's not question. I need a suggestion from you that how the acid level bond, if there is the nanoparticle, and with the nanoparticle, we will coat with some ligand, that is the biofavorable ligand, and that ligand is connected with the acid level bond. And on the acid level bond, can we put some cancerous drug which can deliver to the targeting cell? How it will work, or what do you think about this one, Professor?
No, this has been very well worked, and people have done, because the thermo scientific, they have a range of ligand which are hypoxia. You can get these ligands. You can buy them from these are which will work in the acid environment, or these are oxygen tension level. So hypoxia, they will release, and then they will release the cargo. The question is where you want to deliver them, whether you want to send them onto the vicinity, because I could not talk. There are 2 types of targeting mechanism if you want to use for in vivo. One is called passive targeting, another is called active targeting. Passive targeting, when you take material and put in the bloodstream, that's a passive targeting. No charge, nothing works actually. There are three major determinants. This is called 3 S's: surface, size, and shape in nanomaterials. So 3 S's, they will take this to passive targeting. Most of the materials which are put into the bloodstream, they end up first in the liver, then second in the lung, and third then is a tumor. So this is a growing concern. So what people started using, they started exploiting the active targeting. The active targeting is a metal ligand, which is surface onto the materials. That will only work when these cells are in very close vicinity. For example, the material, once it goes into the tumor site, or then only it will see. Otherwise, mostly this will end up into the liver and lung. So if you see the papers, mostly you can see 5% is going in the tumor. Maximum is achieved 5 or 6%, but 20% to 30% goes in the liver and lungs. And this is the ongoing concern. That's why people started exploiting. So how to overcome the passive targeting and put into the actives. So now the question comes, where you want to deliver into vicinity of the cells, or you want your material or your compound should go into the cells, both things. So it will only work once it is gone into the cells, because the acid level methods are very good, because normally pH is 7.2 when they are going into, and once this is gone in, the material will be taken from the lysosomes, which have a acidic environment. So they have proton channels, and then it will release your the chemical compound. Now it should come out of also, because our cells are very smart. Within the lysosomes, they are acidic environment, so pH is around like 3 to 4. And at this pH,
absolutely anything doesn't stop. So because they have enzymes which are acid hydrolyzers, so they will chop off proteins, nucleic acid, and the lipids into the within the lysosome. Now it should evade the lysosome and come into cytoplasm. Then only it will be able to work. So once it is, many of the materials strategies, they have used positive charge to evade the lysosome so that they can come out of the, so people have used them nuclear targeting sequences. They have used the positive charge lysine or arginine residues to put on so that they will come out into the lysosome. They will evade the lysosome, then they will be able to. So question is where you want to send your material. That's acid labile bonds and the hypoxia inducible bonds. They are already, those ligands are like sold by thermo research. If they have, you can get those and put onto the using like pure chemistry, EDC, NHS based chemistry if it works, or you can use periodate chemistry. You can put those into, and then once they are going into the in vivo environment, they will release the cargo. Yep, that is highly possible.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. And we will be in your contact, especially for our students. Actually, our students are interested to, get admission somewhere in Australia or Canada, whatever that. So, okay, definitely you will share with a link with us, and then we will just spread that message.
Definitely, I should be able to link also the student over the so RMIT relevant officers, because we host students from 165 countries.
Oh, that will be great, Professor.
Yes.
If, our
So it's the largest university in terms of like the so RMIT host students. There are enrolled from 165 countries actually.
That's
so
it.
it's
So yeah. So
yes.
Actually, our university will be also connected with RMIT, I think. Sure. Okay.
Already you are connected, Professor Ahmad and Islam. So if you need in that direction, we can work it out. Yep, you are already connected. See.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Shukla. Hopefully, we will be watching you and listening to you again and again. And now, in a few minutes, we are moving to our next session of Advances in Architectural Engineering. Thank you so much for all the presenters and all participants. All of you can receive the certificate of participation by going through the link shared by Dr. Sharik. Hope we continue in our rest of the session. Thank you so much.
Dr. Sharik, shall we start?
Yes, Dr. Ba.
We can start.
The floor is all yours. Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to share the session of in the title of Advanced Architecture Engineering for the day. The session shall be with 5 presentations. So feel free at any time at the end of each presentation to ask a question. You can even write into the chat board at the end of each presentation. So that is the way that the presentation will gonna be handled. We shall start the session with a substantial presentation with our keynote speaker, architect Muaz Abu Zaid, with he's our keynote speaker of today, and his lecture in the title of Digital Architecture Performance Towards Integrated Design Approach. But before that, let me introduce, giving a bit of introduction about Muaz. For the last 4 years, architect Muaz has been included in the most 50 influential architects in the Middle East. Architect Muaz has worked at the top international project in the Middle East region, thus acquiring advantage of experience in both specialized design and innovation and technological innovation. He had been awarded the Middle East Young Architect for the Year on 2016 and been nominated for the same award in 2018. Therefore, in 2018, he been appointed as a recruiter for the National Egyptian Pavilion in the Biennale di Venezia. Recently, in 2019, he been awarded the first place in the Smart City category for his X-Space project. We are really welcome and honored to listen for your presentation, Muaz. We are all looking forward for. So I'm going to leave the floor for you to start your presentation. We are all listening. Thank you so much again, and we really honored and it's delighted our session today with your speaker. The floor for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Hiba, and thanks for the SISC for the invitation and for the university. It's really it's a pleasure for me to be with you today. I hope the presentation will be in line with your expectation. I'm going to share my screen now.
Okay, feel free. Start.
Okay. So just a little bit introduction that about our studio. We are Verform. Verform actually translates into true form. So the name of even the name of the companies represent what we are actually looking for. Ver is a Latin word, means the truth, and the form actually it is the primary element of architecture. And that's the name of our practice. We actually place people in the center of our practice. This is what we care about, what we're really looking for. We place people at the heart of the practice. The circle it represents actually the cultural and and the religious and belief system as a magical and symbolic sign. This is Verform. We are into urban social design technology. Architecture for us represents an opportunity to explore and rationalize in order to find true meaning and purpose. Today we'll take you in a journey. It's about diversity in our way of thinking. Also, we'll give a bit focus on the digital architecture performance and especially the integrated process. Although we will take you on a journey in X-Space project, it is how to introduce smart cities into a heavily urbanized contemporary cities like Dubai. It's all about the architecture dialogue for us. That's really what we care about. Usually, when you start with the normal process, the architects usually work alone and they don't integrate all the other disciplines within the work. And we prefer always to have a communication from the early beginning. We are not the only one that doing the projects alone. You have a lot of disciplines. You have a lot of specialities that working with you. You can talk about interior designer, facade specialists, lighting designers, fire and life safety. Everyone will add value to the project, to the design from the early beginning. Norman Foster, he wrote a quote that as an architect, you design for the present with an awareness of the past for a future which is essentially unknown. The standard design process, actually, it usually starts between the client and the architect, where you can start to discuss everything. And then after this, in the late stages, the engineers, the contractors, and all the major trades start to come in. But if you can see the curve down here, for the common understanding, the only one that understands the project very well, it's the architect, and then the rest of the discipline that comes later, and then you start to have a lot of issues happening on site. And then at the end, this is the final results that we see. Miscoordination, a lot of mistakes, and a lot of things that happening just because of you're not inviting everyone from the early beginning. But if you align everyone from the early start and you start a discussion, I believe that everyone will share the values and goals, everyone will share the responsibilities, everyone even will share the rewards for the success as well. As you can see, the common understanding here of the process is getting much better. So that's why we are always keen to put all the specialities from day one. For me, the architecture or the building itself, it works like the human body. Maybe this anatomy of the human body is explaining in a better way. So you have the skeleton, which is for me is the structure input. So this is like the structure model that hold everything together. And then after this, you have the skins and muscles together that shape the building and create the spaces and show you how the shape of the building should look like. And then after this, you have all the systems, which is the other systems that you need to integrate: electrical, mechanical, lighting. So this is the way how I'm thinking about building. It's live. It's actually, the building is let's say it's waking with us in the morning, and then after this at night celebrating with us. You'll find a lot of lights, and then at night even the building can go to sleep at the end. Everything will be closed, will be shut down. So, and then again it goes to the same cycle every day. This is again another, just to confirm, you have here all the models aligned together, and I do believe in the BIM process as a part of this, the BIM technology as a part of the integrated design process. It's helping a lot, and we did a lot of projects using it. The process itself, it starts by the why and what and how. So it's about the strategy, about the vision, about the tactics. The why and define here. The first one, actually, it's about the research, about the data collection, data analysis, briefing, site condition, and then after this, you start to validate the options, and you come up with a decision. And if you are using a smart technology or design technology or integrated design process, it will actually accelerate this. It will give you a way to take a fast decision, and after this, the next stages will be very quick and very fast. So you are accelerating actually the stages that happening after the design. Usually there is two design process. There's the design squiggle. As you can see here, at the early beginning, you are in the noise and the patterns, insights, but you are still not really, you don't have a clear idea what exactly, which is normal. This is what's happening in each project, in each design. And then it comes somewhere here where you start to have like a clear direction. And then after this, you are taking the decision, and then you are getting your design done. So it's about the research, about the concept, about the outcome of the design. This method is not always perfect for me. That's why I like to actually merge the two processes together. There is the double diamond, actually, where you have the challenge and the outcome. The first diamond, it's about the discover and define. The second diamond, it's about the develop and deliver. So the first one, it's designing the right thing. The second one, it's designing things right. So the challenge and outcome comes here, but then also we are aligning it together. So we are merging these two processes together. So sometimes you keep going here and then you repeat it again, and then until you find that you really have a clear direction, and then you start to move after this to the second diamond, which is the develop and deliver, and then you get the things right. It's about design technologies. It's about physical and virtual, actually, the transformation of architecture model in general. If you see the images here on the screen and how we used to work before, I actually was using both of them now. So at the early years in college, we using this kind of template, but now you have the digital libraries, you can use it, even the way how we print, the way how we draw, the way how we do even the solar analysis. So everything is changing. So I think we need actually to catch all those technologies, and we need to use it in the real practice. The old way, actually, it's when you just take one computer and you start to work and you get a very limited design, even if you are the most talented architect, how many options that you can create. But the new way is actually is to bring the algorithm plus the unlimited cloud computing, where you can have hundreds and thousands of options. And this is actually one of the things that we did in several projects. The project that we see here, it's the Egyptian pavilion, where we actually designed it using the integrated design process, and we used the algorithm. I remember that the curve and the installation itself, at the early beginning, we got like 4 million options, and then we started to limit it slowly, step by step, until we got like 100 and then 10 options, and then we choose the best option, the one that actually can represent the pavilion. This is just a quick diagram to show you the project. Another project also, it was a huge master plan in Saudi Arabia. The way how we modeled the project and also managing all the information that goes for fabrication at the end for all the disciplines, the way how it's integrated together through just a simple script that can help you to fill the information in no time. This is really helping a lot to speed up the work and helping you to get the right decision. again, even from design perspective, when you are starting the design, this project, it was a very programmatic approach from the beginning. So to get the program correct and to put everything in the right place with the right space, and then testing all of this in less than 1 day to take the correct decision. This is again helping a lot. So the design technology for us, it's really it's one of the I would say the key elements that we use in our design. Remaking the future while learning from the past. This is about X space. So I'll take you on a journey now into X space about the smart cities and building hope for people through the creation of places and identity. The project was all about the constant state of change. I believe that the only thing constant is the change. The way how we live is changing. The way how we work even changing. And after the pandemic, also we all, even the way how we learn and teach it's changing everywhere. The way how we shop also it's changing. So those changes actually, I think we must learn from it, and we must start to think about architecture in different perspective. The way how we communicate, even now, most of the seminars, most of the online, it's happening online. I think also the Corona and the COVID changing a lot of things, even the habits, how we are greeting each other's. It's now the elbow, or we do it sometimes by feet to feet. So the way how we pray even changing. I hope it will come back again to normal, but it's taking now it's coming now to the second year. So this kind of changes, I think it need a different introduction. And 2 years ago, we introduced X Space as an urban intervention project to teach and create urban areas that reflects all aspects of life. The starting point was inspiration from the nature and from the sand dunes. And I was flying the drone in the desert, and then I started to capture how the sand dunes actually are covering the roads again. And this opened a lot of questions for me. And then I started to look into the history of Dubai also, and how Dubai is developed during the last years, and focused into the actually Sheikh Zayed Road. That was the main start, but also looking into other areas in Dubai as well. This is the most important image, because here it shows Sheikh Zayed Road several years ago, and you have few buildings here, and the road also, it was like maybe 2 lanes from each side. Now we have a highway intersecting the city and splitting the city actually into several cities, not only one city. This is how it looks from up. If you focus on the car size here scale, and then you focus on the human scale inside the car, I believe this is really something that we need to rethink about a lot of things. Look at the spaces here, landscape spaces that is actually not used here between the infrastructure, that you can even build another huge tower here in these areas. So again, it's all a lot of waste area for me from urban and architecture perspective. The car ownership actually in Dubai here, every 2 own 1 car, which is a huge amount of cars. What will happen later in 2035 when we reach maybe 3.5 million or 4 million? This is just a quick video just to show you how the road is, the scale of the road, the scale of the cars, the scale of people around this, how people are living around the road. There's 200 nationalities here, so 80% 20% national and 80% non-national. And then we started to ask ourselves a question like, why do we need smart cities? Population numbers rise, several countries see environmental, social, and economic sustainability. So I think the growth in population is one of the reasons. As you can see, in 2050 we reached 2.7 billion. So we need to find solutions, and the solutions need to be really out of the box. Technologies, in my opinion, was a big part of the problem in the 20th century. When we invented the cars, we recreated all our landscape around it. But I believe that it could be part of the solution if it bends to our needs. There's 2 examples, very good example that we took in our research, the Big Dig in Boston, and the other one was in Spain, Barcelona, and how Barcelona changed actually the roads and the infrastructure, and they give more to people, give back to people. As you can see here, intersection of the roads. It's used for different facilities. Even people start to use the roads and to talk to each other, and it became very, very social active. So we thought about a transitional space that becomes the city-owned urban living room. This is the road, actually. As you can see, it's splitting the entire city and also splitting other emirates around it. We chose 5 different potential location for X space. X1, it's the start, it's the booming of Dubai and booming, and also it's the link between the past and the future. And then after this, there's another location, which is Business Bay, and then others will follow until we reach till the end of Dubai, somewhere here. So those like urban intervention that can actually transform the infrastructure of the city, can give back to the city, can give more to people as well. So the philosophy is to develop an urban fabric focused on sharing, integration, and tolerance for human scale urbanism. This is the first space. It's 1 kilometer. So we took a 1 kilometer to introduce the smart city in this area to convert the entire area around it. And then now we're studying actually a 10 kilometer where we are still in research and designing. And I'm happy to say that the project actually was accepted in Dubai Vision 2040. It was part of the vision this year. Again, as you can see, it's all crowded. There's a lot of roads everywhere. If you plan cities for cars and traffic, you'll get cars and traffic. But once you open the door and you invite people, people will be very happy. This photo was from Dubai Marathon. People start to run in Sheikh Zayed Road, and it was a totally different feeling. I talked to every friend that went to this marathon, and everyone have the same impression, the same feeling. It's 2 sides of the coin. There is old Dubai, where you have the human scale urbanism, and then you have the new modern Dubai. So what about combining those values together? Yes, we are looking into the future, but also we need to learn from the past. We start to think about, like, what if there's no road here? How it should be? What are the spaces that we can use as a humans? This is actually the road and the sand dunes. I'll just skip this video for now. So it's about the reaction of nature. This is what we thought that we can actually do, bringing back a lot of values to the daily social life as a manifestation of human scale urbanism. This diagram is showing the actual time that you need just to cross the road. It takes from 20 to 40 minutes just to cross the other side, because you have to do it through the metro stations. And here also 90% of the space it's for people, for cars, and 10% only for people. We actually invented the equation, converted the equation, and we give 75% for people. And 25% for cars. So we have here the tunnel, and then we have the plaza, and then we have the building where it can be a mixed-use building at the end. Inspiration, it's always happening from the vernacular architecture, from the simplicity of the sand dunes, also the type of sand dunes itself. The first sketches and the first initial thoughts was about walkability, about connectivity, about the workspace of the future, about sand movement, the drones, the blockchain, sky gardens, cycling tracks, stitching the cities. So that was the early thoughts of the project. And then after this, we start to put it in order, and it's a building that creates a new path through the landscape, and no barriers and no obstacle. You can always go through the building through arcades, and then you end up with a central courtyard where you can spend a nice time. People can gather, can meet, can use it for national events. It's all about bringing back a lot of values to the daily social life. Can the building become an extension of the landscape? That was the first question before designing the project, and then a comparison between the normal vertical office building or the mixed-use building and our approach. Usually here you are like in a prison. You don't see what's happening outside, but here we're trying to make everything integrated together. The normal response from any architect in Dubai and Sheikh Zayed Road will be skyscrapers, and they will be competing with each other. So who will build the tallest building? We actually flipped the building, and we decided to go for a landscraper. We lifted the building up to create a plaza, and also to give kind of connectivity between the 2 sides. A courtyard, a plaza. The road also was transformed to a tunnel. And then here we have the parkings. We have the cycling track as well. and then sky gardens on the top of the building. So it's about framing the past and the future, about access to the sky garden, and also the courtyard where you can have an amazing view to outside. It's transforming the city infrastructure. That's the final outcome of the concept. The form evolution and how we moved from a simple sand dune until we converted into a building that was also part of the, we used several softwares. We tested a lot of ways how to get the best form and function as well together. So it's about discovering the optimum form and dynamic adaptability. Walkability offers benefits to our health, to the environment, to our finance, and our communities as well. So that was one of the key factors of how to introduce the smart cities to Dubai. Other things like connecting it with it acts as a smart building at the end, and I believe that technology can be part of the solution, as I said, if it bends to our needs. So also the blockchain was one of the things that I think this need a separate topic to discuss it in details, but it was also about connecting the building with everything. So the building will act as a smart city, a smart building, and we will convert the area around it into a smart kilometer where it can hopefully convert the entire city later in the future. The program itself, it's the tunnel here, and then you have after this the plaza, and then the cycling track where it goes under the building, and then it goes from the other side, and it connects the two metro stations together. You have public spaces, food and beverage, galleries, courtyards, sky gardens. It can be used for signature restaurants where you can have the best view of the road and the skyline. You usually pass through this area in less than 1 second, and we don't enjoy it as much as we should do. So here the section showing the different layer of the project. So the lower layer here it is for the cars, and then after this it's the parking area where it can also help the buildings beside it to find parking spaces. And then we have our building where it can be used, and it depends on the location. So in some location it is a mixed use, in other location it is a hospitality, or it could be maybe a mixed use building as well. That's another section showing the road down here and how the road, it's approximately 800 meters tunnel here. That's the site plan, and it shows here how it's connecting the 1 kilometer. Also the reason that we choose this area, it's because it's very close to the Museum of the Future. The museum actually doesn't have a plaza, doesn't have approach, doesn't have a sense of arrival. So that was one of the reasons we choose this location to start to solve a lot of issues in this area. Again, the floor plans here, as you can see, the ground one, it is more for galleries, for restaurants, for food and beverage, and then it goes after this typical floors for the offices or hospitality, and then the top one, it is the courtyards and open to the courtyard and the restaurants, and also we have the drone landing area. We just go this quickly because I think we are running out of time. That's the final outcome. This is Sheikh Zayed Road. This is how we stitch so I was explaining it to the government that this could actually act as a station where you can, because in most of the countries where I traveled, you always meet people in the metro station. You can enjoy, you can eat something, and then after this you can just go back home. So this could be a new way how to think about the metro stations in Dubai. Again, this is the spaces that can be closed and open. It can be used for celebrating events, New Year. Again, you see the Museum of the Future here in the center of focal point of the view, and also Emirates Towers. And then from the other side, also you'll be able to see Burj Khalifa and all other views. So it's about the sculpture exterior creates a series of public spaces. This video explains the layer of complexity of the project. So you have the cycling track, the plaza, and then the tunnel just totally disappears. So it's about just giving back to the city. That's the courtyard area where you can just meet, you can enjoy, you can eat something, you can just cross through this courtyard as well. We call it the courtyard of tolerance. And then the rooftop also will become an accessible stage and the meeting place. So you can easily access to the roof, where you can enjoy the best view of Dubai and Dubai skyline. and it comes till the end. I can say that we are really happy to receive the Smart Cities Award and the World Architecture Festival last year. And also this year, it was a big surprise when I saw the project in Dubai Vision. And we are looking forward for the feedback and the next step with the government here. And at the end, the future of our cities is about people. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Muaz, so much for such a fruitful presentation. It was really magnificent. It's a new hot topics right now, those smart cities and how to apply into, because it's really hot topic in the universities, on the research side of the universities. But I was always questioning myself how that will be applied into practice. You know, this is why it was it was really fruitful presentation. I'm gonna stop here because I have at the end, so I have a time to ask, and I will leave the floor for the questions for others. Please feel free for questions. Did anyone have any questions? Okay, it seems so. I will take the advantage of that. Okay. Actually, I'm really curious about the algorithm and cloud data. It's been my topic for the PhD, and I work with that so much. And I was questioning how you were gonna do the blockchain and how you apply the big data. What kind of data you have inserted to have such a structure forming of your project, and how the algorithm is serving you. I understand that the algorithm with the Rhino and all of this new technology is serving the trade, but what kind of data? When you mention big data, what kind of data you and what kind of cloud data especially you used? And the second one, the blockchain. Excuse me, I know it's a very huge topic, but I'm really interested to know how the blockchain, you will gonna close the whole cycle. You said about 10, 15 kilometers surrounding with the building and one blockchain. That is really interesting. What kind of uses inside the blockchain you want to integrate it?
Okay, so we start with the first question, which is the data. I think we are also in the early stage of that project, and all our thoughts and ideas and dreams. I hope that it will be true. I hope that it will be one day there in the Sheikh Zayed Road or other places. I believe it's not only for that place; it can be for other places as well. But the data here, we are talking about everything. You are connecting everything together. So since you wake up from the morning, you find if you are talking about a residential building, then the building will interact with you 100%. So it will wake you up, it will create your coffee, your tea, your dinner, your breakfast, and then after this it might also warm the water because you need to start to get ready, and then maybe it's like you are yourself as a human start to be connected with all the buildings there. I think it's not a new topic. The smart buildings in general. It have been. I mean, I hear the first maybe time we start to discuss it was 15 years, 20 years ago. But how to see it in each building now? This is the big question, because I believe it's the 5G now. It's just linking everything together, and this is what Dubai is keen to do now. So maybe this is the first part of your question. So the data. It's everything. I believe it's everything. But can we do it or not? Because again, this is kind of privacy. Sometimes you need your privacy. You need to protect yourself from all of this. But some people would love to go ahead. We're designing sometimes buildings and residential buildings for people that would love to connect everything just through mobiles. So you can easily open your home to check what's happening there. You can even get some information from your fridge that can tell you that this is missing from the fridge today. So you will immediately place the order, so it goes direct to the supermarket. So and then after this, it will be delivered to your home. So at the end, this is the data that we're talking about. That's the smart building and the interaction with the city around. Not only this, it also interacts with the government. It interacts with the healthcare. It interacts with the police. So if in case of any emergency, you'll find that you have it immediately in time there. So this is the introduction of the smart city that we are trying to do in this 1 kilometer. We're still in thinking now to linking it with other spaces as well to see how it is from urban, from architecture perspective, and also we discuss it with the engineering, with the, let's say with also some specialists, but it didn't take really I would say real action yet. We are waiting to get the approval. We got the approval on the vision in general, but as a project to be built or not, this is what we are waiting for the next step.
Okay, I have other two questions here. One have asked about how well the introduction of this dynamic spine will be impacted from your opinion about the surrounding network. And the other two questions actually, it's the same for me. They were asking you about the analysis and criteria, why you choose such a, you said during the presentation it's near the museum, but what kind of analysis you used to choose this road? Again, they are asking about the methodology and the identification of the size, approach of a scale based on the target of population.
Yeah. First of all, the location, we're choosing always the location, the most active location on the road. So you have, we choose 5 locations. Those 5 locations, you have the first part, which is the beginning of the high skyscrapers there. And we felt the need of people to move from one side to another side. I visited there a lot. I went there several times. I talked to people. I went through the metro station. Even I have like a bad experience to cross the road in this area. I parked my car and I was checking by Google Map, just like if I want to cross the other side. I found that I need around 15 minutes just to make a U-turn. And I was late for a meeting and I wanted to cross the other side. And then I found that I said, okay, I will just walk just to take the bridge and go to the other side. It took from me 20 minutes just to cross the road, where it can take only a few seconds just to walk there. I see roads, the cars are moving. I see everything's moving there. We made also a lot of discussions with several people who like to use bicycles here in Dubai, and everyone just confirmed that this is so it's about the people needs in general. This area, why this area? Because this is the most active business area in Sheikh Zayed Road. This is one of the spaces, so we said that we start with that one. The next one is Business Bay. It's again another active area. There's other areas which is almost industrial areas in the middle that we said that could be in a later stage, but we are choosing the areas where you feel that there's a residential people living from that side, and there is also business from that side. So people are just need to cross the roads, and that's it. There's other areas like the Barsha, Tikum, and Jumeirah, which is the beach from the other side. So also giving access to people for recreational, and they can just take the bicycle and just go to the road, go to the sea. It's again another value for the city in general. In general, the road itself, for me, it's a highway that is splitting the city into two cities, and then after this you will find that there's several cities. There's internet city, there's media city, there's international city, there's blah 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 city. So where's the entire city again? Yeah. So the main I would say the main vision for the project is to stitch the urban fabric of the city and to bring back the values to the daily social life.
The human scale and the life.
Yeah, exactly.
One last question from Dr. Muhammad. He was asking about how to avoid such an heavy concrete roofs, because he was taking the measure of safety of like an earthquake or something, and how you could avoid such a heavy concrete roof.
You mean for the tunnel?
For the tunnel, yeah. For the tunnel and for the roof, for the gem, the top roof, and that's such a sculpture, you know?
Yeah, for the building, let's talk about the two. For the building itself, we studied the size of the road and that we can use the entire lane. And there's a lot of examples that was done in several countries and several buildings that they can really. So structurally, there is no issue. And also we consulted several structural engineers, and they said that it's doable. Our issue was mainly the infrastructure that is going in this area. But was lucky that most of the infrastructure is happening on the backside, so the service road somehow can be used. We have also a huge space between the service road and the main road. So this area will be the main part where we will have our foundation structures and everything, and then the curve itself. This is you don't have any structure in this area. The tunnel, I believe the airport tunnel here in Dubai, we have a huge tunnel just going underneath the airport. So it's doable the only issue about this project that is very costly. So what we're studying now, how can we, like, okay, we spend money. So where's the revenue out from this? And this we have a lot of ideas how to convert the entire area to be more active and to bring back again revenue to the city and to the government, because no one will pay money if they will not get the revenue. Yes, people are nice and we like them, but again, the decision makers will not spend money for nothing.
For sure, it's have to have the economic factor into such a thing. Yeah. Anyway, unfortunately, I have to close here because I have other presentation. But I was really happy for your presentation, Muaz, really, and we would love to have more presentation on the coming future in our architecture department.
Next time, inshallah, we'll visit you in the university. Inshallah.
Ya Rab, the COVID end, and you visit us, inshallah. Thank you so much again. We were going to start now the other presentations for today. And don't forget that at the end of the session, I will going to share with all of you a link where you will going to register to have your attendance certificates for all of you. You will going to have an attendance certificate. So I will going to share the link at the end. And now we will going to give a floor for Dr. Sayed Mohammed Nouman Tariq. He will gonna present for us the theoretical analysis of landscaping and building forming for energy efficiency in academic building. Dr. Said, the floor for you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Said. Good afternoon, Dr. Said. It's nice to see you and nice to join our session for today. Thank you. Feel free to start if you have a presentation, feel free to start to share your presentation.
Yes,
you have 12 minutes of presentation and then another 3 minutes for other questions from the attendees.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting my paper and giving me a chance to present here. I'm really quite thankful and really nice presentation of Muaz sir. I'm very impressed with this presentation. I'm starting my presentation.
Yeah, please. Yeah, we can all see it. You can start, Doctor.
Okay. My topic is theoretical analysis of landscaping of building forms for energy efficiency in academic building, especially in academic building. I'm Syed Mohammed Nouman Tariq, Assistant Professor in Department of Architecture, Faculty of Engineering Technology, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, India. Basically, my specialization is my PhD and my master's in architecture pedagogy. And after a long time doing research in this particular field, now I think I do something different, and I try to touch this different topic of landscaping for energy efficiency. It's very basic presentation, and it's my first in this area. It's my first presentation in this area, and I'm starting it. First is introduction. Energy efficient landscaping is a type of landscaping. This is a type of landscaping designed for the purpose of conserving energy. And the energy efficiency by landscaping is not the new technique of conserving energy. It's a traditional way of conserving energy, but in present situation, global power shortage due to high power consumption, the cost per unit power is usually increased. For example, in our state of India, in last 5 years, the per unit cost of energy is almost 3 times increased. It's just a small example in the growing per unit cost increase. A large part of the energy, around 35 to 60% is used for heating, air conditioning, ventilation, and artificial lighting, especially in academic buildings. As we know, the normally time of academic buildings is 8 to 5, and the lighting cost and artificial lighting cost and air conditioning cost is maximum part of in the building. That clears the focus that creates the focus on how we can control and how we can develop strategies to cut down these consumption costs, especially in academic buildings. A well-designed landscape not only adds beauty to the structure, it can help cut summer and winter energy costs dramatically. As per my survey, it's around 20%. We can cut 25% of the cost we can cut, and protect homes from winter wind and summer sun, reduce consumption of water, aside in fuel, landscaping and lawn maintenance, help in control noise, air pollution, improve surroundings, and make aesthetical appealing. This is the picture. This is a real picture of our campus. There's an aerial view of MU old block buildings. This is developed 100 years before now, and we are celebrating our 100 years in 2020. Our building started in 1920, and this is the first block of our campus in university. And fortunately, it was developed with the surrounding landscape. We can see these landscape. This is the total building block at that time, but now it's a residential hall. But at 100 years before, we are concerned with this exterior landscape, with the building forms. But unfortunately now, our campus is almost 50 times larger than now that time, and buildings are ignored, muchly ignored. Landscape planning with the building development and building forms. By studies by Lawrence Bakery laboratory, focus summer daytime air temperature to be 3 Fahrenheit to 6 Fahrenheit, that is 2 centigrade to 3 centigrade cooler in tree shaded neighborhoods than in the treeless area. A well-planned landscape can reduce an unshaded building summer in condition cost by 15 to 50%. House with different place, only the wind side, average 25% less fuel consumption than similar but unprotected homes. The increase in population. Now we come on need of landscaping for energy efficiency in Indian countries.
I'm sorry, Dr. Said, but could you don't move? So because when you move, the voice is cutting. So start to, if you just stand so near the laptop so your voice don't go far. I'm sorry, but when you move, the voice cut. I'm sorry.
Okay. The increase is fine now. Now it's fine. Okay, thank you. The increase in population and rise in building footprints in India had increased pressure on energy demand for buildings. In India, we are on second stage, I think, in the population, and almost as per survey in 2050 we will be on first in population in India. So there's a big as a developing country, there's a power consumption has been increasing at a greater pace in India. Energy consumption growth rate in commercial building is 8%, is more than that of residential sector 5%. That we can see the building consumption in residential and commercial building in 2005 and proposed in 2030 and 2050. We can see the huge load of building energy consumption in building in residential and commercial buildings. Now we come on the average annual electricity consumption for space conditioning and lighting in India is around 80 kilowatt per meter square and 160 kilowatt per meter square for residential and commercial buildings respectively. Major population of India is middle or lower class. 28% of Indian population is middle class and 41.6% approx of its population is lower class. Then we can easily understand and we can easily say saving energy and cutting energy consumption costs by well-designed landscape is the cheapest solution for the energy consumption, for cutting energy consumption costs. And here we can see electricity usage in commercial building and electricity usage in residential buildings. Now why energy efficient landscape for academic buildings? Now we come on academic buildings. Academic buildings are designed to house teaching activities, classroom, library, laboratories, computer room, administrative and services areas necessary for proper functioning of academic and university extension program. Academic buildings faces different environment challenges But many of the same constraints, especially in India, limited funding, one of the major constraints in India, rising energy maintenance costs, lack of resources and technical assistance, lack of time for new resources search development. Now we come, according to personal survey, in most air-conditioned and conventional academic buildings, energy is the biggest operating expense. Academic building spends more on energy than any other expense except personal. As an example, our campus, our university, Aligarh Muslim University, having 28,000 of students, and they are developing per year cost is around 100 crores. And in 100 crores, we are spending 30 crores on the bills of energy consumption. This is almost 1/3 cost we are consuming for energy. And from last time we go for alternate sources, that is for solar panels, and we are trying to do some cost cutting by this from these huge amounts. And energy is one of the few expenses academic building can reduce without sacrificing educational quality. This is the typically academic building electrical cost, high performance academic building. There's a lighting cost is 40%, HVAC and miscellaneous cost. High performance academic building can impact the comfort and health of a student and staff, which in turn can affect concentration and more concentration in helpful environment in the campus.
2 minutes left, Dr. Saeed, okay?
Yes, we compare.
Yeah. Sure.
Now the cost saving or reducing the power loads by landscaping is the best long-term investment for reducing heating and cooling costs while also bringing other improvement to the community. The interrelation of landscaping with the form is also an important part. This is a view of academic building of our present residential hall, but the old building block which is developed as a university. Now we come the impact of building forms on energy. The shape of building, which is a considerable factor affecting heat loss and gain, can be defined through geometrical variables of building, such as the proportion of building, length of building, depth of building, building height, etc. There is direct relation between the geometric shape and energy performance of building. In the studies of by Izzat and Tule, it was observed that their different results were obtained in the energy performance of the masses with same volume but different surface area. That we can also examine here. It was calculated that the surface area of the masses has the same volume but different form. The surface area of the cube that was taken as 100 was accepted as a reference. You can take as a reference, but the different surface area, building and surface area ratio, we can see here in these pictures. Now we come on the shape of building is important areas that have different climate control. In cold climate, these are the basically guidelines. In cold climate, compact forms should be used which minimize the heat loss. In hot dry climate regions, compact forms and courtyards should be used which minimize heat gain and helps to provide shaded and cool living spaces. In a hot humid region, long and thin forms whose long side oriented to the direction of the prevailing wind makes possible maximum cost. And in the last one, in the mild climate, different forms can be used. Now we come on design techniques for energy efficient landscaping in academic buildings. Board guidelines: planting trees for the purpose of providing shade, which reduce cooling costs, planting or developing building windbreaks to slow wind near building, green roofs that cool building with extra thermal masses and transportation, wall sheltering where shrubbery and winds are used to create with windbreak, and earth sheltering also create important factor in energy efficient landscaping. The energy conserving landscape strategies depend on the region. Landscape techniques are appropriate for 4 different climates: temperate, very cold, hot, and dry, and hot and humid. Number 1 is used as the general tree planting logic for different countries. Second is B is for very cold climate, and third C is landscaping techniques for very cold, and D is hot and dry, and E is hot and
Dr.
humid.
Said, I'm sorry, but we have to stop here if you have a part of conclusion because the time is done.
we come on conclusion now. Our conclusion: the traditional use of planting trees, shrubs, green grasses, and hedges having its own importance, by the use of these planting and landscaping with the consideration of energy efficiency, is this time of worldwide searching to the alternative energy sources for the cost effectiveness and worldwide saving of the short-ending natural energy resources is the need of the hour. Academic buildings are the foundation block of a nation building for any country and spend more on energy than any expense except personal. High performance academic building can impact the comfort and health of the student and staff, which in turn can affect concentration, attendance, and student performance. I think energy efficient landscaping is the best long-term investment for reducing energy consumption costs while also bringing other improvements to the community.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Any question? If you have any question, please feel free to ask Dr. Said, please.
Yes, can I ask one question?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Noman, for this wonderful presentation. I'm Dr. Sharif from the Department of Chemical Engineering, and I saw the pictures of your university. They look stunning. My question to you is, are the landscaping effect visible in AMU, in your university?
Yes, of course. In our old building blocks, in 100 years, which was developed in the 100 years before, fortunately, they are developed with the buildings developed with the landscape. And they are working very well in terms of energy efficient building. They are in very good height and very cool in summers and very good in winters also, very comfort in winters also. And the block which was developed in 1920 that I showed here, now it's basically developed as a building block of university. Now it's a residential hall for the campus, and it's very comfortable for the residents of students in the university. But unfortunately, now the buildings which we are developing here in this era of last 20 years, these are developed with the good plans, but unfortunately they are ignoring the landscape with these plan forms, these planning. So I'm trying in coming my research. In next time I'm planning to compare these two type of buildings and their energy load, at old building energy load and new building energy load, and their consumption, and try to find analyze the ways to cutting the cost in these two the new buildings which are developed in last 20 years in our campus.
Okay. Any other question? Thank you, Dr. Said, for your answer. Any other question? I would recommend, if you start, from my opinion, after I saw your presentation, from my opinion, if you start to make a master planning for what's existing and start to negotiate with a new master planning for the landscape and using those kind of new plantation to be introduced into the campus, I think would help you with your negotiation with the institutions one. All the best with your research and your project, Dr. Said.
Thank you very much. I'm actually, fortunately, I'm a member of planning. From last year, I'm a member of master planning of our academic campus. So I'm trying to work on these guidelines, and hopefully in the next coming conference of the university or inshallah, we'll try to present and give a better result in our new campuses which are developed in last 20 years.
Inshallah, it would be really nice to see your master plan during the presentation. Inshallah, next time we are waiting you for sharing such an experience. Thank you so much, Dr. Said. Thank you so much. I go through for the second presentation. Green construction in salted concrete forms by Dr. Roshin Jian. I'm sorry for my pronunciation, it is not rightly. Dr. Roshin, are you here? Dr. Roshin, can you hear us? I don't know if Dr. Roshin is not here for now. So I go with the next presentation, implementing passive design techniques to reduce energy consumption, a case for net zero energy architecture in Oman. Dr. Muhammad Haris Arif, please feel free to start, Dr. Arif. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Dr. Hiba. Good afternoon, everybody. It seems I'm getting some extra time, right?
Yes, you want it. You want
Somebody
it to
is
have.
missing their presentation.
Yeah.
Anyhow, let me share my screen. Let me start my presentation. Can you see my screen, attendees, please?
Yes.
Am I audible as well?
Yes, very clear.
Yes, you're very
Yeah.
clear, Dr. Harris.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me introduce myself. Architect Mohammad Haris bin Arif, currently associated with the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Salalah. And right now, today, I am presenting about implementing passive design techniques to reduce energy consumption. This specifically is a case for net zero energy architecture in Oman. To present this, I am highly obliged to the Dhofar University, especially the Department of Engineering Architecture section. So without wasting any time, I will be proceeding to my first slide. Yeah, so the flow of this presentation will be, I will be giving an introduction about what actually is net zero energy building or net zero energy architecture. Then what is the aim of my study, area of my study. Then we will be discussing about the parameters around which we will be analyzing and discussing the parameters here. Then I will be concluding with references and obviously with a slide for questions and answers for the attendees. So to begin with, what actually is net zero energy building? So there is a lot of confusion and misconceptions pertaining to energy efficiency actually. So many architects and many organizations have given their own names like energy efficiency, carbon neutral, and green buildings, etc., etc. What I am right now introducing is net zero energy buildings or net zero energy architecture. The major difference between net zero energy architecture and carbon neutral buildings or green buildings is it tends to achieve whatsoever energy is required on site only. It is not importing or exporting anything from any other sources. So net zero energy architecture has a promising future in the construction industry, a future that will give a new direction to construction industry, obviously. Now, technically speaking, to achieve the desired goals as they are set in the Vision 2040 document of Sultanate of Oman, a very creative and innovative design approach is required. So we keep on discussing about net zero energy buildings or green buildings or energy efficiency. These concepts are in market from maybe like 15 to 20 years. But we are not seeing any constructive results or outputs. So I will be analyzing this thing pertaining to the condition of Oman itself. Net zero energy buildings require an architecture which exhibits a holistic approach involving passive strategies of our architecture history, in addition to the latest trends in construction industry. So we will be seeing how we will be inculcating both the passive strategies and active strategies and the modern construction techniques. So the architecture in Sultanate of Oman is deeply rooted in culture, with the discovery of available natural resources and the fast-paced development of the country since 1970. So there is a massive advancement in lifestyles of the people of the land. So one of the, I may call it a side effect, or one of the repercussion of this effect is that people are moving from the joint family systems to the solo family system. So obviously the residential units, numbers of residential units are increasing. So as of now, as of today, 80% of the residential construction or buildings in Oman consist of single household units. Oman is in a stage facing rapid urbanization with residential sector contributing to the majority of development in the form of single houses in suburban areas. In fact, approximately 40% of the Oman's residential sector is developed after 2006. So now coming to my area of study, this paper intends to analyze the design parameters for net zero energy buildings in the context of Oman. Okay. So I have studied many The TRC, the Research Council of Oman, has introduced a competition, in fact, in 2011 about eco houses. So they tied up with various institutes. In fact, Dhofar University also took part in this competition. And in one of the stages, mashallah, it achieved the first position also. So the purpose of the government was to have samples or eco houses where they can analyze, model, and see the performance of those buildings. So I will not say that they are up to the mark to the net zero energy buildings, but yes, they are very close to achieving the goals, provided that we use them so that we can get the results. So I will be more focusing, I will be more analyzing the cases of eco house, especially the eco house that was constructed by GU Tech in Muscat itself, which obviously won the competition. Now my area of study. Today, the housing scenario in Oman comprises of modern looking, but not well designed buildings, which are not as per the requirements of climatic conditions, and they consume electricity to an extent that government subsidies for electricity is becoming a real challenge for the country's budget. That is why now the government has started slowly reducing the subsidies that they are giving on water and electricity especially. So this paper will analyze the net zero energy design parameters with the focus on the residential sector in Oman. So these will be my parameters on which I will be analyzing and discussing in detail. So first one will be the form of the building, how the form of the building is impacting our designing, how it is impacting our energy requirements. Then I will be coming to the building envelope, then orientation of the building, natural ventilation, and finally on thermal zoning. So to start with, okay. Analysis and discussions, form of the building. So by form of the building, basically we mean how the building is looking from outside. So many researches have been done and the shapes of the buildings have been analyzed. So what I found from all those researches is if the building is in cylindrical shape, so it has less exposure to the sunlight, thus requiring less mechanical support for cooling. So most of the buildings are cubical in shape in Oman. Typically, as we can see, we go anywhere in Oman, we find the buildings and residences basically in typical form, cubical forms. So compared to a cubical shape, a cylindrical shape of the same volume has basically two advantages. First, the surface to volume ratio of the cylinder is only 92% of that of the cube. That means less direct solar radiations we will be getting. Secondly, the solar exposure on the building facade do not depend on its size, but also on its form. So a round facade basically receives less direct solar radiations in comparison to rectangular facade, since the area directly exposed to sun is minimum. A study of total annual solar exposure of two building volumes with the simulation program EcoTest shows that a cubic building volume with the dimensions of a standard villa located in Muscat receives approximately 483,000 kilowatt hours per annum. On contrary of it, if it is a cylindrical form with the same volume, it will receive approximately 336,000 kilowatt hour per annum. And this volume I am talking about the eco house that was constructed by GU Tech University. So due to its form alone only, this eco house receives 30% less solar radiation compared to any standard villa in Oman. So if we observe this diagram as well, the yellow parts are the ones which are receiving the maximum sunlight. So it do not stops here only. It again stops with the orientation of the building as well. So merely changing the form to the cubic, from the cubical to the cylindrical will not do wonders to us. So all these parameters, when combined together, I mean, then we can achieve some results. Now, second one is building envelope. So just building envelope is the outer periphery of any building. And that is the one thing that provides a barrier from conditioned and unconditioned spaces, like the spaces that are outside and spaces that are inside the building. So obviously the envelope is the one component of a building that bears the burden of the outside climate. So designing it is a very important issue. A simple example I will quote here, a comparison of the performance of the standard wall construction in Oman, that is 200 mm concrete blocks, as a benchmark to traditional wall assembly, that is 600 mm mud bricks, and an insulated cavity wall, 200 mm concrete block, 200 mm insulation, and 200 mm mud bricks, shows that the insulated cavity wall can reduce the cooling demand by 90% versus standard wall construction. Okay, so if we can see it here, this is what the amount of electricity is required for all the systems. Most of the electricity is required by our air conditioning systems in all of our buildings because of the climate here. So what if we change our building envelopes, or we modify or design our building envelopes in such a way that we can even reduce up to 90% of the energy that is required? So with some sample of Eco House only in one of the bedrooms, with the small changes, the researchers were able to achieve a 30% reduction in the energy cost. So now coming to the orientation of the building. So the goal of the building's design is to create a well-balanced use of daylight throughout the building, while reducing solar gains to a minimum and allowing a visual indoor-outdoor connection. All large openings should be provided on the north facade so that maximum natural diffuse light can be achieved. That's what these eco houses that were designed and constructed, they played very smartly. All the, I mean, from wall to ceiling facades were given with windows provided in the north direction. Yes, but in small shaded vertical openings are also required to the south, so that we can get direct sunlight, visual connectivity, as well as cross ventilation. Now this is a diagram, again, the analysis, daylight analysis of the eco house. It shows the daylight factor distribution at working height at the ground and first floor of the building, indicating a homogeneously well daylit environment, achieving illuminance targets even at sky conditions with 10,000 lux on the horizontal plane. So as it is evident, the maximum direct sunlight we are getting from the south direction. So we have made it, but we have made it as a shaded one, and we have provided the slits so that we can get the direct sunlight as well as we are getting shaded also. So the northern facade is achieving, having very less sunlight, but yes, we are providing small slits as well on the southern facade so that we can get direct sunlight on the southern facades also. Now, the natural ventilation. Natural ventilation regulates a building's indoor climate by exploiting.
Dr. Harris, you have 2 minutes more, and then I stop because we have other two presentations, okay?
Okay, ma'am. I thought that
3 minutes more.
You're
gonna take the whole session.
Anyhow, I will just quickly finish it. No issues, ma'am.
That's okay. Other 3 minutes.
I will not waste my time now. Natural ventilation regulates a building's indoor climate by exploiting the natural forces created by temperature differences between the interior and exterior environment. So thermal displacement within the building and winds around the building. The air is kept fresh by controlling air replacement, typically by using windows in the building's facades and or roofs. Ventilation is achieved by automatically opening and closing windows depending on conditions inside and outside the building and the need for fresh air. So natural ventilation systems are extremely energy efficient compared to traditional ventilation systems. As evident from the eco house that we have in Dhofar University, we have used some very good wind catchers there that are natural ventilation systems. Traditional ventilation system, there were their pros and cons, and I'm not going into the detail. I am short on time. So natural ventilation systems consume less energy than a comparative mechanical ventilation system. Now coming to thermal zoning. Thermal zoning within a building refers to the strategic arrangement of spaces to take advantage of the thermal synergies. Thermal zoning can be developed and arranged based on thermal requirements and the thermal relationship to the exterior as well as interior spaces. In interior spaces, thermal comfort should always be given the priority so that the users feel comfortable. Now, these are my conclusions. Net zero energy building is a starting point in the development of energy efficient buildings in Oman. The focus of the evaluation should be first and foremost on the impact of design, construction, and technology related strategies, on the overall performance of the house, secondly, on weighing the economic viability of introducing such strategies on a wider range. That's why I mentioned this in the start that these concepts are here in the market from last 12, 15, 20 years, but they are not picking up. From an economic perspective, the eco house is not competitive under the current market conditions in Oman. One of the reasons is extremely high subsidies for electricity encourage consumption and discourage conservation of energy. This in turn reduces the availability of materials and products to improve energy efficiency and increases their cost. However, it can be argued that the passive strategies which already have a high impact are within feasible economic limits. Now, to implement them, certain agility in design, form, orientation, ventilation, zoning, etc., is needed, which would raise obviously the design cost. Additionally, more attention to construction methods like insulation, air tightness, etc., is necessary, which would again raise the building cost. So the set of active strategies required for more sophisticated technologies and skills, which are not yet available in local market, and thus are probably too costly for the time being to be used. So to sum up all the things, the design and energy performance of net zero energy building is promising. And once the operation has been monitored and evaluated, it will certainly be possible to improve and simplify the components even further. I rest my case with the references and the platform for the attendees for any questions, any queries that I will love to address.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, so much for your nice presentation about that hot topic right now, that net zero energy. It's a hot topic everywhere, especially in Oman with electricity bills and stuff like that. And all people start to ask how to deal with that electricity bills, how they get it, how the architecture and what kind of, because I was putting a timer, how they could, what kind of technology they can use it to reduce the energy. I would leave the floor for other question. Do you have any question for Dr. Harris?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure.
I would love to answer the queries.
Yeah. Did any one of you have any question?
Can I have a question again? Dr.
Yes, for course, Sharik.
Please don't block me.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
My question to Mr. Harris is, he mentioned that Oman is very aggressive in conserving the energy. So from the point of architecture, what could Oman do to achieve this, this energy efficiency target as they mention in Oman Vision 2040 document?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sharik. Yes, to put forth, actually, when we go through this vision document 2040 that is put forward by the Sultanate of Oman, they have a very promising things about energy efficiency and renewable energy. But to start with, I feel the government should come up with the regulations pertaining to green buildings. Up till now, Oman do not have any board of regulations or anything pertaining to green buildings. We have Engineers Association here under that aegis. We have Oman Green Building Council, but it's only on the Facebook and Twitter, with only 100 followers or so. So it's just a small group. I strongly believe that we should first put forth the guidelines that should rule and govern our resources, or govern our buildings, and govern our master plans.
That's
I
true.
hope I answered the question.
It's really to the point. The rules and the code for the new building, if they start to integrate it into the rule and the code, at that moment, all Oman, we're gonna start to take it, because you cannot take approval from the municipality to raise all of this architecture without, the code and the rules. So
yes,
definitely this is a solution.
Yeah, there is basically disconnect. That's why we are not picking up on these factors actually. Once the guidelines will be there, the designers and the architects can think on those parameters and those lines and work accordingly. Up till now, to my surprise, there are only 5 buildings that are LEED accredited in Oman. And the latest one is just now that W Hotel in Muscat in Al Mawj. So this is the scenario. And to my surprise, in whole Oman, there is only one architect. He is architect Saif Al Rayami, who is LEED certified architect. So this is the situation. Until unless we quickly, as soon as possible, although it's too late, but it's never late than never, we can put our guidelines so we can move forward.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Hez, for such a presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank
It was
you.
nice. It's always nice to present amongst our esteemed attendees. And there is always a scope for improvement and learning. I will be more than happy to receive your queries as well through email and whatsoever means you people deem fit. Thank you for your patient hearing. Have a nice day. Stay safe. Stay healthy.
Thank you, Har.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
Alaikum salam. Okay, we go through our next presentation, design techniques and radical forms of the hadid, by our presenter, Sophia Sarstian.
Okay.
Nice to
okay, thank you,
Sophia. Okay. Thank you so
I'm
much.
under the name Ravi Shankar here. Somehow my name. So I'm Sophia Sebastian.
Sebastian. Okay. Sorry for my pronunciations.
No problem. No problem.
Okay.
Just let me share the screen.
Yeah. Feel free to start.
Nice to be with you all. Nice to be with you. Nice to looking forward to the presentation. And yeah, let me start off without wasting time. Yeah. Okay. Hope it is clear. Is it clear, all of you? Okay, I need to minimize.
Yeah, it's clear. You can start. You have 12 minutes of presentation and then other time for question. You can start.
Okay. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk about Zaha Hadid, her design techniques and radical forms. Basically, I got impressed. I mean, she is the female modernist of the 21st century, and I got impressed with her forms, fluidity, and the forms are very, very strong, and which interested me to study on her design techniques and form, and that's how I started this with. Why is it? It's not moving. Wait. Okay, sorry. Okay, it's moving. Okay, so that's how it started, and to talk to you about her introduction. Through the past 30, 40 years, ever since 1980, through the last 50 years, you see there's a lot of change, there's a lot of instability, there's a lot of complexity in life, and there's a lot of technological development. And this has created an impact on architecture also, which has resulted in the style called deconstructivism. And this is like more complex architecture, more technological developments. And this resulted in forms like anti-gravity, against a gravity flying high, and non-geometrical, and complexity in design and fragmentation of design, like the forms being sliced into lines and into non-geometrical forms. And that was how it started off with. And in 1988, there was this Museum of Modern Art in New York, and which basically introduced deconstructivism to the world. And as I told you, these are the logical principles. They were totally against the logical rules of architecture. No more rules have to be followed in architecture. No importance to function, no purity in form, no truth to material, no 90 degrees. And it was totally a sculptor-oriented design. And that was how deconstructivism started off with, but then they started dividing into Derridian and non-Derridian philosophies. Like soon it was divided into Derridian and non-Derridian. To tell you about Derridian philosophy, deconstructivism, it's deconstructivism in philosophy, in text. The background concept is deconstructivism, and but the form as such, it is not that. They believe that, you have the architects like Peter Eisenman, Daniel Libeskind, who believe that architecture, any human-made objects, need not be naturalized. It need not have any concepts or origin from nature. It can be totally opposite. So that was the idea, philosophy behind that Derridian philosophy. And non-Derridian philosophy is like the idea is taken from nature, and they also were interested with sources like Russian constructivism, which came from, which came during the initial period of modernism. And then form is the most astounding factor, which is originated from the notion of the form, originated from nature, and function follows form. This is more of like a Franco-Gehry, which is non-Derridian, and Derridian by Peter Eisenman. And coming to about Zaha Hadid, she was a non-Derridian philosophy deconstructivist. Her projects reflected complexity, emotionality, something like she takes through emotional experience of sadness, joy, joyous moments, and then sometimes some surprises inside. And that was an idea behind that. And then creativity, technological advancement, and innovation. That was the things reflected. And basically, okay, she was a lover of Russian constructivism. And you find that she was very much influenced by the painting of Malevich. Here is a suprematist painting by Malevich, and she was really impressed with that. And her first project, her thesis project, her graduation project was based on Malevich's painting, where she designed a hotel on a bridge. On the bridge, and like she made the whole project like a painting with a composition, with beautiful composition, and the aggregation, abstraction of forms, and the fragmentation of forms. So you see that very clearly in her thesis project. And later projects, if you see, like this is one of her painting. She's a beautiful painter. She one of the most advantageous things is that she displayed her projects like a painting. Okay, so she gave a lot of importance to the project presentation, which takes us through into the project in detail. And she's a very, very successful architect with over 950 projects in 44 countries. And so this made me study more about her approach to design and design techniques and the form notions that she has used. So I wanted to go into it detailedly. The biggest challenge is I don't have much time. So please, okay, I didn't keep a timer though. Okay, I'll try to go very fast. Just remind me about 4 or 5 minutes just to keep in pace, Hiba.
Sure.
And so let me start off with the approach to design. Hers is a beautiful journey through the design. First of all, she goes through personal investigation, okay, where she does an intense study of the site, environment, the neighborhood, the function, about the political political history, social history, and what the people love. She did a thorough investigation of that particular place. And then she came out with form ideas. Okay, she developed the form. And for the form, her major inspirations were from site, nature, art, architecture, and computing programs. So if the ideas came from this, the site, if I have to talk to, she studied the landform, skyline. So some of the concepts she took from them, like the skyline, the road circulation, or the history of the city. And coming to nature, her inspiration from nature were from very, very like topography of the land, the mountains, the sand dunes, the contours, the river deltas, the sand dunes. And so these were from nature. And phenomenological events, they are like earthquake, hurricane, etc. So her ideas were from there. And then art, she was also inspired. She took most of her form ideas from art, which is basically suprematism, basically from the art Malevich. And then from calligraphy, Arabic calligraphy, Chinese painting, and architecture, she was also very much influenced by Russian constructivists, Yakov Chernikov, and then Mies van der Rohe, Effelwright, and so on. And computing programs, she loved to play with, I mean, she made the maximum use of the new technology, computer programs like Rhino, Grasshopper, to develop parametric forms, which are very malleable and supple. Okay. So here is an abstract painting by Malevich and her forms generated from that. Okay, then after she developed the form based on function, she's trying to develop the form based on site or nature. Then she works with design techniques. In design techniques, she has she has about 6 to 7 design techniques that she constantly uses in most of her design, like the manipulation of masses, play of light, defying gravity, making it feel very lightweighted, and fluidity, etc. And she used that design techniques. And then she moves on to circulation and function in detail, where she goes through the project. She moves through the inside the project, and she visualizes everything and designs every corner in detail, just like how we design a jewel. A jewel as a piece is good, but you go into the detail, and every detail is very, very important for her. And so she invites the visitor, like the visitors are like forced to go inside through the spaces just to see what the interior is like. And then comes with lighting. She plays with skin penetration for natural lighting, and which is very beautifully done. Then the next thing very important is she embeds the form with the context. Now, after making the form and the design technique, she embeds it on the site. Like
you have 4 minutes,
linking.
Sophia.
How much more?
You have 4 minutes and then you have to stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. She embeds a form with a context, and then she moves on to the interior design. Okay, so as I told you, her design techniques are very important. And these are some of the design techniques: abstraction, fragmentation, landscaping the surrounding, layering, play of light, seamless, and fluidity. Abstraction and fragmentation is all about volumes and geometric forms arranged, the organization of them by arranging, overlapping, or aggregating together. And fragmentation is slicing into linear forms, into very complex geometrical forms, and trying to link them, intersect them, etc. And you see a lot of examples of abstraction and fragmentation here. One of which, like collision, where like you collide and the form is deformed. Explode, and it starts with a form, and then explosion here. And then you go with abstraction. The simple geometrical form, you can make it abstract by just having a novel way of designing. And then she goes to distortion and deformation. She just makes it a 3-point perspective here, distorts by distorting and deformation. And then here again, folding. The floor is folded into the ceiling and the wall. And so it's a very beautiful method, technique that she used. Twisting, squeezing and twisting. And then here you see melting. Some of the one, it looks like iron being melted. And then here you see about erosion by either wind or rain. And you see the beautiful the technique that she used in most of her design. So yeah, here is a dynamic organization. Now, coming to the second design technique is about the ground and the gravity. She tries to take away from the ground, and she was called a paper architect for this because it was not actually buildable. And but she was successful in most of the projects, and you see how mass cantilevers are being done here. This is truly beautiful, penetrating it out of the glass. And ground extension, normally when we have a topography land, we try to flatten it, but now she manages it beautifully by having a deep cantilever outside. And you see that ground extension. Okay, she used inclined columns, she used tilted masses, like as if it has been tilted in a diagonal manner. And then here you see the manipulation of masses, like masses in different direction, and manipulation of form here, exactly, manipulation of forms here. And she actually liberated the ground. The ground floor is a continuation of the landscape and made it porous so that people, you can have different function into the porous spaces. And then comes about the landscaping. Landscaping, normally we design it in a way that is complementary. We want the building to stand out. But here she tries to embed the building, the architecture, and melt it into the surrounding. So just like here, the tree, the roots of which are melting into the pavement, so is a landscape design. It just melts into the outside design. And so here she sees that the ground floor or the pavement is just integrated into the building mass. You see, most of our ground floor is just porous. You continue the landscape into the interior spaces. And then comes about melting here. And then the same lines that she used in a project is being used in her landscape design, which makes it feel that it is like part of it. And mostly she vanishes it into a point to an extent that becomes a major entrance. A major entrance is a place of entry. I mean, it's a point of vanishing here. And then comes, she uses the same material for the pavement, and you don't find which is architecture, which is pavement here, and try to use the same color and transparency and reflective skins here. The skin reflects the landscape here. So there's a continuity between the landscape and the skin. And finally, the wall extension, the wall is actually flowing into the pavement. Like you don't say this is wall and this is pavement, it just flows into the other. And she tries to follow the urban grid, as you see in the Maxi Museum. This is the grid that you see. Her buildings are oriented towards the urban grids, and then she tries to play with the forms. Yeah. Another technique that she uses is layering. Layering is manipulating the interior wall in a way that, like every 30 centimeter, there's a difference. The plan is not the same. There is a change in the manipulation of interior walls or masses. So this is like layering. She uses that in most of her building, and you find that. And the next one she uses is a play of light. She loves to play with light, especially with juxtaposition, where you have like blocks parallel to each other like this. This is juxtaposition. Then you have overlapping and weaving, like one mass going into the other, overlapping over another, just like the contours. And then fragmentation and accumulation, having one mass over the other, like how you have here. The vertical technique of organizing blocks, like it's just like superimposing one block over another. And above all, the most important of her technique is fluidity. She has fluid. She never uses 90 degrees. She never uses L shape or whatever. She uses fluidity in all her masses. And that comes with the form design, which is basically suprematism, topography, fluid, organic, and parametric. Okay, so this is one of the basic forms, initial forms, which is based on suprematism. And the second one is fluid mass, which is like curvy surfaces, and everything follows the fluidity of water. And then she develops her design from organic form, from the starfish, or from tree branches, or some sea creatures, fishes, etc., from organic form. And then she has a parametric form, which she used the software Grasshopper, Rhino, etc., to create malleable forms. And this is the Istanbul master plan using parametric forms. And that's it. So basically, you see that she is one who went through all the odds and the most difficult challenges that a women architect can face to overcome the world full of challenging people. And she came out very successfully with a great number of projects, and each one has its own form, has her own design techniques. Now she has her own design techniques, and she has her own form. She has her own approach to design, which all of us can, like, we can also imitate, at least try to grasp from her experience. And I'm much fascinated by her project, and hope all of you are. Thank you.
You make all of us, actually. You make of us all enthusiastic about Dahri. Okay, we have already passed by her. She's the first one who worked with parametric design, the competing design. She's was the first, but I have to say one word for you. I really like the way you approach. You make a nice methodology for understanding the technique of design. You make a nice methodology of understanding her building techniques. So I have to congratulate you, because you start to putting her her product in a nice methodology that be understandable, her view of technique and design, and you start to aid that with her latest project, her sketches from the very beginning until now. So I'm really fascinating about your using such a methodology. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
So I had to rush fast. Sorry for that.
But it's okay. You have to start to, my opinion, to start to really put that in an article, because it's a new approach of methodology. I would leave the floor for other questions, but congratulations, Dr. Sophia. I like the methodology.
Thank you, Rima. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome. Did anyone have any question to Dr. Sophia? Please feel free to ask.
Yeah, please.
Students, you are silent. Did anyone have any question regarding that? It's really related to your work.
Yeah, because it's very useful for students, especially design courses, and all of your design, from design 2 to design 8 or thesis project. This is very helpful, how to approach your design, how to, what are the design techniques that you can use. Yeah,
it's totally such a structured way. This is compatible with what already Maaz was sharing with us at the beginning of the competing and the structure, moving. He does start now to integrate it into the smart cities in Dubai. So it's really was a relevant presentation. Thank you, Dr. Sophia, for
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, for the other participant, we have already shared now a link where you can register and have your participation certificate. And now we would have our last presentation, which is really last, but we were really all looking forward because your topic is really hot right now. The post-pandemic architecture and urbanism. Dr. Rafi Shankar. It's really good afternoon. This is a very hot topic right now. We are really looking forward for your presentation, to be honest. Actually, when I saw, I was like, oh, I want that one on the first, you know, I was like, oh, I want it. I want to know how he sees the post-pandemic. It's all people speaking about right now. It's really booming. How we're gonna go after the COVID. So I'm looking forward for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sudha. And let me go to the presentation directly. Is my audio is clear?
Yeah, everything is clear.
Thank you very much. As we all know, it is the pandemic situation we have been experiencing now. It has become more than a year. Our entire lifestyle has changed. At this point of time, I was just thinking about how it has impacted our life as an architect. So we all know that architecture plays a very important role in the urban setting as well as in the individual housing. So I just wanted to give a thought about what is going to happen in future for architecture and urbanism. As we see now, many people are moving out of towns, many changes are taking place, all that. So in that context, I just wanted to write a paper on this. And I am Ravi Shankar from the University of Misbah. I'm faculty. So the abstract is that this is the COVID-19. We all know that COVID-19 has become now 21. The whole year of 2020, we all suffered. Still, we are suffering. Even again, the Supreme Committee has laid out more lockdowns. Not only here, the whole world. We can say that not even a single country is not affected by this COVID. So with this difficult situation, somehow God has blessed us some kind of technology. Sure, we are coming up with, coping up with other alternative things with the internet, high-speed internet, digital technology, and also online education for our kids, and shopping through e-commerce, and also for the food chain delivery system. All those things are trying to help us. Still, people are people. We need to see people. We have to interact with them, all that. So the closure of non-essential activities by the way of social distancing. See, the restaurants and everywhere it is social distancing. Their capacity have to be reduced. You have to have only 50% inside, 30% inside. So this gives really a concern for the designers. As an architect or interior designer, it is really a challenging part. Also for investors. So people have been fascinated by the semi-public urban spaces, things like parks, bars, restaurants, museums, bus stations, so many things. So all these things are trying to give a total, what do you call the GDP of 70%, the whole global economy that is at stake. So many countries are going on to the economical, difficulties. So this time, I just wanted to think about architect and urban planners, how we can think, build back better situation. So when I'm just pondering on this idea, I was just got fascinated by, as we all know, as architects, we have studied Frank Lloyd Wright and Corbusier very well in detail. So one of my favorite architects, my hero, for example, you say, is Frank Lloyd Wright. So he was emphasizing a concept of broad-acre city in 1920, 100 years before. Also, he designed many houses like which has been termed as Ferrari houses, Usonian houses, all that. I thought that is more or less it is fitting to this situation, current situation. So I just made an analysis of what is the current situation and how we can try to go around with that. So this is the basic background, abstract of my paper. Starting with the background, this plague we all know, I'm not going into detail. The bubonic plague of 14th century, yellow fever of the 18th century, cholera and smallpox of 19th century, and the Spanish flu, which spread in 1980 of this 20th century. Everything had given a great impact on the system, the urban system, in the form of waste management, in the form of single-use zoning, airy spaces, residential area, separating the residential area from industrial areas, and creating more cleaner and greener space, all that. So, for example, you see how the impact is taking up. When the CBD, Central Business District of New York, this photograph was taken during, I think, during the peak time of COVID, when the lockdown takes place. It is in the afternoon, maybe around 3 o'clock, or in 3 o'clock. This main Madison Avenue is so crowded, absolutely crowded, but it becomes this deserted look. Like we would have seen this kind of situations in only Hollywood films, but now it has become a reality. See, the COVID has made drastic lifestyle changes for everybody. People who are running fast. This world was running very fast, as if we don't have time for anything. No time, night time. You can even recollect that James Bond movie, which is stopped in between, titled as "No Time to Die." So that kind of busyness was the day of life. So, but that made this pandemic made the life to stop, take some time, breathe. So this kind of situation, how it's going to affect all that. So this crowded cities, it's a major risk. The crowd has become major risk by way of public transportation, by way of entering. You cannot enter in your apartment without touching, the lift doors, the buttons, or the main door, or the corridors. Everywhere it has become a risky area. So you cannot avoid that also. In this case, people started moving out. As you know, the technology has come into a very strong background. The moving out of people, it's not started now, after COVID. It's already started in 2020, 2010 itself, 10 years before. See, for example, in New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, this graph shows by the Metropolitan Policy Program body. the graph, the movement is more. It is totally declining. The crowd moving towards the metros are declining. Otherwise, before 2010, there was more movement towards city. Then it was declining. People started started living in suburbs and other places and things like that. So this becomes the initial stage of internet technology. Initial stages of people don't have to travel back. You have to go to your office every day and things like that. Even now, you see, this situation has made us to present from home. Otherwise, we all would have traveled to Salala and would have had a wonderful time as all together in the international conference. But that has made us, this situation has made us like that. So now when we talk about this situation, I'm just going a little bit faster. So this gives a great impact on the social and economic measures also. This all we know very well. City living as well as the urban area living. It made a great lifestyle changes in terms of the people. More people started walking. More people started cycling to their offices, even in the cities. For example, these two photographs shows these tracks were being exclusively created after the pandemic for cyclists and the pedestrian. That means 50% of the road has been allotted to the cyclist and pedestrian. Earlier, it was almost around only for cars and automobiles. So this kind of culture has become, some studies say that cycle to work has become more than 200% increase. So this gives a very great opportunity to move away from the towns, because anywhere we can work and all things can be on online. Only at fixed time, a fixed point of time, we can come. At this point, I just started thinking about the design and technology. How far we can go, integrate the design and technology for the peaceful suburban or satellite town living. So working long hours at home. Now the work at home has become something like working convenient times. No need to run from office from 9 to 5 or 8 to 4. That concept has gone. The crowd, we don't see more crowd on the traffic system in the metros and things like that. And this has given more opportunity for natural elements like natural ventilation, semi-open floor plan designs. It becomes like more outdoor and less indoor concept. So this all gives very great opportunity for the independent architects. As we all know that over a period of time, the opportunities of designing independent houses in major developed countries, also developing countries, is reduced. Even I'm from India, I can very well remember that out of 20 years, independent house design has become very, very less. Many people are doing independent house. They just go and buy an apartment from the builder. So this gives a very great chance for us to think about the design and technology, and also to integrate the natural element what we are trying to achieve. Integrate the visual participants, interventions, virtual collaboration, all those things. These are all different type of points. And also the technology tries to integrate the building with different type of like visual pinups, hybrid reality, smart technologies, security cameras, GPS tracking, smart switch control, and the delivery by drone supplies. All those things, we will be surprised to note that almost all those things have been already thought by our great architects like Frank Lloyd Wright. So the concept now in review is that less global, more isolated, or less density and more distance. Now, this goes to be the concept. Less density and more in distance. So based on the parameters, I thought analyzing in Frank Lloyd Wright's major contribution like Broadacre City, Prairie style homes and Usonian style homes. In Broadacre City, he was contemplating an idea of 1 acre land for each individual house owner. With a house and farmhouse, he can develop. He can grow his own essential vegetables, and mostly the houses will be, in a 1 acre land. This is very huge, like a garden, like farmhouse. But he says that with the help of automobile, this is possible. And mostly what happened, this concept was not flourishing because the real estate value. People changed, they are not willing to move away from the town and things like that. And in 1930s itself, there was no computers, no high-speed internet, no digital technology. So, but it was very, very well discussed in everywhere. So this gives something that he even imagined the drones like this. By his imagination, he worked out some drone supplies and things like that with high speed connectivity and all those things. In those days, not that much. So each family gets 1 acre of land, more light, more freedom, and more movement, and mostly spatial analysis. Also, when it comes to the individual buildings, organic architecture. Frank Lloyd Wright's organic architecture, we all know very well, which integrates with nature. You cannot separate the building from nature. Nature and building will be so well integrated. A very beautiful example of falling water building, we know very well. We cannot differentiate the waterfall and the building. So like that, most of his, even in Johnson Wax building, the light and architecture has been so beautifully integrated. So most of these concepts will be ideal for even today's setting. So when we see that in 1935 itself, we was contemplating with 3 important things: the motor car, the technology, the radio, telephone, telegraph technology, and the standardized machine shop production. The motor car, those days we didn't have that much advanced motor cars in 1930s. It was, now we have GPS assisted cars, driverless cars, also high-speed hyperloops between cities, which has been coming into force now. And also these cars are now it's shifting from the traditional fuel of petrol and diesel to electric, solar powers. And the next one is radio, telephone, and telegraph. This was only available during that period of time. But now we have new generation computers with high-speed internet, high-definition digital technology with video conferencing and smart gadgets. And even, for example, in smart city program in Singapore, the smart gadgets are connected, integrated with the hospital. If an old person is living, an elderly person is living alone in a house, he will have a smartwatch. The watch will be connected with the nearby hospital. So they are already monitored. So this kind of technologies we have now. And the standardized machine production, that is a modular and mass production for every area of life. That way, now architect gets more opportunity to design, to experiment, to just create, to just go to wildest dreams of his creation. No need to put it in the time of box structures, apartments, buildings, building blocks. No, it is a great chance for every architect now. Maybe since people are moving to the suburban areas, everybody will get a very great opportunity to design on their own creative ideas. Beginning like the same idea of form follows function. We don't have to follow the form. We have to follow the function. Most of the urban architecture becomes, the form dominated. But whereas the FL Wright's organic architecture is more of function oriented. So this becomes rethinking of the form follows function. We see that the Pereira house, which is very spacious and a lot of combinations can be.
I'm sorry, Doctor, we have also 3 minutes, and then we were gonna have
Sure.
for the time for the question and closing the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll finish. So we have the more of open areas, spacious open areas, changes in ceiling heights, large fireplace as a dominant place for all the family get together, gather in the evenings of the night and things like that. Bright interiors, light screens, geometrical pattern of glass. You see some of the houses which we take. Even these are all very, very practical and very much usable. It is not historical monuments or historical edifices. These are all the living architecture. Even today, with this situation, we may be able to. Maybe we can try to contemplate with the other type of materials, different type of materials. But still, all the interiors of huge lighting with the ribbon windows, 1-story, 2-story projections, open floor plan, low pitch roof, all the ribbon windows, everything will be very much easily adaptable by any architect at different combinations. See, there are so many. When you talk about the Pereira house, it's called Pereira house grammar. How multiple options can be created. It's like a maze, like a game. It's very much possible. Frank Lloyd Wright has done so many things on his own creation. Now we can even take these Ozonian homes. It's not only for the rich. Wright designed many houses for the affordable masses, for the American middle class. Small kind of houses with flat roof on one floor and things like that. So with open floor plan, strong horizontal emphasis, integrated with nature, filled with light, energy efficiency. Most of his houses, you can see, there is a workspace involved. This workspace is required for now for every bedroom. Even I am presenting this from my bedroom. I don't have a workspace. That's why I didn't open my camera. So this kind of workspace integrated bedrooms, all are excellent. See, for example, here you have a small space for workspace integrated bedrooms. This was done in 1920s and 30s, 100 years before. But today it is applicable. It can be used for the modern situation. So that way, this Usonian houses and Parallel houses, the flexibility of design. Architect is a creator. He's creative in his mind always. So he needs to create based on his own wildest imagination, different forms and things like that. So this gives an opportunity for all of us. Maybe we can translate the material. Maybe with brick and concrete can be with steel and glass. That is possible. There are so many other modern. Maybe we have now GRPs and FRPs. That also can be contemplated based on the scientific, advantages or disadvantages of the material. We can try to adopt a new modern material. So most of the theories, the concepts of Frank Lloyd Wright is very much usable, which can be very much reused by now. Apart from that, it is another new concept like what we call as a biophilic design. Biophilic design means incorporating nature in the built environment, trying to bring all the landscape inside the building, create landscape. If it is a natural, not a natural landscape, create at least artificial landscape, so that gives the psychological change. Design with natural features, it changes the design with children with nature, elderly with nature. The nature always, it is medically proved that you start living more along with the nature, your stress level is reduced. That's why in most of the office buildings in Western countries, they have a lot of open spaces and a lot of natural greeneries and things like that inside the office. Instead of making tower blocks and bringing nature inside the office, now it is a chance for us to go to the nature and build according to the nature in the form of organic style. So we have I think it is like a very important idea to derive ideas from Ferrari House and Usonian House. And the urban planners also may rethink of taking up the broadacre city in future. Thank you,
Dr. Rafi. Thank you so much for your interest presentation and for the literature review, because what I really fascinate onto the presentation is the literature review, the comparison between Frank Lloyd Wright, Drown's Think, and that city, the broad desert city, and how it's really what we're just talking. It's like a hot topic right now with the post-pandemic. I have one question. What do you think about because okay, we really need to go to the nature, but we are in a challenge with the population, the overpopulation of the world. So it's a very small, tiny land that is really now, it's about ownership, it's about overpopulation. This is why people are taking this small flat, but from your opinion, could be the redesign of those flats, giving other solutions by the forms could solve that problem with the COVID or no? This is my question. And this is my question for now, but I don't know if others want to ask. We have only actually 3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, as you say, the population is becoming a real problem in the metros, mainly because of the movement of population. Many people are moving from suburban areas to urban area just for the convenience of their work to home distance. Yeah. Work to approach to the facilities, like for their kids' facility or their own facility, hospital facilities like that. With the new technology, everything can be integrated with the remote system. Maybe we can able to reduce the population, reduce the density. The ultimate aim is to reduce the density of metros. That is the target. That should be the target for all our urban designers and planners, and which will give you more scope and opportunity for architects to design in a more leisure environment.
Yeah, sure. That's what I think. Provide land. Yeah, you're totally right. Yes. With taking the people from the urban back to the suburb and their villages, because it will be equivalent, because it's promote working, so they can work whenever they are, so they don't have to be in the city to work. This is why it's overpopulation and bring urbanity into the city. Totally right.
Exactly.
There is one question. The generated design option need another layer to make it sustainable for creating design space, which is a special visual environment analysis. I'm sorry that I'm not understanding the question. Could you repeat the question in another?
Okay. This is the generated design option need another layer to make it suitable for creating design space, which is spatial, visual, environment. Yeah, this is a challenge for every architect. See, for any project, what I'm trying to say is that now we don't have to worry about typo, like typical design. Typical design, or what we call the the different type of design typology. So now what happens, every project becomes an independent challenge, independent work. Like how during the fragmentized time and all, there was no type design. No total, products will be multiplied the same. Now we see we are trying to move more on the type design oriented concept. But from the type design, each individual project will become totally different. So in that case, it will come very clearly. You will create your own design space. You will create, if it is required, a different layer you will create, and you will try to integrate the spatial and visual and environmental aspects together. So now the modern material, the glass, for example, steel and glass helps a lot.
Dr. Rafi, I'm sorry, but we have to stop here because there is other session. For the participant, please, there is a link on the chat now being shared. Please go register to have your attendance certificates. Please, for the attendees and participation, please register. It's been attached now. And thank you so much for attending our session. And I hope it was fruitful for all of us. It was really nice to have all of these presentations. It was a very nice platform of discussion of architecture and urban as well. And I'm looking forward for next conference, inshallah. Thank you so much for all the presenter and for the participant as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate your wonderful international conference. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you.
So, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our first international conference on smart innovation in science and engineering. And now, inshallah, we will start the third section today, which is about the advances in civil engineering. Today, we are happy to have our keynote speaker. He's the Dr. Salah Sadi. He's from Sultan Qaboos University. Dr. Salah has like a lot of experience, many positions. So he started from 1997 in the BDO until 2003. Between 2005 and 2007, he worked in Saudi Arabia as MEB engineer. And since 2007, he became a faculty member in Sultan Qaboos University. Dr. Salah also, now he is associate professor of building engineering systems and the program coordinator of the architecture engineering program at the university. In 2020, he became the first president of the ASHRI Oman chapter. For sure, Dr. Salah, he got his PhD from the University of Colorado at Boulder. And he currently interested in a variety of research topics related to energy, includes modeling, design, and analysis of building energy systems, energy conservations, and energy auditing for existing buildings, as well as renewable and sustainable energy application for buildings. So we are happy to have Dr. Salah with us today, and the floor for you, Dr. Salah, and all we are listening for your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank Dr. Wissam for giving me first of all, the opportunity to participate in this conference, as well as introducing me to the audience. So the topic, inshallah, today is going to be about nearly net zero energy buildings in hot climates of Oman, and I'm going to talk about the some of the case studies. In fact, these are the only case studies we have about nearly net zero energy buildings, especially for residential buildings. The outline, I'm going to introduce the topic by talking about the electrical energy source in Oman, energy consumption in building sector, the Research Council Eco House project, and then the strategies that are normally used in nearly net zero energy buildings. And then we will see the case studies, describe them, and see how they fit within the available design strategies. And then we are going to answer the question, which is always coming to our mind, whether eco houses can be considered as zero energy building. And in this case, I'm going to take the SQ eco house, because since the house is in the campus at SQ. So in Oman, all the domestic energy consumption is supplied by natural gas and oil, which is fossil fuels, which is shows how dependent we are on the fossil fuel. The main source of energy coming for electricity is coming mainly from natural gas. Most of our power stations are using natural gas, as you can see here. And only few that are in remote areas, they are using diesel generators. So mainly we are using natural gas. Around 97% of electricity is coming out of natural gas in Oman. When we talk about building sector consumes more than 81% of energy. This is for the whole Oman. This pie chart shows the latest energy consumption in Oman, which was produced in summer 2020, and shows that the residential buildings consume 45% of energy in Oman, and then commercial buildings, and then governmental buildings. In total, building sector consumes significant amount of energy, which means that the building sector is an important sector for in electrical that takes a significant electrical share in Oman. So in 2011, the Research Council came up with an idea of doing a competition to design, build, and operate eco houses in Oman. In fact, several institutions in Oman applied in this competition, and out of that, TRC selected 5 institutions where they can build eco houses. 3 were in Muscat, which is a hot humid climate. 1 in HCT. I mean, HCT is the Higher College of Technology, used to be, now it is under the University of Applied Science and Technology. 1 in Geotech, and the 3rd one is at SQ. Another eco house was built in Nizwa University. Nizwa is characterized as a hot, dry climate. And 1 was in Salalah, in Dhofar University, which the climate can be classified as a warm, humid climate. And you can see here the location of the houses. This slide shows the HCT model, or the HCT model, and the actual eco house at HCT. This is the eco house at Geotech. This is the eco house at Sultan Qaboos University. This is at Nizwa University, and this is at Dhofar University. And perhaps who are there now in Dhofar, they can see the eco house perhaps in front of the campus. When it comes to the definition of the zero energy building, which is the topic of this presentation, it is defined as a building that produces at least as much energy as it uses in a year. So as such, many of these houses or eco houses, eco houses is a general definition, and sometimes some people they call it sustainable house, or they call it a greenhouse. Here we are calling it a zero energy building because we are looking at it from one angle, which is the energy. But in fact, all these houses have other features that takes into consideration, especially the water, landscape, and so on. But we are not talking about that. We are here talking about the energy consumption. Energy or zero energy building is a building where its energy demand can be satisfied through on-site renewable energy production, which means that one of the main features of any zero energy building is that it has a kind of renewable energy system, and that is clear in many of these actual buildings, where you can see a PV panel on top of the roof. Generally, in any zero energy or nearly or net zero energy building, there are several strategies or different levels of strategies that we take into account at the design stage. The first level, a big level, in fact, is the passive strategies. And passive strategies means that the architect need to think about the building form and shape, the orientation of the building, the envelope design, which is the walls, roof, floors, glazing, shading system, green walls or roof, air tightness of the building, natural ventilation, the lighting strategy, color and material selection. And all these strategies has to be considered, and it is part of the design stage. And then after the passive strategies are considered, the active strategies are coming. And mainly when we talk about active strategies, we are talking about the equipments in this case, the air conditioning system, for example. So we have to select an energy efficient air conditioning system. We have to select energy efficient appliances. We have to manage the energy in these buildings. We have to select an energy efficient lighting, as well as energy efficient hot water system. Once we select the best active system, then we go to the last level, which is using the renewable energy strategies. And in this case, we should consider the photovoltaic system, wind turbines, biomass, solar water heating, energy storage, electric vehicles to store the electricity. And as such, if you go into the literature or into the real case studies of zero energy building, you will find that all these strategies are implemented at different stages. And as such, these are the most important pyramid of the net zero energy building design strategies. Now we will look into the specific or the case studies. We will start with the HCT Eco House, and as you can see, and then we will look into the implementation of these strategies here. The first one is the HCT, and for HCT, as you can see on this picture here, that the total net floor area is around 260 meters square, which is a kind of typical for houses in Oman. This is the floor plan of the ground floor as well as the first floor. So you can see that we have measures here. We have dining, and this is the entrance, and the kitchen, and the dining, and living. This is the first floor. We have all the bedrooms on the top floor. When we look to the strategies, the passive strategies that have been considered in this house here is they have used insulated concrete form walls, and this was the first time to use this kind of.
Excuse me, Dr. Salah.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a voice with you while you are talking. Like, can you control it if you have like a different mic or something?
Only one mic, so I'm not sure what voice you are hearing. Is the voice, or maybe the fan, that I have?
Yeah.
Do you hear any noise now?
It sounds like an echo or something like that.
maybe I will switch my phone, perhaps making all this. I will switch the AC inside the room. Is my voice clear now? Better? Or still you can hear the background noise?
Yeah, still there, but yeah, let's move forward so we will not interrupt you more.
I don't know whether it's. I'm using basically headphones, so it should not make a problem. We'll try. Maybe the internet connection could be. Inshallah.
Yeah, just raise your voice. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so the three levels, we are going to go through the three levels, and we will see how these three levels are implemented in all the five houses. The first one is the HCT, the higher college technology. The passive systems that have been used in this house is many, in fact. One of them is insulated concrete form for the walls, and the U value is 0.233, which is considered a really low U value, which means that this wall has a high resistance. They use a hollow core roof, and also with thermal insulation, and the U value is 0.339. Double glazing have been used in this house, shading by wall on the west side and canopy shading using canvas on the east side. So these are some of the passive systems. Definitely the form was also another way of controlling the amount of total heat that comes inside the house. In terms of active system, they have used the VRV, VRF air conditioning system with heat recovery, and VRF and VRV system is a kind of air conditioning system that vary the amount of refrigerant that goes inside the spaces. Normally we use a split system, and the split system is constant, which means that the compressor will work based on the total volume that is needed for the space. But in this case, for VRV, VRF system, the amount of refrigerant will be controlled based on the requirements, and this will reduce the amount of energy that is used for air conditioning. They have also used the heat recovery system for ventilation, which recover the heat from the exhausted air out of the house. They use LED lights. They have also used high efficient home appliances. All the appliances, TV, PCs, dishwasher, washing machine, those were used, they were selected with high efficient and with high number of stars as well. In terms of renewable energy system, this house used 21 kilowatt of rooftop PV system. PV is a photovoltaic which generate electricity and then can be used directly inside the eco house, or can go inside the national grid if it is not needed inside the house. And then also they have used the solar water heater on the top of the house. I would like also to mention that the first smart meters used were in these 5 eco houses because, excuse me, and they had to get a special permission from the authority to get these smart meters installed. And the smart meters allows the bi-directional of electricity. So bi-directional means that the electricity can go into the network or it can come to the house. So in both directions. Geotech Eco House is another example of net zero energy building. It has a total area of 257 meters square. This is the floor plan. It looks a little bit different, so they have used a different, an entirely different form, which minimize the amount of surfaces that is exposed to the solar radiation. This is the, in fact, this is the ground floor and this is the first floor. So it's just a mistake on my side. So this is the ground floor and this is the first floor. You can see also the zones down here when you enter inside the eco house. This is the living area, this is the dining, this is the kitchen, and then you go to the stairs up for the bedrooms. But all these spaces are covered from outside. So this is a very nice eco house from the design point of view. Going back to our elements, the three elements or three tiers of design: passive systems, the architectural form, as you have seen, then the cavity insulated wall with hot brick. The U value is very, very small, around 0.13 watt per meter square Kelvin. They have used double glazing with a solar heat gain coefficient on the north is different than the south. So on the south, because it is exposed to the sun, the solar heat gain coefficient was lower than on the north side. In terms of the active system, they have used the chilled water system and chilled ceiling. Perhaps this is the first time that this system is installed in Middle East. They have used dedicated outside air system, which is a fresh AHU unit with heat recovery, LED lights, and highly efficient home appliances. In terms of renewable energy, EcoHouse, Geotech EcoHouse have used a 12.4 kilowatt of rooftop PV system, and they have also used the solar water heater. Then going to Nizwa, the EcoHouse, the total floor area is 295 meters square. This is the ground floor. You can see that this is the entrance and majlis, and then you have dining and kitchen. This is the first floor where the bedrooms are. And you can also see from this picture that there is a double or a shading device that covers the whole house to protect it from the solar radiation. The passive system, double skim for the shading. They have used a weighted concrete block, double walls with air gap. The U value was 0.383. They have used a green roof. U value was 0.57. They have used a triple glazing, and this is in terms of the passive systems. For the active system, they have used normal air conditioner, so there was not much here in terms of selecting the air conditioning system. They have used LED lights, which is a high performance lights, high efficient home appliances, similar to the other two eco houses. In terms of the renewable energy, they have used a 20 kilowatt of rooftop PV system and also solar water heating. This is Dhofar Eco House. The Dhofar Eco House, the total floor area is around 311 meters square with a net area of 266. It has 3 floors. The bottom floor, you can see here that it has surfaces area. And then you go to the first floor where you have all the bedrooms. And then on the terrace, the last floor here has the offices, living area, and guest room, and balcony. In terms of the passive system in Dhofar Eco House, they used wind catcher for natural ventilation with air flow control, and therefore there was no air conditioning at all. So the designer went for no air conditioning. Shading on the south, you can see that there are many sunscreens on the south, on the veranda side. They have used cavity walls with air gap. The U value was 0.746, assuming that it is a very nice weather in Salalah, so therefore having an insulation or insulated wall is not a good idea there. No air conditioning, LED lights, high efficient home appliance. In terms of renewable energy, they use only 3 kilowatt of rooftop PV system. They have used solar water heater with auxiliary electrical heat. In fact, there are many other features which I'm not talking about because they are not on the on the energy side. They are on the water side. SQ Eco House, the total floor area is 278. This is the Eco House at SQ campus, the ground floor. This is the Majlis family area, kitchen, room, guest room, and dining on the ground floor. And then you go upstairs where you have all the bedrooms. In terms of the passive system, there is a cavity aerated air concrete blocks, walls, and it is a cavity with insulation. It has 5 centimeter insulation. The U value is 0.252. And then we have insulated roof. U value is 0.223. Shading, we have used shading using canvas and green walls, as well as the double skin for the shading, which is clear on the picture here. You can see that we have a skin here, outer skin. Double glazing, courtyard, fountain, mist spray, and landscape for microclimate. In active system, we have used normal air conditioning, but with lower cooling load. Many of the split systems that have been used in the Eco House has a 1-ton rating, which is different than what is available in the market. We have used LED lights, high-efficient home appliances. In terms of renewable energy, we use 20 kilowatt of rooftop PV and so on.
Dr. Salah.
Yes.
Yeah, try to conclude with 2 minutes maximum, please.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
I'm almost there. So, in conclusion, all houses use different passive, active, and renewable energy systems to achieve the same objective. Still, there is a question: can these houses be considered zero energy building or not? And in fact, at SQ, we have done a measurement over 1 year, from April 2017 to March 2018. And these are 2 charts, although they are different, but they are showing the same information. And this chart here shows how much is the load in the house, and this is how much we produce from the PV. And this one shows how much we import to how much we export. In fact, after 1 year, we were not able to achieve net zero energy building. We were able to achieve nearly zero energy building because we had a deficit of 860 kilowatt hour in this house. In fact, that is the end of the presentation, and you can ask questions. That is what.
So thank you so much, Dr. Salah, for this great information and about renewable energy, and identify the direction that we have to focus on buildings here in Oman. And please, if you have any questions, participants, you are welcome to ask your questions, either by just open your mic and ask a question, or just type your question in the chat box. So I got one question about the percentage of consuming energy. You showed the slide, it's a new slide related to Oman, like 45% for buildings, 24 commercial, and 12 for, I think, governmental buildings. Is this common internationally or in the region, or special case in Oman, like buildings more than commercial?
It's common in the Middle East. Almost when you take the Middle East countries, they don't have a lot of industry, and therefore the majority of electricity is consumed by the building sector. If you go to United States, perhaps the building sector is not much, perhaps up to 40%. The total energy is consumed by buildings. But because we are non-industrialized countries, the building sector takes a lot of energy. But we are also seeing a high consumption now by industry. There is a high growth in industry. Maybe in the future the industry will be large.
Okay, thank you. Any question? So again, thank you, Dr. Salah, for your time, for the great information and presentation that you provide us. And yeah, you are welcome to stay with us watching our next presentations. So we will move to our first presenter is Dr. Jamal Bitmal, and he will talk to us about the topic related to management for infrastructure, focusing on the pavement and how we can assess the problem that we face as civil engineer there. So welcome, Dr. Jamal, and the floor is yours. So Dr. Jamal and all presenters, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. So keep last 3 minutes maximum for the any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, judges, and respected peers. Actually, today, I have a story rather than a paper. I have a story to share with you today. Once upon a time, 20 years ago, in one of our developing countries, there was a city called Benghazi. The city was the second largest city after the capital, Tripoli, Libya. The city has a large, well-planned road network constructed with high engineering standard by the best road construction companies worldwide, like Bilfingerberger from Germany, Daewoo from Korea, and also consulted by international offices from London, like Howard Humphreys, William Harcrow, RPT, and Price Brother, Brown Roots. So as you know all, after the warranty period, project handed over to the local road agency to look after the road network at the city. So however, 20 years ago, we started thinking in how to rescue this beautiful road network in the city. The road network, as we started to lose part or most of it day after day. When it reached to a bad condition and road users start to abandon this part of the city or the network to another in good and reasonable condition parts. To do so, we have to know how much of the network still in good condition, how much of the network, road network, I mean, still in reasonable and acceptable condition, and how much of the road network is in bad condition and need reconstruction rather than maintenance. This is, as we know, it's a crucial part of establishing PMS, Pavement Maintenance Management System, which is unfortunately not exist in most of our developing countries. So to do an inspection, to start with the BMS, we need to do an inspection. To do an inspection and condition assessment using local intervention levels. Intervention levels means when maintenance should exist or should start. We cannot adopt the Western technology. We wish, but we cannot adopt the Western technology. I will explain why. For road condition assessment, as we cannot afford it neither financially nor technically. That was a nightmare challenge to everyone at the Highway and Road Authority of the city. So either we create our local BMS with all parts of it and at all levels, managerial and technical, or just leave and keep watching the road network collapsing and deteriorated, as I said, day after day. Few months later, after brainstorming, intensive meetings, sit with experts in roads, we decided to adopt an idea of having a set of road condition assessment equipment for rutting, roughness, deflection, and cracks, potholes, using no high-tech elements. Because we have a bad experience with such thing, If there's a time, I will explain why. Using no high-tech elements such as laser sensors, laser lenses, sensors, and computer-based technology. We need to use a purely mechanical technology. And after a while, after a challenge, after a passion, we have the dream come true in just a few years. Let us see the objectives of the paper. The objective is to show how is important establishing proper PMS, proper pavement management system. It's not just a wish. It needs to work on it. And also to show the negative impact of neglecting maintenance management system in all aspects: economic impact, like late maintenance, make sure, vehicle operation costs. Vehicle operation cost means hard currency, means spare parts, mean damage to the vehicle in early stages, and also social and environmental impact. Also to emphasize on the problem of allocating insufficient budget for maintenance.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, sorry for the technical issues happened now. We'll be back soon. Yes.
الرقم المطلوب خارج نطاق التغطية. الرقم المطلوب.
Yeah. Yeah. Just I'm trying to reach him by. Yeah. Also, the WhatsApp is not connected. Yeah. So I will ask the next. So sorry for the technical issues that happened with the presenter. I would like to ask Dr. Raj, is he available now?
Yes.
Yes. I hope that I say the name correct.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm Dr.
So,
Ratan Raj.
yeah, nice to meet you, Doctor, and you are welcome to our session. And Doctor, today he will talk to us about his research related to improving the material in our field, which is very important aspect as civil engineer. So enjoy the presentation, and Doctor, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
very warm greetings to everyone, respected chair and the judges, and also those who are in the connected in the Zoom. Let me share my screen. Yes. Hope it is visible to you.
Yeah, it's very clear.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about what Dr. Vesam said, that it is a very important that any material to be introduced in the construction industry, before it should be thoroughly checked, and we should calculate the cost analysis also, whether it to be it will be affordable to our construction practice or not. So in this, I'm going to talk about the utilization of the industrial waste, which is to be utilized in the construction industry for the economical and environmental reason. So we collected the industrial waste, one of the industrial waste, rejected quicklime from Carmus Mazan LLC, which is located in Salalah Free Zone. With this huge amount of the waste, we initially collected the waste, and then we planned for the 3 different phases of the investigation. So here I'm going to discuss with you the phase 1 only, phase 1 of the investigation. The quicklime, very basic, the quicklime cannot be utilized directly to the construction industry. So it should converted to the hydrated lime by adding some water. The company which they are producing the hydrated lime, some of the quicklime are considered as a waste and not to use to convert any product. So it was dumped into the yard. Finally, it will be dumped to the another places, which will create some problem, because if the lime gets burned by 850 degrees Celsius, it will convert it to the reactor lime. When we add water, it will convert it to the hydrated lime. So the chance that there is a possible for leaching and more further effect. So we got the rejected quicklime, and that rejected quicklime we converted to the hydrated lime by adding some water with the solid water cement ratios, different ratios, and then it turned to the powder, converted to the powder form, and then that powder form will be using for the replacement of the cement with the different percentage. So the major use of the quicklime as a raw material is in the basic oxygen steel making processes. The usages varies from 30 to 50 kg per ton of the steel production. And the another way, the quicklime is directly used for the production of the aerated concrete blocks with the density of 0.6 to 1 gram per cubic centimeter. But in earlier, the converted quicklime into hydrated lime and its improved properties used for the treatment of the wastewater, and also for improving the soil acidity level. In somewhere in the pulp and paper industries also, the quicklime is nowadays is using as a cost resizer also. But the question is, the many issues is, when we use as a waste material, due to some improving the growth of the population, and as well as the economic progress in particular region or in the India or in any countries, so this to be strictly avoided when we use more amount of the quicklime. So the possible way and the intention of in our project is also how to use this waste into the to turn into the construction material by blending to the cement. So the Carmeuse Marjan, the industry, it is a very big industrial unit in Salalah Free Zone. And see, you know that every day nearly 400 tons of the production rate with having only one kiln. But they are having a wide scope that due to availability of the natural gases, so now they are going to go for another 2 more kiln. If they will go for another 2 more kiln with running of the 3 kiln, so they will produce per day more than even 800 ton per day also. So more amount of the production causes more amount of the waste generated. So so that waste to be utilized properly. And also the company has established the very best lime quality producer in the Middle East country, with having a high reactivity of calcium oxide content also. And you know, in India, the lime from the Carmeuse is high in demand, because in India, so in the 2020, the production of the steel is 7 to 12 million tons, and the report suggests that India aims to achieve 300 million tons of annual steel production by the end of 2030. So there were the another 5th year plan, 2025 to 2030. So for that, the amount of the lime from the Carmeuse, it is a huge amount. So for that, they are in need to increase their the production by constructing more kiln. So these are all the chemical analysis for the particular batch, which having more than 90% of CaO. SiO2 is only 2%, MgO is 3%. So the same in the chemical when we look the chemical component of the cement also, these are all the components are available. So we can directly we can use this this hydrated lime by the partial replacement. And you know that there are 2 different forms is nowadays available. The quicklime, which is nothing but CaO. Sometimes this will be called as a burnt lime, and another one is a hydrated lime. It is otherwise called as a slag lime. I'm not going into the further, because it produced by heating or by calcination process above 825 degrees Celsius. So the calcium carbonate is converted to calcium oxide. And the steps involved in converting the quicklime to the hydrated lime, there are many steps we followed. Right? Actually, very first we grind the rejected quicklime, which is collected from the company, and then we converted the quicklime by adding the water with the different concentration of water and solid ratios. After that, we check with the available and commercial calcium hydroxide in the laboratory, and the best selected slag lime is used as a replacement material. some of the literature, you cannot find any literature directly related to the quicklime to be used as a replacement. So you can see only the hydrated lime only. So I'm not going to much detail in the literature review explanation. You can find many papers which I carried out some reviews which was presented here. So I'm going to present my investigations. So whenever, if you use any material, either it is a mineral material or it's a waste material, whatever it may be the material, if you want to use it as a cement replacement, there are two critical issues arises. One is, very first is how that material changes the property of the cement and also cement mortar or a concrete. And the another one, the cost analysis. So the cost analysis always will be addressed at the later stages of the research only. The very first and foremost important issues is changes in the chemical properties, changes in the properties. So in this, there are three different phases we initially planned. One is a physical property. In this physical property of the concrete, very first we want to thoroughly study about how this will change the property of the cement on the physical property of the cement testing, and then during the mixed design of the concrete, what will be the effect. That was our initial phase 1 study. And after that, the mechanical property of the concrete, that is a phase 2 study, and phase 3 we planned that is a durability property. So this was this research was started 1 year before, actually before the pandemic starts, where we given some project to the students, and we carried out some testing in our laboratory. After that, the pandemic, we cannot able to continue this work because it is involved more the investigation, more man work. So still it is under the process. I don't have some more amount of the result of the mechanical property. So here I'm going to discuss with you only the phase 1 of physical property. So the aim and objective of this phase 1 is, see, we want to replace with the cement by replacement percentage of 5 to 20%. And then we conducted many experimental investigations. One is we want to know how the consistency changes and the setting time of the cement also. And then we want to know particularly the shrinkage property of the cement, because see, if you added the hydrated lime, surely it will react with the water, and the more amount of the water can also be possible to evaporate during the hydration process. So we wanted to study about the drying shrinkage property of the cement. That is one of the most important study of this phase 1. And then we studied the compressive strength and the pH value, how the pH value changes. Because why pH value, the study on the pH value means this will be very, very useful for the durability properties. So though high pH value, the corrosion rate will be corrosion rate will be decreased. So we wanted to know what will be the changes in the pH value when we add the different replacement percentage. And then we want to study the flow characteristics by conducting the workability test, and then the mixed design procedure. So there are some caudal provisions. I don't want to go into that. This is all standards as per the method of methods specified in the European standards only to be followed for this. So in the yes.
Yeah, excuse me, Doctor. Yeah, try to conclude within like 2-3 minutes maximum.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I will finish it very fast. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. So in the consistency of the cement and the setting time of the cement were a notable point that without any replacement, the water demand is very high, but with replacement somewhat the water demand is very low, and it shows a very good setting time also. And then see here, the very particular point is when we added the hydrated lime as a replacement increases, the pH values also increases, which is a very positive manner that this will help for the durability properties. And the variations are all shown, the different the consistency, initial setting time, and the pH value. And we studied the drying shrinkage, and we noted that the length changes. See here, the length changes when we go for the higher percentage level, for more than 15%, there will be a greater changes in the drying shrinkage, which is noted here. And how the progress of the length changes from the first day to 35th day. So every 7 days, the shrinkage value, the length changes value was noted. And there are 2 specimens were designated. This is the specimen 1 and this is the specimen 2. The specimen 1 and specimen 2 are not like the same, because the specimens 2 after 28 days there will be a expansion that is not it is not contracted. So that point was noted, and the compressive strength also here after the 5 days replacement, 5% replacement, the strength is increasing, but 10 days replacement is it somehow it is decreasing. That was also noted. And then some comparisons were made, the relationship between the strength and the length changes. As I already indicated, the specimen 2 there were some changes because of due to the expansion of the cement. And some the comparison relationship between the strength and also the pH values are also noted, and the regression analysis were made. And one point is that here the number of results where we conducted is a very less result. So for that, the regression coefficient we got only a very limited value, and here also the consistency and compressive strength variations also it will be only very limited. So once we get the regression coefficient of 0.8, then this equation, the regression equation, can be used at any time. And we calculated the grading curve by conducting the sieve analysis, and then we started the mix design. So we started from the C30 grade of concrete, and we calculated the different proportions of the materials for concrete, and we calculated the replacement of 10%, 20%, and 30% for the concrete initially, and that were also worked out. So the trial mixes of the concrete also calculated. Now I'll come to the conclusion. So this is, as already told, that this is only the phase 1 study. We are not started the phase 2 study because due to the pandemic. So in all the properties of the cement, the strength property showed some increasing in the strength, and also the pH value shows very increasing. It is a positive manner. So surely we can expect the good durability properties. And the drying shrinkage test, length changes are higher in low percentage replacement, but the value is very lower in the higher replacement percentage. This was a very few conclusions based on the investigation. Thank you for your patient listening.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, for nice and informative presentation. Anyone has a question? So I didn't get any question here in the chat.
One question, please.
Yeah. Yes.
Could I ask him, please?
Yeah, sure, Doctor.
Okay, Doctor, please, regarding your relationship with the very, very weak R squared.
Yes.
Yes,
because as already told, no, this is the number of results which was made a very less number of results. If we'll go for more than 20 results or 30 results, surely we will get some regression coefficient value will nearly by 0.8. Once if we'll get 0.8, then that regression equation we can use it anytime.
Okay, you mean if you increase the sample size, you can get higher R squared? You mean that? If you increase,
yes, surely number of results will be more, we can get coefficient values will be high.
Maybe that is sometimes yes, but could you check the p-value of the relationship of the equation? If you check the p-value of the equation, it is, if the p-value is higher than 0.1, at least higher than 0.1, so your model is good, your relationship is good. Although your R squared is weak, but the most important thing in this relationship is the p-value, that is statistic. If you check it and you have higher value, you have a weak p-value, but higher T statistic, it is good. It is okay, we can accept it. Although your R squared.
Okay, let me do some other few more investigation, and then I will include that, and then I will check with the
okay, thank you.
This was the initial, the research is in the initial stage. We didn't expect that due to pandemic time, we cannot do anything actually.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you,
Dr. Hussain?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Mahat.
Yes, Dr. Mahat, yeah.
Dr. Razan?
Yes.
I just want to, you know that when you have a quick line and you want to make it hydrated, you have to add water. When you did do this, so temperature will increase to 70 degrees. And when you add water, so the temperature will increase in your media. So how you control it? I saw when you are doing that, you are just doing it by hands, or I mean, you should do it in a unit. You should do it in a unit.
Actually, we are not like the mass of quick lime to be converted to the hydrated. For the laboratory purposes, we made it a very small quantity. For that particular mix only, we converted to hydrated lime. So it is not much more increasing of the temperature. Yes, I know that if you add water, surely the temperature will increase.
Yeah, I mean, for the safety, I am telling you.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks all for the questions, and thanks for Doctor for your answering the questions. And let's move.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, thank you. Let's move in our schedule to the next presenter. Is Dr. Hamad Khalid. So, Doctor, yes, you are here. So also we will stay in the same theme. We are talking about the improving the material and dealing with materials, and we are looking forward for this nice also presentation. So the floor for you, Dr. Hamad.
Thank you, Doctor, for your nice introduction. So as the doctor said, my name is Hamad Khalid, and I am assistant professor in civil engineering department here at KFUPM. So I will be talking about geopolymer and zeolite-based cementitious spheres, which we can use for some environmental applications, like for absorption of some hazardous contaminants from the water. So we will start with a brief introduction about the cement industry. Our cement industry, this cement is the main binder we use in construction materials, and we know that like its volume is huge all over the world. It is being used in huge volume, and it is exponentially increasing the usage of cement. And as you can see here, the usage of cement is exponentially increasing over the year for almost every country. And the one concern about the cement is that the production of cement is a highly energy intensive process, and in this process it is estimated that based on the efficiency of the manufacturing plant, 1 ton of cement will be like producing about 0.5 to 0.95 tons of CO2, which is huge, and it makes about 8% of human made CO2, like all over the world from all other industries. our construction industry is kind of contributing 8% of the total CO2. So people are looking at different alternatives like supplementary cementitious materials. There are many other alternatives, and one of them is alkali activated binders. So in alkali activated binders, what we do basically, we take industrial raw materials mainly, and which are rich in silica, alumina, or calcium. We add alkali activator, and at the end we get a very solid, high mechanical strength and durability cement, which is what we call
Sorry to
alkali.
interrupt you, Dr. Hamid. Can you please share your screen, because we cannot see the presentation.
Really?
Yeah, thank you very much.
I shared it initially. Now, can you see it now?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, now it's clear.
Okay, okay. Actually, I shared it. Maybe there was some error. Okay. Okay. So we were here, we're talking about the alkali activated binders. I was saying that we have exponential growth of cement, and this 1 ton of cement will be causing about 0.5 to 0.95 ton of CO2. And that's why we are looking at alternative binders. These alkali activated binders, they are very versatile. Depending on the raw material we are using, we can modify the alkali activator to get our desired properties. Some of the materials which are rich in calcium only, we call them calcium rich alkali activated binders, and which are rich in silica and alumina, we call them low calcium binders. More specifically, we call them geopolymers, which is more common word used in the industry. And these geopolymers are mainly composed of amorphous gel, aluminosilicate gel, which is highly amorphous and the structure is quite dense. And that's why they possess high strength, mechanical strength, and durability, which is comparable to our cement also. So very much similar material to geopolymers are zeolite. They are also aluminosilicate. In fact, their chemical composition is very much similar. The physical difference exists between them, that these geopolymers, they are mainly made of gel, like you can see in the same image, and these zeolites are highly crystalline. And due to this highly crystalline nature of zeolites, they are being used as adsorbents in the industry for cation exchange or for different reactions. And this comes basically from the negative charge present on the aluminum tetrahedra in the structure. And that's why both of these materials has tendency to be used as adsorbents in the industry. So if we look further about them, why they are similar, why I'm saying that they are very much similar, because we use both needs aluminosilicate source plus activator. And in fact, the initial few synthesis steps are also very much similar. When we reach here a leguminization process, then depending on the conditions, whether we are using normal temperature or pressure, it will polymerize, and at the end we will get our geopolymer. If we are using high temperature and pressure conditions, mainly, then these oligomers, they will act as a nucleus for the crystals, and at the end, ultimately, we will be getting zeolite crystals. And recently, it has been reported that if we process, like once we synthesize the blocks of geopolymers, and then later on, after, let's say, after 3 days of curing or 7 days of curing, if we supply a little higher temperature or pressure, there is a chance that we can transform some of this gel into zeolites crystals. So this might enhance their efficiency, because when we convert them into crystals, their surface area will increase. So their tendency to absorption might increase. And this is what we have studied in this research. Another benefit which we will get from these is that the typical this adsorbents available in the market, they are mainly produced as powder adsorbents. And to use them in a column reaction in the industrial chamber, we need some binding material so that we can give them a solid shape, a circular sphere shape. And another thing is that mostly pure chemicals are used for their synthesis, and that's why they are relatively expensive. In comparison to that, these geopolymer zeolite based adsorbents, geopolymers by default, they have high strength. So we can give them in any shape, depending on the mold we cast in, we can give them block shape, sphere shape, easy production. Since we use industrial weights, so that's why they are relatively inexpensive also. So considering these advantages, we have focused in this area. And now I will explain about the experimental part of the study. So basically we used coal fly ash, blast furnace slag. Both are, this is rich in alumina and silica, and this is partially rich in calcium, and that's why we use it, because it will give more strength to the binder. Alkali activator, in some of the samples we used hydrogen peroxide as a forming agent, and then we use these special molds we fabricated. And let me show you the schematic of the molds. This is the schematic of the mold, that on the top we have these holes from where we can inject the slurry using a typical syringe. It can be done. And then we have spheres of different diameters. After 1 day, we can demold to get spheres. And some of these spheres, we put them in this pressure chamber, airtight, at a higher temperature, 150, and then we treated them for 48 hours to make some crystalline phases. So overall, these are the parameters of our study, that some of the samples we treated hydrothermally, or some we did not. In some samples we used forming agents, in some we did not use forming agent. We varied the molarity of NaOH, because these are all the significant parameters which will affect the product later on. The sphere size for the physical effect, and lastly we checked them for lead and brilliant green dye adsorption, two things we used. So this is the overall summary of the table. Like we have which type of samples we made, and these designations represents the microsphere, either hydrothermally treated or not, a forming agent was used or not, and what was the molarity. It was 8 or 6 for the rest of the samples. And then for characterization, we used XRD for identifying the crystalline phases. For SEM, we did for visualization of the crystals to see the morphology of the crystals. For pore structure, we did desorption of nitrogen gas. And lastly, for adsorption capacity, we analyzed the samples by ICP mass for lead, and spectrophotometry for brilliant green dye. So now I will briefly talk about the results and discussion. These are the XRD results. For untreated samples, we could see only quartz and muellite. In fact, these are the phases of the fly ash. By default, they will be present in any geopolymer made by fly ash. And you can see these Q and M, they represent quartz and muellite. When we treated them hydrothermally, we got these zeolite P peaks. All these peaks we saw, which were not there in untreated samples. And another observation we made is that some of the quartz peaks, like this is the main peak of quartz, this one, this peak also its intensity decreased. So it means that quartz also got reacted and converted to other phases of making a gel of geopolymers or the zeolite crystals. And then we verified it with the SM images. Like all the top samples, they are non-treated samples. They have dense gel. This, you can see the pores because of the forming agent we used in this sample F4. So that physically we will supply intentionally we supplied the pores so that water adsorbate can penetrate easily, and we might get some higher strength adsorption later on. And these crystals we saw in all the samples, their development was different. Like in 2 samples, they were fully developed, but in this sample, they were partially developed. And this could be associated with the higher molarity we used, because when we use higher molarity, the gel will be more denser, and it will take more time or higher temperature to convert this gel to the crystals. And that's why we could not see well developed, but still they are being developed. And their morphology, we verified it from the literature to verify that they are really zeolite NaP peaks crystals. So we verified from the literature, and other people also reported similar crystals. So the nitrogen physisorption results, the BET surface area, all these highlighted ones are the ones which we treated hydrothermally. And you can see there was a clear increase in the surface area as well as in the pore volume also for all the samples, for this one, for this one. So it means that hydrothermal treatment is kind of giving us the crystals, plus it is increasing the surface area also. But if we talk about the average pore diameter, it is decreasing because more finer pores are being made, and which can be seen from the pore size distribution here, that these curves, these three curves here we have, these one, they are being shifted towards the left side and we are having more finer pores. This is the action of pressure and temperature. So this is kind of a negative thing for hydrothermal, because if the pore size is decreasing, there is a danger that the absorption capacity might decrease. And lastly, when we did the absorption experiments, we found out that it happened, in fact, like for most of the samples, after the hydrothermal treatment, capacity decreased. After the hydrothermal treatment, capacity decreased, and same happened for the last batch also. When we decrease the sample size, like we decreased 5 mm spheres compared to 7 mm, like compared to this sample, capacity increase. So means the finer particles, if we use, the more will be the surface area, and ultimately we will achieve more higher absorption. And as I mentioned earlier, that this pore size can affect. So I tried to draw a trend between the pore size and the absorption capacity. For PB, we saw a very clear trend with a very high R value, and it shows that it is kind of directly proportional. It depends on the average pore diameter, which helps in the penetration of the ions of the adsorbate inside. And similar trend has been observed for R square, this BG. But one sample, this sample is kind of outlier, and due to this, we got less R value. Another thing is that we have only like 6 samples. So if we increase the number of samples, we might get a very very good trend between the pore diameter and the capacity of the absorption capacity of the samples. So like the final concluding marks, we can say that geopolymers has the potential to be used as adsorbents. And since even without hydrothermal treatment, the samples gave us very high absorption capacity. So like we don't have to do it. And pore structure, definitely it has a significant effect. And lastly, the molarity also play the vital role. And this was just the beginning, the first study. And we'll be working more in this area, and we will be doing more comprehensive analysis to fully understand the absorption behavior of these materials. So that's all from my side. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, I am available to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamad, for the nice presentation. And just please, if you have any question, we can take 2, maximum 3 questions.
Yeah.
Dr. Khalid, do you have any question to statistic analysis?
This is just basic statistic analysis.
Yeah. So yeah, just my question, did you check the normality for the data that you have? Maybe you can treat the data to log or something. Maybe you can bring the outlier.
Actually, I am doing this adsorption kinetics modeling, which is under progress yet, and it might give us more insight about the adsorption behavior, whether it's more of a chemical adsorption or physical adsorption. So then picture will be more clear. And as I mentioned earlier, that with this limited data, statistical modeling will not be that much reliable.
Yeah.
So we need more data also, and we are working on that.
Thanks, Dr. Hamad. Thanks.
Thank you for your invitation. It was nice to be here. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum. So now we will move to the third presentation today, or actually the fourth presentation should be Dr. Akhtar Hussain. So are you with us, Dr. Akhtar?
Yes, I'm available.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Dr. Akhtar will talk today about the lightweight concrete, and he has a good experience in this field. So we are looking forward to hear from him. So the floor for you, Dr. Akhtar.
Okay, thank you. At first, I would like to thanks to Chairman and all other judges. If I share my screen, it's better for. So today I am going to present the ductility characteristics of sustainable fiber reinforced high strength lightweight concrete, which is comprising the industrial waste. Maybe here's problem internet. Okay, outline of this presentation, background of the study, objectives. Yeah,
Dr. Akhtar, can you share the screen completely, like full share?
All share. Okay.
Yeah.
Now can see screen. Doctor is working or not?
Yeah. Yeah. Now it's perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as we know, the lightweight concrete widely used all over the world, especially the beautiful structure all are made by ultra high strength lightweight concrete. So bridges also nowadays uses the lightweight concrete. Then we can minimize the section, but only problem is that is the brittleness of the lightweight concrete. So this structure is collapsed due to earthquake, is severe load. This building also collapsed, destroyed by the earthquake load. And the bridge also collapsed due to the brittleness of the lightweight concrete. So why is the main concern of the sustainability? Because the concrete is most widely used man-made material in the worldwide. And secondly, the cement consume about the resources of 8% carbon dioxide emission all over the world, which is the third. First, China, second, America, and third is coming from the cement industry. So sustainability will help to economic solution, sustainable development, and it will help for reduction of carbon footprint. So objectives of my study was the developed high strength lightweight fiber reinforced concrete, which is comprising the industrial waste material as a aggregate as well as the cementitious material, and investigated the engineering properties of high strength lightweight fiber reinforced concrete, and finally assess the ductility characteristics of the high strength lightweight concrete. So in my study, I used the palm oil industry waste. It's called the palm oil clinker, which normally produce how to produce. Normally, the palm oil fruits is collected from the trees, and then in the oil processing purposes, the flesh and the kernel will burn and produce the energy for the steam. Then we'll get the palm oil clinker chunk. After that, palm oil clinker chunk collected from the palm oil industry, then it's grinded as a coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, as well as the palm oil clinker powder. If you see the chemical composition of palm oil clinker powder, as well as if we compare with the Portland cement, the palm oil clinker powder have the pozzolanic characteristics, silicon dioxide where it is 60%, as well as the calcium oxide is 6%. So in my study, I used the steel fiber as a reinforcement to enhance the ductility. So experimental setup, we can see in the failure mode of the specimen is showing the large crack before the completely failure of the specimen. Now it come out with the experimental result. So increasing the fiber fraction volume, and it's gradually increasing the compressive strength up to 1.5% of fiber reinforce. It will increase 19% of compressive strength due to the bonding characteristic improved by the steel fiber, as well as the compressive ductility is gradually increasing with the increasing the percent of steel fiber. But however, when increasing the percent ratio from 1% to 1.5, the compressive ductility is reduced due to the workability and the homogeneity problem, as well as the specimen is very difficult to cast with the strip characteristics. Same as the energy ductility, increase the percent of steel fiber, also gradually enhance the energy ductility up to 568% energy ductility enhanced by using 1% of steel fiber, whereas the 1.5% enhance 447% is gradually decreased after the 1% due to the homogeneity problem and the problem with the casting specimen. Now we'll discuss about the conclusion. The compressive strength increased due to the better interlocking between the lightweight aggregate matrix and the fibers. So inclusion of steel fiber in high-strength lightweight concrete triggered the enhancement of the peak stress behavior. And the fiber into the high-strength lightweight concrete is delay the formation of the cracks, as well as the provide sufficient deflection before completely failure of the specimen. Therefore, we can conclude the sustainable high-strength lightweight fiber reinforced concrete might be more suitable than conventional concrete, especially when you have to design for earthquake structure or the have to design the structure in the severe load, like as a blast load. We can use the sustainable high-strength lightweight concrete. That's all for me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akhtar, for the nice presentation. And please, if you have any question, you can either open the mic and ask Dr. Akhtar direct, or just type your question. So yeah. So it seems everything is clear, Dr. Akhtar, and there is
okay,
no
thank you so
question.
much.
Yeah. So we will move to the fifth presentation today with Engineer Asma. She will take us toward the construction site, and she will talk about different delivery strategies in perspective of developing countries practitioners. So I'm not sure if she is with us. Engineer Asma, are you with us? So maybe she has any like internet issues. So we get Dr. Jamal back with us, the first presenter. So Dr. Jamal, are you with us? Yes, so we will continue with Dr. Jamal until we check with Engineer Asma what's going on with her. So thanks for coming back, Dr. Jamal, to continue with your interesting topic. For who come, just give brief like introduction for who come now or join us now. If you could do that, that would be great. So we cannot hear you if you are speaking. We cannot hear you. Can you check your mic?
How now? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you for having me again, and I'm sorry about what happened. Unforeseen and unexpected circumstances. It is okay.
Yeah. Now it's clear. Yeah. You are.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Please. Yeah. Let me know if there is any disconnection again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is, I think, what happened to me today is a justification to what I say, not to rely on Western technology, not because of any problem with it, but we have a problem in our infrastructure, and that's why we have to rely on our local resources and our local technology, because this is what we have. I was talking about how to establish a PMS, pavement maintenance management system, in developing countries according to their local resources, local ability and capability. As I said, the rule of the first slide showing how important is establishing PMS and what's the negative impact of neglecting maintenance management system in all aspects, economic, social, and environmental. And the problem we have always in some cities or some countries in developing countries of allocating insufficient budget for maintenance. And this is the usual condition we have. Next, we can talk about the main components of pavement maintenance management system. As I said, we have to have an inventory list to the all road furniture, street lighting, infrastructure, the carriageway, the guardrail, the median, whatever we have to put it in inventory list. And we have to do an inspection. Inspection needs either visual inspection with the trained, skilled people, or we have to use equipment, tools, as I said, because we can't use the Western technology. So we adopted our own local machines and technology to do the inspection. So we have to do a road condition assessment to see what sections still in good condition, what's still in an acceptable or reasonable condition, what is in bad condition, and what section are failed and need reconstruction rather than maintenance. After we finish, we have to do the maintenance need, the 3 M's of any activities, manpower, machines, and material, what we need for maintenance activities. And then we can go to an estimation to the resources, costing, the budget. And if it is insufficient, which is the case usually, we have to be ready with the priority list. We have to get ready. Otherwise, we will spend the insufficient budget randomly, and we can use it efficiently. So we have to get ready with the priority list to spend that amount of money with what's required, what's important, what the road user usually use, and what roads has a great demand. So then we do scheduling and execution. And what's important is to keep monitoring the section. We have to keep monitoring and update the road condition to see if we have the same roads in good condition or they are failed to go down to reasonable, which one from reasonable upgraded to be in good condition after maintenance, and so on. And I want to show you some of the Western technology machines that I've seen by myself while my stay in UK. I have seen the high speed. This is the one you see it now, is the high speed road monitor. It's run with the traffic speed, so it goes no disruption to the traffic. And it's a multi-purpose machine. It's a great one. We wish we have one like this. It's very expensive. You can see the sensors underneath. lasers. So it do many things in one run. Next, we have the Scrim. This is the bridge version of what we call it a skidding resistance. The Scrim, the side force coefficient, using the fifth wheel, the fifth tire, the fifth wheel at the side to measure the texture, the surface texture of the road, to see polishing condition and the texture condition of the surface, to avoid any skidding and accident problem. The third one is the deflectograph. Also, this is a bridge version of the bridge deflectograph, measuring deflection. You can see the beam underneath and the imposed load from time to time at significant and assigned points to measure deflection. But this machine run with slow speed, measuring deflection. So it's a very slow machine. Hello? Okay?
Yes. Yeah, we are with you.
Yeah. And finally, last but not least, this is the FWD, the falling weight deflectometer. It's a static machine. It's measuring deflection while it is stand and towed by a vehicle from point to another and imposing the load to measure deflection or road. So let's see how much it may cost. This is an approximate cost of high technology systems if we want to use it. This is the capital cost, by the way. You have to add the long-term maintenance, the equipment, if something happened to the laser lenses, to the sensors. So this is the capital cost. The high-speed road monitor costs about 1,900,000. The deflectograph costs about $500,000 or maybe more. And the falling weight deflectometer, the static one, called $250,000. So why developing countries need low-cost technology? A highway network agency have insufficient fund to maintain their roads. That's one of the main reasons, money, financially. Technically, lack of experience in using equipment such as laser, sensors, and computer-based system. And this is obvious in some developing countries. The available skilled engineer, we have a skilled engineer. Personnel can be substitute the automated process that Western technology have. We know that, like the multifunction or the high-speed road monitor, it doesn't need personnel, just a driver and technician. So we can substitute this advantage with the number of skilled engineers we have for visual inspection after they get trained, or local developed machines. A problem obstructing establishing BMS, lack of skilled and qualified people at all levels, managerial and technical, inadequate assignment of responsibilities and duties, incorrect assessment in budgeting and priorities, absence of regular training program. So this is obvious in some cities in developed countries. Data collection from the inspection, assessment of road condition. We have to put the whole road network in different categories. We have to know what is the percentage of good condition categories, what's the unacceptable condition categories, bad condition and failed condition, according to what we call intervention level. What's our local intervention level? What's a low-cost technology? What do we mean? What's the philosophy? Low-cost technology means using minimum capital costs. Low-cost technology using or substitute automated process with purely mechanical one. We need the pure mechanical machines. Technology that can be used and maintained by the local engineers and technicians. So before we go to the full-scale machine, we tried a small-scale one model to see how it's worked. So the preliminary version of the prototype was in a small-scale model, measuring rut depth and consists of monitoring apparatus and the mounting trailer. There's a trailer lifting this machine, this equipment, and run from one section to another. So this was the small scale prototype we tried. You can see legs, levers, and the screen, and the grooves in the screen, and the markers. This is the other side of the prototype, the small scale one. All we need is a towing machine to tow this machine with it, and a home video camera to record every move of the machine. After we try it in few sections, we get ready to do the full scale prototype equipment. That full type, measuring the depth of wheel track rutting, assess the general condition of road. We just give a general view of the road condition, consists of 2.3 meter wide beam, variable according to the lane width, can go to up to 3.5 meter, comprising a hollow steel box through which 20 legs are fitted and monitoring screen. Let's see the manufacturing process. This is the workshop. By the way, this is a two-man job, the technician and I. So we expect when it goes to production stage, it will be more accurate, more precise. So this is the main body of the machine. And you see the steel body and the yellow legs of the machine. So we use the steel sheets as a second layer of the body. And then we use a plastic third layer and make the grooves to use it as a screen. And this is how it looks finally. We divide it to 3 stages or 3 levels. The white one is the neutral, when the machine is a steady stand, when the surface is level. We calibrate it with flat steel sheet. And then when start moving, the pointers in yellow will move up and down to measure the roughness of the surface and give us indication. Each zone is 10 centimeter, so we can know which road is still in good condition with the blue, which one is bad condition in red, and which is failed when the pointers goes to black. This is the first trial of the machine in one of the sections. And this is another trial of the machine. And after we go back to the lab, we can empty the video and see what's happened and do our, what we call record sheet of the assessment. So evaluation of maintenance costs for road network. We divided the networks to sections. Length of each section are between 200 meters to maximum 1 kilometer, not more. And they classified all sections to about 30% in good condition, acceptable condition after we did the run. And we found out that 50% in bad condition need to have a major maintenance, and about 20% fail completely and need reconstruction. So from that point, we can do an estimation to what we need as a budget for maintenance. Limitation of use to this machine: maximum monitoring speed should not exceed 15 kilometers per hour, so it will cause disruption to the traffic. Transporting the test machine from depot to test area, we have to tow it. The machine designed to present an approximate indication of each road section condition. As we said, it's just general view, better than nothing. Building a general maintenance strategy through the whole road network. So let us summarize what I've said. Absence of maintenance lead to minor and major surface road deterioration, which may necessitate reconstruction rather than repairing. Developing equipment that may achieve similar data to that which more sophisticated equipment produces is a crucial requirement for some developing countries. The problem and damage resulting from the absence of regular maintenance activities like vehicle operation costs become obvious. Low cost and simple to operate equipment to measure road defects may solve at least a part of this problem and assist in establishing proper PMS in developing countries. As some recommendations, the PMS, pavement maintenance management system, must be established to protect the network from rapid deterioration. Budget required for maintenance activity should be separate and sufficient to cover all works, should be separate from construction budget. Good cooperation and coordination between the different parties involved in maintenance work. The companies selected to carry out the work, local companies, should have a relevant experience and qualification, performing regular training program to all levels of maintenance organization staff. We have to take care of maintenance philosophy, maintenance organization. Thank you very much for having me, and this is my contact information for any more details about it. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jamal, for the nice and informative presentation and research. It's very critical topic for a lot of developing countries. So anyone has a question? We will be happy to share it with Dr. Jamal. So there is no written questions here, no?
Okay.
So one general question: is there any other like examples or implementation for such management system in our like Gulf region or other developing countries?
Yeah, we're trying to build up a family, a set of machines. What I've showed recently now is just one machine measuring rut depth. So we have another one for deflection as the static one, the falling weight deflectograph, which is pure mechanical machine. We can use it without need to sensors and lasers. So we just falling machine. We have one. And also we are trying to do the one which is measuring potholes and roughness in the road surface. So if we could develop 3/4 machines, and we have this set of family of low cost, low technology machine, it would be great for our highway agency.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move to the next presentation. I think Dr. Himanshu. Dr. Himanshu, are you with us? So we'll check the... Dr. Himanshu Agrawal. So Dr. Jamal, you can stop sharing your presentation. So we'll move to the following presentation. Engineer Rashad Al-Busayfi. Rashad. So maybe technical issues. So sorry for the delay a little bit. We will have our last presenter, Rashad.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. So today, Engineer Rashad, he will share with us his research related also to construction engineering and focusing on road classification toward developing a contract time determination system here in Oman. So it's yours, Rashad. Share your screen and you are welcome to present.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I will share the presentation now. It's clear, Doctor?
It's not PowerPoint here.
It will come, Doctor. Don't worry.
Huh?
It will be clear. I will start.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am the student Rashad Al-Busafi from Dhofar University, Department of the Civil Engineering. I will present the final graduation project, which is a rural road project classification to develop a contract time determination system with our advisor in this project, Dr. Isam. So firstly, we start with the introduction. The subject of this studies, the roads project, is one of the major economic projects that cost a high percentage of the national income and relatively long provides of time. The purpose of constructing any road project is to achieve an objective or to satisfy a need. It is important to study the factor of time and budget necessary to completing project efficiently. There are three goals or three steps that will check the objective of the current research. The first one is reviewing and presenting the ways that are used for determination of contract time for construction project in general and roads in exactly. The second step is classifying the types of road projects. And the last goal is specifying the activities which control completion time for any type of road project and their productivities. Firstly, I will define the contract time. Contract time is the maximum time allowed in the contract for all the work to be done. Production rate should be calculated according to country-specific approach procedure. Also, the contract time is determined in a construction project by making a progress table showing the production period associated with the production rates chosen for work items. The purpose of the goal of our study is to contribute to creation of a template to assist decision makers in determining the terms of the contract. Sure, it will contribution of our study also will focus on classifying a rural road project on the basis of their contract types. The Transportation Research Board has provided a concept that, due to success and current projects, there is a significant change in highway construction this day. As you know, there is a great development in road projects. It is very important to reduce the time period for the large scale of road construction projects. Various approaches are also used, including manual methods of calculation with the use of spreadsheets and computerized system. We have developed some important methods that are suitable for our study in collection information and defining the data collection. Data collection is the process of gathering quantitative and qualitative information on a specific variable with the aim to the evaluation outcomes. We did some techniques to get the information, for example, interviews or observation, direct and participant. Also, we make questionnaire and relevant documents. We also use both serving and eventual meeting like interviews. We successfully had 13 participants who participated in the data collection stage with complete inputs. 7 of them are in the public and 6 of them in the private. About 13 participants participated with us in the study to make assessment an average of 6 civilian engineering and 7 quantity surface. And the cumulative experience reached about 140 years. According to reviewing the contract that we obtained from the Ministry of Transport, we proposed 43 activities, yes, for new rural road projects. On the other hand, we have 33 important activities for the maintenance of rural road projects. There are 3 important instructions that participants must read it before answering, and they are here below. As you can see in the graph, about 33% of the private sector compared to 66% of the public sector. As shown in the figure below, most of them agreed on the same answer regarding the question of the difficulties of determining the contract time now at rate of 94.4%. We have here an analysis and result. As shown also in the figure below, most of them, or we can see the participant agreed that it is necessary to finalize design to determine the time on the contract. Also, the level of accuracy determining the contract time ranges from 60 to 79%. Through the evaluation, the activities of the new rural road projects were reduced from 43 to 33 activities. And for the maintenance of the rural road projects, they were reduced from 32 to 21 activities. And in the conclusion, our study in this project was on the classification of rural road projects to develop a system for determining the contract time, also obtained the data and information required from the Ministry of Transport to conduct our research. It also defines the basic activity for each type. About the collection, we collected the data by using two methods. The first was to make the questionnaire in Excel related to the determining the contract time for new roads and maintenance. And the second method was to create a link on the internet, and it was sent to the engineers with the experience in road construction. Contribution. We have classified the road projects into two types: new roads and rural road maintenance. We have important information to support our knowledge of road projects, classification, and their development in the time determination system. Also, we got some contracts from road projects in Oman from the Ministry of Transportation as our reference to defined activity. For example, the road design guide. About future research, our current study provides two steps. The first is to develop a contract time determination system here in Oman. And the second step to determine production rates for a specific activity based on local progress. The final table that we provide must be used into future research to develop contract time determination system here in Oman. These two steps will complete it to big project and provided to complete components to develop this target system. And here we have the references. In the end, I hope that enjoyed our graduation project and that we presented an organization and clearly and got the idea. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rashad, for your presentation. And anyone has question, you are welcome to ask. Any comment, any question? So we'll have last call for Dr. Agrawal. Dr. Agrawal, if you are with us. So thank you all. I think, yeah, we finished the presentations for our session for civil engineering. And this is the end for our first day in this event for the international conference, our first international conference. All of you are invited for tomorrow, the second day, for the second day of this event at 9 a.m. So the presentations will start at 9 a.m. So hopefully we can see you all tomorrow and in next events. Anyone has comment, any questions before we close our event today? Yeah, please try to fill the link for the participation certificate. Okay, so any feedback, any comments you recorded, it will help us in our improvement, inshallah, next event. So the link is in the chat box. So try to fill it and you will get your certificate in your email. So that's all for today. Dr. Anyone, do you have a comment or do you want to close? Dr. Najm. Okay, so have a nice day.